What's up? What's up? What's up? Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. What's up? What's up? Hey, Vizzy, are you ready? Oh boy. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I'm going to have to improvise my opening statement because not opening statement, but like my opening speech. I didn't really make anything. It's been a oh wait, sorry. It's been a wild occurrence of events, folks. You know what I want to do right now? I want to sleep. I want to watch Ginny and Georgia and curl up in my bed. But also, hosting debates is cool. But let's see them. My bad. I was tapping the screen when you changed the layout. Oh, okay. No, you're good. Time to start. Vizzy's time to start investing. I don't know what that's about. Thank you guys for being here. But yes, it was supposed to start at 5. I ended up last minute moving it to 6. Some debates were taken out of the event, some were kept in, and yeah, for many different reasons. I'll get my stand, put myself on the screen, and yeah, we'll get going. Let's see. Oh, interesting. Sub. Hey people, share the live with anybody that you want to share it with. Share the live. I mean, there was a reason that I blocked him. I was just kind of tired of like the snarky comments, and
I feel like my biggest controversial take is that hamsters and gerbils are not pets that people want, and they're really bad pets, and that people want pet rats when they're trying to get gerbils and hamsters, and they don't realize it because they can't get over the stigma around rats.
oh, wait, why? Wait, I have a friend who has hamsters and bunnies, and
So bunnies are okay, but they're just gonna act like your vegan roommate. Like they're not gonna talk to you that much. They're there. Sometimes they'll bond with you if you're lucky. A rat will act like a dog. They will run up to you when you walk into the room. They will learn tricks. They will want to play with you. They will want to cuddle you if you give them snacks. Like people get gerbils and hamsters thinking they're going to get an animal that they can play with, an animal that they can pick up, an animal that they can play with. That's just not something that's going to happen because those animals are too small and their brains are underdeveloped. Their brains aren't developed enough to understand that your hand isn't a predator.
oh,
Rats can not only recognize faces, they can learn tricks. My rats know tricks. And they can distinguish between voices.
oh, okay. Well, that's pretty interesting.
I feel like this is, unfortunately, how the hell am I going to tie this to racism? Watch me.
Well, you don't have to tie it to racism.
I feel like it's purely stigmatism because people are too ignorant to overlook their own personal biases and do a little bit of research and take a 5-second Google search as opposed to always hearing that this thing is bad, this thing is dirty, they shouldn't like this thing, when in reality, it's what they've been looking for.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, I do have to start an event pretty soon. But thank you for the take. I do appreciate it. And yeah, we're gonna move on from there.
Okay.
But yeah, thank you for the take. I do appreciate it. That was a good like starting warm up thing. But what's up, peeps? Should I wear a mask? Oh my god, I got like a fruit fly in my room. It keeps flying around.
So when's the first debate?
It's supposed to happen at 6:40. So frankly, we've got like 40 minutes to burn with literally anything. I'm open to anything.
If someone wants to do a baby debate,
Sure. Maybe like I could wear my mask for this whole like debate thing. That'd be kind of cool. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. But let's see. What up, Prook?
Yo, there's a debate going on today, bro.
Yeah, it's happening.
wait, there's actually debates?
Yeah.
Huh?
I have I canceled some because I can't okay. There was
The reason that you said like on your story was because of like scheduling issues.
yeah, some scheduling issues and also trying to get this fruit fly. It's been in my room. I'm gonna unalive it.
Don't say that.
What?
No,
Why?
fruit flies are amazing.
I mean, they're annoying.
No, they're not.
They're not?
They're not annoying. They're cute little babies.
That makes sense.
Exactly.
I know, but
Cones.
I canceled some. I canceled one debate because I was feeling weird about it, and I didn't really know like how to feel about the debate and my morals and stuff like that. But
Because Coco's way too nice.
but
I've
one of
been-
them is due to scheduling.
I have a question that I've been asking atheists that I get pretty heinous responses for. You want to hear it?
Sure.
I don't want to debate. This is just going to be a minute or two. But why was Peter the first person convinced that Jesus rose from the dead? Why was the first person convinced that he rose from the dead?
No, sure.
See, that's what you're not sure.
It could be.
You don't have any
It could be
idea?
due to religious hallucinations.
Okay, there we go. That's one theory. Co, you don't have anything?
Rabbi Singer
Don't
told
wanna-
me that Peter was actually a spy from the Second Temple. I heard that theory.
Rabbi, he said that?
Yeah, Rabbi Singer. Yeah, if you know who that is, he has one video. It was like 2 months ago, and he was like, "Was Peter a Jewish spy?" For
He
the
doesn't.
church?
He doesn't think Peter was a Jewish spy, bro. That's clickbait. That title is clickbait.
I don't know because he was onto some small. He was kind of hinting at some small some actual. You should just go on. Yeah, most of it you're right. Like most of it was straightforward how you would think, but.
I just don't know why Peter was convinced that Jesus rose from the dead. Some crucified man on the cross is risen from the dead. Why is he convinced?
Because
I
maybe
think
the
Peru
morning
gave
of
the
it.
best explanation an atheist can give.
Yeah, exactly. Because of the mourning and the psychological torment that he did have because Jesus unalived and he was thinking about him. Exactly.
So he saw him risen, but he didn't actually see him risen.
It can be religious hallucination sometimes tied to it. The same reason why like you'll see something in your room move without, and then you'll look again like it doesn't move. It's just a hallucination.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm not going to push back on that too much.
Okay. Don't mind me. I'm getting ready.
Co, would you agree that he had a hallucination?
I'm not sure. Wait,
Bro.
Peter, right?
Why haven't you looked into this, bro? Come on.
I've been busy, but I do plan to look into it.
I'll send you some stuff, but
It's because Coco is not an agnostic anymore.
Oh
He's
no, I'm
a
still
Christian. You're an undercover spy, a Christian spy, some might say.
Never. Now I can't find the button. Wait, I found it? No.
Hallucination or not, it's really hard. I think I could believe if he acts in such a way, it might be true. I'm not too sure.
Wait, what might be true?
Like, well, he saw. It might not be hallucination. I just can't find a way to like.
Well, what could compel this dude to think that Jesus rose from the dead? It have to be.
But I'm not saying that he couldn't. He
That's
could be wrong.
Are we talking about the Apostle Paul
I'm talking about Peter.
or Saul, who became Peter?
Yeah.
What about him?
Yeah, Peter was the first person that was convinced Jesus rose from the dead. And I'm just asking, why was he convinced as the first person that Jesus rose from the dead? And I think that clear.
Oh, I would say the women came first before Peter came along, because they saw Jesus first. Mary Magdalene and the other Mary, they saw Jesus at the tomb. It's pretty cool. And then I guess the angels that were there told him that he rose from the dead, and then Jesus spoke out to one of them.
Yeah, I feel you. I think that's true as well. But I'm taking a more skeptical, scholarly approach to it, which they would say that Peter is the bedrock vision or experience.
Wait, Coco, did you
Actually, I would
cancel the P-Mars
say
debate?
for those scholars, they should start with the women,
Yeah,
because
they don't believe
women weren't necessarily all that in a bag of chips to a lot of people back then, in terms of having a woman's perspective on things. And I guess some people back then didn't really look to women for a lot of stuff. But for those women in particular, they heard they saw Jesus Christ and he came out from the dead. And then those women decided to go to the men and tell them, the disciples, like, hey, we just saw Jesus at the tomb. Jesus Christ has rose back from the dead. And I guess a lot of them really didn't believe, and some probably did. But when Jesus finally appeared to them and he saw them, that changed their life significantly. And it changed Thomas. And Thomas automatically started believing. Once Christ showed him his hands and showed him his pierced side when he got pierced by a spear. So I give credit to the women. The women did a phenomenal thing.
Yeah, that's fair.
Wait, Coco, did you cancel the P-Mars debate?
None of that happened. None of that happened. Like, Peter never said anything.
So yeah?
But you canceled a P-Mars debate, Coco?
That's the P-Mars debate
Yeah.
with Jim.
Yeah. I just
Put that as OnlyFans.
I was thinking about whether I should host it or not, but I couldn't really figure out like whether it would be right for me to host it. Like there were advantages and disadvantages to hosting it, and since it was like unclear which one I should do, I just decided I'm not going to do it.
Made about.
Whether God is necessary for knowledge or something like that.
God is necessary for knowledge. I mean, without him, we wouldn't have any knowledge. That doesn't make sense, buddy.
So
Wait, what?
Give us a rational mind.
Coco
Deconstruction,
actually canceled the no degree debate.
No, that one's still on. And
Wait,
actually,
You canceled it,
Just Jim?
remember?
we should probably start the event soon, but it's up to you guys.
Wait, no. Why did he cancel Just Jim's debate though? That one's gonna be. I was supposed to be entertaining. I was gonna be. I really came for that one.
Because like P Mars is literally known for spamming the N-word in Discord, and he's been saying racist stuff in comments throughout.
Yeah, but I don't think he's gonna do it now.
It doesn't matter.
He's with himself while we talk to him, and he sells it on his OnlyFans account. That's gross.
And plus,
No,
it's Coco's panel.
It's Chatterbait.
Deconstruction. Don't you think it's kind of?
Is he?
Don't you think it's kind of unfair to say that we expect like Peter to have written something about this, given that he was like illiterate, and so we're like 99% of people that could write at the level of the New Testament? Isn't that pretty unfair?
Can you guys still hear me?
Actually gives it more weight about what I'm saying, because they're saying like Peter definitely couldn't write it. The people he was with probably couldn't have wrote it. So whoever wrote this material is probably way separated from Peter.
No, dude, it was Paul.
Well, Peter.
It was
gosh,
Paul.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it was Paul knew Peter. Paul knew James.
Hold on. You think Paul wrote like the Gospels?
No, 1 Corinthians chapter 15. Paul says Jesus appeared to Peter. Jesus appeared to the 12. Jesus appeared more than 500. Jesus appeared to James. And last of all, Jesus appeared to him. That was a letter written by Paul. And also in Galatians, Paul says...
Yeah, but that wasn't intended. That wasn't intended to say that like Peter was the first.
Well,
No, it's just saying that Jesus Christ appeared to all those people.
Well, okay, Jared, I don't want to get onto that, but
I don't think Paul's necessarily historical. Actually, I think there's a lot of questions about that right now.
Yeah, I know that Christ before Jesus tries to make a case and whatnot. I have a survey.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Hold on. What do you mean Christ before Jesus?
I don't really listen to that. What I'm saying is most of the books from I'm aware that are written by Paul, we're not sure that it's actually from Paul. We think those are counterfeit because those disagree with the orders from Paul.
No, hold
so
on,
even
hold
if
on,
we
hold on,
like
hold on.
7 of them,
Not
all
most,
the
not most.
all the pastoral epistles. Am I wrong?
No, hold on. Not
You're
most.
not wrong.
Not most. Just
okay.
Timothy.
So how many letters did Paul write?
7 is.
I don't know the number
Okay,
exactly.
so let me talk about
doesn't
that.
mean most.
So 7. So 7 are thought to have been written by Paul, according to the overwhelming majority of historians. And then the 6 that are thought not to be written by him are other people using his name for credibility, which would be a very common.
Hold on, no. That was a common. Hold on. So let's separate a couple things real quick. Firstly, when we're talking about Timothy, like whether or not I agree, right? Like if Timothy is not written by Paul, it's not that big of a deal though, because it's a very common literary technique of the first 5 centuries.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, though.
No,
if you're going to use a
hold
letter
on.
by Paul, but it doesn't matter to you if it's even by Paul, don't use that letter. Don't even bring that guy up to me.
Hold on.
So what are you guys even really
I do
implying?
have
You're saying
to-
that the New Testament's inaccurate?
Hold on.
Guys,
Are you
guys,
saying
guys,
yeah?
guys.
Like what's exactly? What's the end goal here? Right? Are you saying?
Yeah,
that,
what are you guys
like,
implying?
Guys, this conversation is great and all, but I should probably start the event soon. We could probably talk about it after the event. But yeah, I just thought a lot of
Coco,
you
thanks
guys,
for having me up. Love you, bye. Have a good night.
oh yeah, and
All right.
I guess I just
Coco,
allowed a little
if
bit
you
of
need-
conversation before the event, but like yeah, we'll talk later. Definitely, there'll be plenty of time.
But if you need someone for the event, like to check comments.
To be honest, sure, yeah. I guess for the event.
Did I actually get moderator? Y'all, Coco's the new god for everyone asking.
I mean, no, I'm far from.
He is blessing me with his presence.
Hold on.
Yeah,
So
you can-
what's the event?
It's gonna be like honestly, it's gonna be like 3 debates, maybe 4. Actually, no, 3.
See, me and No Degree could have debated that tonight, Coco.
You know,
You're canceled.
you and No Degree.
Basically he's wanting to debate like if like abortion is like slavery somewhat.
Oh,
But see
Oh.
you soon. When's the pro-life and pro-choice debate?
that was supposed to be tonight, but we couldn't get confirmation on OG Kylo's opponent. So
I'm crying.
yeah, so OG Kylo was supposed to debate tonight. We couldn't get confirmation on his opponent. Kaysen was supposed to debate tonight, but he was like on vacation, and Truth Over Tea said that like it's okay if I can just reschedule the debate for a later time because of his vacation thing. Like he should probably be resting with his vacation. So I guess
Coco?
huh?
You've probably seen it, but a lot of people are asking if you can unblock Herbal.
Yeah, no. I did it for a reason. I didn't really like.
Okay.
I
just wanted to let you know that people were saying that. So
Oh, okay.
that's it. You don't have to explain to me.
Wait, who's Herbo?
Somebody that I guess I used to be friends with that everybody really loves. I did it for a reason. I didn't really like. I guess I'll explain anyway. I just didn't really like I don't like getting snarky comments from people. over tons of lives. I'm not really interested in that right now. So I just like I blocked his main account and his second account. I'm not really interested in like people, I don't know, I guess bullying me from the comments, but it's not really like bullying me, but it's just like I'm over it. I don't really want that. So and PMars is also blocked.
Hey,
I'm trying
Coco.
to make light of that situation, but it's not my job to save people or correct people's decisions that they make.
Coco.
Take care of myself. Huh?
Coco. Woo! It's debate day, man. All right?
Yeah.
Let's go. Lively
Okay.
up. You hear me?
Yeah.
Focus up. All right? I need some energy out of you. You hear me?
Yeah.
It's a good day. Debates are going to be fucking swaggy. All right? You're going to do a great job. You're putting on a great show full of substance and rhetoric and linear comprehension. Let's go,
Hopefully.
baby. What's this sadness?
Thank you. I appreciate
All
it.
right? You don't control other people. You're not responsible for them. All right? Brighten the fuck up, Buttercup. It's going to be a good day.
Shark, I genuinely love you.
Go get some fucking water, all right? And let's get ready, all right?
Yeah. But okay. Cool. And yeah.
Go get some water.
I have some.
All right. I apologize. All right.
No, you're good. You're so good. But yeah, 62 people in here. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it.
AR raided you.
AR. Oh, cool. No,
I'm here from the AR raid.
Thank you guys.
Which
And,
sounds weird in a different context, but
Before I drop,
on TikTok,
I just want to say there was an opportunity for me and Jim to do a debate, but he would rather debate an individual who's no longer with us. Rest in peace. So blame Jim for missing out on one great debate. All right, L Jim in the comments.
I mean,
I blame Jim for almost everything.
That's smart.
Rest in peace.
Mostly why I'm always horny.
I love Jim. I love.
Did you say
Jim
horny?
Jim is pretty cool.
Yo,
that.
wait.
We fuck with Jim.
Wait, who was unalived? I mean, who was?
Nah, don't worry about it, man. The P stands for piss.
The P stands for piss.
Yeah. He's resting in piss.
So wait, Coco, what time is the thing going on?
I should probably start it right now and get through the introduction, and then the first debate's gonna be No Degree and Vizzy, who are starting at 6:40 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
Wait, Vizzy, you're debating No Degree?
So yeah, I had like 60 people. I had like 60 people in my live, and I was like, "Yo, we out to Coco's."
Okay.
So that's what happened. Yeah.
Thank you.
AR, you sound different from when you're talking from a guest box.
Why do I sound different?
He doesn't
I'm
sound
just not
different.
used to seeing your little box.
Wait, why did everyone tell you to?
Because I have a little box. I have some little small box. Right?
Wait.
You definitely have a little
I'm
box.
not used to seeing your tiny little box.
Wait, Coco, why is everyone telling you to?
Are you guys trying to say I have little box energy?
Herbal.
I feel like that's what you guys are trying to say right now.
It's a long story, but I'll explain afterwards.
All right.
Is that what you guys are trying to say? I have a little box energy now? Is that what you're
I have a little box, that's for sure.
No, but do I have a little box energy? Is that what you're trying to say?
I have epistemic certainty. You have a little box.
Yo, who's trying to box in here?
But I'm saying like it's not. But I don't have little box energy though, right? Like that's not a thing.
I mean, little box energy is good.
No, I want big box energy.
All right,
No, you
Coco,
don't.
you can kick all of us, man. Okay, focus up, chin up, drink your water, enjoy your event.
Okay. That's
Wait,
good.
don't kick AR because don't kick AR because he's probably bringing in like guests and shit.
When's the debate start?
I'm bringing the heat. You know?
I guess technically like 6:20. The first debate isn't until like 6:40.
6:20 Central.
Yeah.
So in 5 minutes.
Yeah, so like in 5 or 4 minutes. But
So in
5 or 4.
5
So
or
in
4.
4 minutes.
It's gonna be in 4 or 3 minutes.
So in 4 minutes, say we gotta say the 80.
It's gonna be 20 or 15 minutes. Something like
Yeah.
You already know. You already
It's
know.
gonna be in
You got
6 or 1
4
minute.
minutes. You got 4 minutes to tell everybody who you love and who you actually want to date. You know, they could be out there listening.
It's
Hey,
gonna be
you're
either
weird
10
as a
or 3
guest, bro.
minutes.
You're weird as a guest.
Got a crush on.
Yo, that's crazy.
Hey, Brooklyn.
I'm weird as a guest. That's crazy.
It's like you don't know what to do with your hands when you're in that little box.
Yo, you know what's crazy about that? I don't know what to do with my hands when I'm talking.
Coco,
But
what time am I
need a
debating?
fidget spinner when we talk. I
9
don't
Central.
yeah, 9:20 Central Daylight Time.
So that's 7. Stop saying Central Daylight. It's Central Standard.
No. It is Central Daylight Time for me.
I think it's
It's
Central
not
Daylight Time.
daylight. What are you talking about? We're not in daylight right now, are we?
It's legitimately a time zone.
No, we're not. We don't have a daylight savings. What? What's going on? Daylight
Swear,
time?
like look it up, because I actually like I look
Okay, but it's 7 like Pacific, right? Yeah.
Yeah. You're in the West Coast. Yeah.
Yeah, like so
Yeah.
you should be debating at like 10:20 CST.
No.
CST though. I thought it was CST.
No. Stop saying that. CST is CDT. It's the same time zone.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, I swear it's not. I literally looked
It
it
is.
STD, ST. Wait, Coco. There's only 4 time zones in the United States of America.
I'm not lit yet.
You are.
When it's 9:20 CST or CDT, it's 10:20 EST or Eastern Standard Time.
Yes, that's true.
It's
Wait, that would
8:20
be
Mountain Time and 7:20
7:20.
Pacific.
No, there's
Yes,
literally
exactly.
there's literally a Central
Mountain
Daylight
Time.
Time.
Yeah, but
It's the same as CST, bro.
Same thing as Central
It's
CST.
It's the same thing as Central Standard Time. It's just nobody says
What did you
Central
Google?
Daylight Time.
Wait, hold on. Let me check.
What did you
it.
Google?
Look up CST. I'm not with. I promise. But listen, right? If you look up CST,
Wait. The debate starts in 2 or 1 minute.
No, 2 minutes. 2 minutes. No. Wait, I'm not with yet. I promise.
It's 3 or 2.
Yeah, it's 3 or
promise.
2 minutes.
I promise, yo.
Wait, no.
Wait, we can get the shots going though.
Wait, hold on. I might even smoke for this event. So, like, I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Yo,
Oh
wait,
my
I'm about to take a. I'm about to take a.
Only the
Bam,
best
bam,
ideas
bam,
win.
bam, 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 bam.
Are you gonna
What
take
song is that?
a hit of the Benjamin Franklin?
Coco
Yeah.
should have me as a co-host.
Do you guys
Coco.
recognize that melody? Bum, bam,
Actually,
bam, bam, bam,
legit,
bam.
AR, do you want to be a
Bum, bum,
co-host?
bum,
I mean,
bum.
like,
I mean, I do. Like, I got the personality for it. You know what I'm saying?
do you want to like keep time? I guess.
I don't know how to do that, but I'll keep time.
Yeah,
I'll
you
try
do.
to-
Hey, AR, that's weaponized ignorance right there.
First of all,
But yeah, there was one time I was going by CST and I messed up the debates on the last event. Like,
you know what it
It was
is.
bad.
Well,
You know what it is. I'm gonna tell you what it is.
what the fuck is this guy doing up here?
What
Who?
did I do?
Okay,
Are you talking
yeah,
about
but we
John,
do.
or are you talking about
Well, I mean,
Wise?
technically we have.
I was
like,
talking
20
about
minutes.
John because Kunta came up after, but I mean, the question was probably more appropriate for Kunta.
Wait, Kunta is wise soul?
That actually makes a lot more sense. Yeah.
Did-
You
did
said
he
what,
go-
Coco?
Okay, actually, you know what? Okay, I'll unblock Herbal because he technically didn't really do anything wrong.
Wait, why is her?
Why'd you block him in the first?
Wait, nobody needs to investigate why Coco blocked anybody, okay? Shut up. The debate started in 2 or 1 minute.
It was 2 minutes. 2
Zach
minutes
is
ago.
really trying so hard, right?
The debate started 2
He's
minutes
trying
or
to
1
be a
minute
co-host. You
ago.
trying to take my spot, Zach? You trying to take my spot?
No, I could take your spot without trying.
Oh, okay.
I just didn't like people throwing shade at me in the comment section.
Oh,
So basically, what I'm hearing is,
Yo, you know, they
you
say I'm
are-
the Dominican. Somebody said that I'm the Dominican Coco. That's what they say, Dominican Coco. And I'm like, what does that mean? I have no idea what that means. But I guess I'm the Dominican version of you. I don't know what.
I don't know if AR needs to host today. He seems a little bit drunk.
No,
if you
no,
catch
he's
my-
good.
I'm really not. Like, I
You know what
promise
it seems like? It seems like he's like outside, about to go for the first date, like, introduction. And he's just
Nah.
like got all this energy. He doesn't know what
I
to
bet
do.
you anything
I'm always hyped when it comes to like the day of debates. I really am.
I bet you anything his face is sweating right now. I just imagine him pacing the house.
Oh yeah, he's
all
got the meat
excited,
sweats.
drunk.
Guys, listen, right? I haven't drank yet. So imagine when I do. It's gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun.
That's true. Wit said Zach can take AR's box anytime. That's true.
Whoa! I will never let Zach take my box.
That's gonna happen in
You'll
19.
give it to me? That's wild.
I will never give you my box. That is wild.
just remember this is,
If I had a box,
Coco-
I would have given it to nobody.
but y'all just remember Coco
Whoa,
is
Wit says
blessing us
also
with his presence. So
Okay.
so don't be mean to Coco, y'all. Coco is so nice. He's so amazing. We love
That's
Coco. Can we
crazy.
get some W Cocos in the chat?
Are you
Yo,
sponsored
Haru-
by Krispy
Haru,
Kreme?
thank you for saving my life like a couple of days ago.
Hmm?
Thank you for saving my life a couple of days ago.
No problem. Don't worry.
Okay, so technically the first debate's gonna start at like 6:40, so like there is a little bit of leeway that I have right now. because I just need to get through the introduction.
Oh,
which
so we
is probably
got
gonna
like
take me, like 10 minutes.
we got like 18 or 15 minutes before it starts.
Yeah, so.
Oh, Summer says Zach would for sure be the hostess with the most Eastern Standard Time. Thank you, Summer.
There's a guy named Bitcoin trying to come up here.
Don't.
All right.
Okay, invite him. But if he starts dancing, we can't kick him.
Okay, but what am I
Hello.
doing?
Speaking of Bitcoin, have you guys heard Lil Wayne's album yet?
Bro, that shit was ass.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. I do like the first song on the album though. But
Was it the Carter 5?
Carter 6?
Carter 6, yeah, that's what I mean. Damn. You really fucked up the Carter series?
Well, I didn't think the Carter 5 was that good either.
Okay, you're dumb.
Besides Mona Lisa.
Oh my god.
What is the
That's one of my
problem?
favorite songs.
What Bitcoin? What'd you say? What's the prompt?
Yeah. What's the prompt?
Well, the prompt is
Actually, okay,
I like
actually, wait.
Bitcoin.
I should probably get started.
Okay, later Bitcoin. Love you.
But
My favorite Carter is the Carter 2, but Carter 3 is probably my
Carter 3 is my favorite. That's just because I'm younger than you.
Actually,
But I get Carter 3 being people's favorites. I think Carter
Yeah.
3 is really, really strong.
What's up, Zach?
But actually,
team. Yo, the team came out here with venom in his voice. What's up, man?
or let me say this: if I finish the introduction and we have a little bit of time left, then like fuck it. Actually, you guys don't have to drop. I'm just gonna do the introduction, and if we have time left, then we can like just fill the time.
Wait, we have
and stuff.
But I thought we had 16 or 15 minutes before the debates start.
Well, now it's about now it's like
gonna,
3
introduce
4 or 3 minutes.
everything, I guess, and
All right, all right, let's go. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum.
Let me flip camera. Okay.
Play the song. Bum 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 bum.
What song? Oh,
Presenting COCO, the controversial compass, where the best ideas win.
Oh, the song from my YouTube channel.
Hailing from the motherland of Imo State, Nigeria.
Read paragraph above. Pause to read.
After the once we get these debates over with, I am gonna be smoking a lot. Like I want to be out.
That's what I'm talking about. Keep doing your thing.
But okay, I guess we can get started. Let's do it. So, okay. Hello, everyone. Happy to see 62 people here. I really appreciate it. I appreciate everyone like showing up. Obviously, today we're doing Day of Debates 5, COCO Mania. This event was inspired by Sir, of course. Sir, you know, he gave me the idea for like the wrestling aspect of it.
God fucking damn it! I told you not to tell anybody this.
I know, but it was such a cool idea. I loved it, so I ran with it. What a time to be alive. So Day of Debates 5, you know, COCO Mania, what a time to be alive.
Somebody in the comments is bringing up a good point, and it's that the background behind you says Day of Debate 6.
Oh, fuck, it does. Shit, okay. The numbering kind of got mixed up. I'll explain that right now. The numbering did get mixed up because I did combine certain events together because we didn't have enough like debates for certain events. So
It's like the Final Fantasy series.
I just kind of like, you know, combined it. And yeah, also like we don't have that much time before TikTok is like bananaed again. The deadline is on June 19th. Donald Trump extended it 75 days, landed on June 19th.
Isn't that Juneteenth? Isn't that the Juneteenth holiday?
That might actually be Juneteenth, actually, I think.
Or is that the 13th?
It's Juneteenth.
I'm not sure, but I'd probably have to check that later. But anyway, thank you guys for being here. Day of Debates 5, COCO Mania. What a time to be alive. I want to thank you guys for being here. It's an honor to have you guys all here. And also, AR is going to be co-hosting with me. AR has a Discord that you can join, so ask him, and he can give you access to that. He also hosts live himself.
On my profile, so you could just go to my profile. It's right there. The link is on the bottom.
Yeah, it's on his profile. He hosts lives as well. Typically, my platform is the Controversial Compass, where the best ideas win. I try to document my journey to figure out what I believe in. I'm agnostic, and we explore science, philosophy, Christianity, atheism, deism, a lot of different things. Today we have like a lot of amazing debates. We have 3. A few of them were kind of like canceled because of people's availability, which is fine. And some of them were canceled because I'm trying to be responsible with my platform, and I want to have good morality, and I don't want to platform or give energy and like attention to people who don't deserve it or treat people in a bad manner. I kind of weighed the pros and cons of keeping this debate or getting rid of it, and I couldn't clearly make a decision, so I thought the best idea was just to remove the debate.
Who are you talking about?
Don't worry about it.
Why would you say all that and then not like?
Don't worry about it. Let him do his intro. Shut up, sir. Shut up.
We have 3 debates today due to like some being removed. It's going to be No Degree versus Vizzy, which is starting at 6:40. Is slavery in the Bible moral? That's going to be their topic. Bought by Blood is going to be debating cyber deconstruction on Luke is a 2nd century document. That's going to be happening at 8:00 p.m. to 8:50 p.m. with 10 minutes of Q&A and then 20 minutes of further audience comments. And then we're going to have Sir versus Joe Sings at 9:20 p.m. to 10:20 p.m. Did Jesus rise from the dead? That's going to be their topic.
What you gonna do, brother?
Yeah, those debates are going to be pretty exciting. And I guess like the last thing I'm going to say is a quick reminder to, first and foremost, gift the people who are debating. They have blessed me with their presence. They're here entertaining all of us today. They have studied these topics thoroughly, and they're here to defend what they believe in and put on debates for you guys. So feel free to gift if you can. If you can't gift, that is completely fine. I understand that like life is really hard right now. All of us are struggling financially.
Well, everybody isn't.
Yeah, everybody is. And your presence and just tapping the screen is like I'm grateful that you're taking time out of your day to tune in to this live. Your presence and tapping the screen is enough. And I love you just for being here. Gifts simply do aid everyone involved with managing their channels and helping them to do this more. So gift the debaters, and if you can,
thanks for the rose. Smells good.
And yes, we do love the roses.
Hey, sir, pipe down.
But yeah, gift the debaters, and if you can, gift me. I do take all of the gifts, and I do reinvest it into this thing that I do on TikTok. So given that, with no further delay, we have 10 minutes until the first debate. I'll allow audience
That's
comments.
a further delay. What do you mean no further delay?
Okay, actually, that's probably going to be a further delay. Sorry. My brain.
Well, in like 9 or 8 minutes, we'll...
Yeah, in 10 minutes, we're going to start the first debate, and it's going to
Thanks for the rose. Smells good. Thanks for the rose. Smells good. Thanks for the rose. Smells good. Thanks for the rose. Smells good.
Yeah, thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it. And yeah, we're going to get to it. And yeah, now you guys can talk for like 10 minutes and fill up the space.
We can delay.
Thanks for those roses.
Okay.
Oh, thanks for the chili pepper.
Hey, bring Herbal back!
Okay, yeah, we got it.
Bring Herbal back!
Yeah, we got it.
Bring Herbal back!
Hey, Slurms.
Bring Herbal back!
Hey, Slurms. Slurms.
I think.
Wait, who
Slurms
gave me
is
200? Wait, I've only been up here and I haven't even said anything. I haven't even said hi. Why do I have 200?
It was cyber deconstruction. That's who it was.
Slurps, he's literally...
Who sent me 200 coins?
You guys need to fight more.
You can check that, John Geary.
Wait a minute, he's back?
Oh my god. Jesus fucking Christ.
You guys need to fight more to make the debate more entertaining. You guys need to stop.
He is back? Oh, fuck, he's back! Well, welcome back!
Oh my god.
Wild.
All right, now without any further delay, there's about 5 more minutes. Sir, take it away.
Okay,
yeah. So we have a great lineup of debates tonight. We have 3 debates. Unfortunately, I had a controversial issue pop up with one of the people, and I'm not going to say who, but he says some things that I'm not sure if I do or don't agree with. So I went ahead and removed him from the debates tonight, so he won't be debating. So we only have 3 debates instead of 4. But
Sir, who was
people that are
it?
debating, well, I can't say who, but the people that are debating,
You can't, or you won't.
They thoroughly researched the topics.
You
and
can't, or you won't.
Listen, I can't.
Okay, under what modality?
Against my moral, controversial compass.
It's morally impossible. That's a first.
Hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna need this since Texas is banning it in like a couple days. So gotta do the most I can.
You can't even allude to that. Okay.
Coco, you should hoard it up before they ban it.
I have like a couple pens in my desk. You know.
Wait. Never mind.
For writing stuff?
Yeah, for writing stuff.
Why did Mob come up just to flee from me again? He won't debate me.
This debate's going to start in 7 or 2 minutes.
Possibly 15.
Okay.
Who are we waiting on? We're waiting on No Degree?
Actually, in 7 minutes, the first debate's gonna start.
Oh damn, bro! Coco's. Wait, can I say the PUSSY word on TikTok or no?
I think you can say that. Oh,
you think I can?
Yeah.
Okay, Coco's higher than giraffe pussy right now.
I think I got a bubble in my throat.
So is Vizzy and No Degree debating first?
Are you that nervous for the debate?
No.
Not anymore. Not since about 10 seconds ago.
Okay, let's get started.
Yo, Herbal said higher than what?
I thought we already started like 4 or 5 minutes ago.
I'm doing my opening.
AR's cooking in this debate right now.
Any
Wait, who's cooking?
Any around the rooms?
Hello, Cyber.
This is probably not the best thing.
Who's judging this?
My nemesis is here. It's time.
Technically, it's gonna be the people in the audience. But any questions, any comments, and then we can get to it. I do have to bring Cage up. He wanted to come up.
My question and comment is, hey Cyber, do you want to cancel?
Let's get Mean Oakland up here to interview the competitors.
Right.
I just low-key want to say something. Coco, 1, I didn't know you were Nigerian. And 2, I didn't know you were from Imo State.
Oh no, yeah.
Wait, you're Nigerian too, Bobby?
But learning that makes
I'm
him
from
like
Imo
you
State
more.
and Nigerian, and also we live in the same town. That is
Yeah, I'm Nigerian too.
Wait, you guys are like Slurms and me, but different.
Wait. How do you know? How do you know?
How do you know? How do I know what?
Oh, like we're in the same town.
You told me. You told me like a year ago. Before I got off the app.
And he cares about you, so he remembers.
Crosses out of the chat.
I was wondering if you knew like my relatives.
You probably.
I know your relatives.
If you're in the same town, they'll probably meet up in one function or another.
Yeah, probably. Okay, this might have been a bad decision. This debate's gonna be it's gonna be cool.
John, people just showing up just to cancel their debates and drop.
Bro, why is G-Rob spamming crosses in the comments?
You look fly right now, Coco.
Hey, John,
I mean, actually, somebody recently in Day of Debate's history set the fashion bar such that nobody can ever look worse.
Oh, damn.
J-Rob, no crosses allowed in chat.
It was
J-Rob,
it was
stop doing
Kylo.
But that was the first day of debates.
He dressed like a snowman for the first one.
That was the first one.
His was really cool. Wait, okay.
I actually do have I have a genuine question.
Go for it.
Oh.
The debates are camera on, right?
I would personally prefer camera on, but I'm not gonna force you to have cameras on.
Well, I just need to know if I need to put pants on.
Coco, can you block Wit, please?
Okay, yeah, don't worry. We will.
Oh, Wit's actually. Oh, wait. There's an emoji that desecrates the cross. There's like a cross with a bunch of boards on it.
Hang on. I would like to know why Zach is doing his best Slurms impression with these inflections right now. I don't know what the deal is, but it's
Hey Slurms, what will you? Hey Slurms, will you give me what I asked for?
If Slurms while he's trying to insult me.
If I win my debate, will you give me what I asked for?
Holy shit, bro!
Bro, I think Bot by Blood is gonna win.
Yeah, you will never get
Slurms. I'm just asking if I win my debate, will you give me what I asked for?
Why?
Cyber deconstruction might win. My money's on Cyber.
Hey, Triple B. We
need to my friend. Dizzy, when you say John's going to win, do you mean by audience vote?
Well, I don't really care about that. I'm just
Oh
trying to
no,
get
no,
Mermaid
he's
AI
just
from
no, he's just
Planet.
gonna win by aura. He doesn't even need to speak.
Yeah, so this, I don't know who this guy John is, but he won't stop messaging my 14-year-old son. Can you please leave me and my family alone?
What?
Guys, no degree is here, so we should probably get started.
Let's get
All
started.
right, I'll drop down.
Everybody
Nigeria
out.
401 East for 4 kilometers.
So who's gonna
Nigeria.
Everyone drop. All right,
who's
let's
gonna
get
start
Nathan
first?
Okay.
All right, I'm dropping down.
All right, everyone get out of here. Let's
Everyone
get
except
Nathan
for
first.
AR can drop down.
Yeah, everyone except for AR and me. Go ahead and.
Actually, hold on. AR, just in case, like, I am too out of it for this, I'm gonna send you the document so you can, like, take over if need be.
Yeah, do that. I got you. I'll take care of it. I'll take care of it. Yeah.
But I think I should be good. Okay, let me do that real quick.
Yeah, let me, you want me to set the timer?
Let me see. Upload a file. Let's see, master copy. Okay, and I've sent it to you. Now let me see. I might be able to do the first couple, and then if my second phone dies, then like yeah, you can take over the timer. But
Gotcha. So I don't have to do the timer then, right?
not for now, but I'll let you know when.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna look over the document while you do that. So I can,
Okay. But thank you guys for being here. Now we have our debaters, Vizzy and No Degree. The topic is the slavery in the Bible moral? So No Degree is going to be taking the affirmative, and Vizzy, you're going to be taking the opposition. And you guys will be doing the 1 hour debate format. So No Degree, you're going to get 5 minutes. Vizzy, you're going to get 5 minutes for your opener, 2 rounds of 10-minute cross-examination, and 2 5-minute closers. So that's what that's going to be. And No Degree, you will start first. And let me get the timer. You will start first with your 5 minutes, and I'll start when you say your first word. You ready, No Degree?
I'm ready.
Your 5-minute opener will start when you say your first words.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for joining me in another, I think this is my 4th debate in about 3 weeks. My 4th win after this is over. Again, it's about biblical slavery. And the question is, now I specifically structured the debate, what my argument is biblical slavery morally justified under the conditions of the Mosaic Law? That's what I'll be arguing. I don't think that you could argue biblical slavery under the position of the Egyptians enslaving the Hebrews was morally justified. But I do believe there's morally justified reasons for the Mosaic Law and the conditions there. But first of all, let me remind everyone, this debate is lost by the atheists before it ever starts, because atheists cannot ground morality, so they essentially have to steal from a Christian worldview to use these ethical standards that they were given by having to be born in areas that were influenced by Christianity. So it's just the case an atheist is never going to be able to argue that biblical slavery is immoral, because they don't have any standard to justify it. So for the sake of the debate, I will allow my opponent to borrow from Christian ethics to try to make his point. But what I will be doing here is arguing that even by doing that, we can say, yeah, there could be some morally justified reasons for slavery under the Mosaic Law. For example, under the Mosaic Law, we see lots of prescriptions for not harvesting all of your wheat, your crops and things like this, leaving this for the poor, the foreigner, people like this. We see the Bible specifically warning against debt. And so God put in these prescriptions to for people to avoid being put into debt and stuff like that. But under the chance that they are put into debt, then there's also prescriptions on how a debt slave should be treated There's also prescriptions on how a prisoner of war slave should be treated. And look, the Bible teaches that they were living in a society of immense immorality, evil people around them trying to oppress them on every side, even evil giants, trying to oppress them. So obviously, under the context of what was going on, we could reasonably say that there was some moral justification for this. Even Dr. Josh Bowen has acknowledged that the societies around the ancient Near East had these consistent laws. So this seems to be a social norm, a social agreement among the society in which everybody was actively participating in these things. This is the way things were done. This is prior to the transformation of the world because of the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ. So we're not living in that society then because Jesus Christ had not transformed the world yet. So God is dealing with that situation as it's playing out and allowing these things. Now, my opponent isn't really going to be able to argue against this because politicians make these points a lot today. They'll say something like women's right to choose. And I'm careful with my words here, but morally justified because if we didn't allow it, it would be done in unsafe manners that were actually more dangerous. We've seen Democrats often in America argue that. We see them argue, well, we should legalize certain substances, drugs that were illegal. We should make them legal because we can ensure they're done safely. Certain things like adult entertainment, adult film type things should be allowed because to not allow it, it would be done in the dark, under the ground, and be less safe. So one could reasonably say, okay, well, look, if God, by God legislating, allowing it, it's done out in the open where it can be done safely in a safe manner, because if not, people would have done it anyway. And that's true today. We can even make that case today because there's actually more slaves today than any time in human history, despite more laws against slavery than any time in human history. So something is going on here because we actually have less need for forced labor today. So what is going on here? Well, we just see that people just don't mind oppressing other people.
Okay, your time's up.
Wow, I thought you were going to give me like a minute warning.
Oh, sorry about that. But I can do that for the rest of the rounds.
Okay.
Vizzy, you're going to get 5 minutes to do your opening, and it starts whenever you say your first word.
Okay, so all right, I'm starting now. Hello everyone. I'll be answering no to the prompt: is a slavery permitted by God in the Bible morally excusable? What is slavery? There are at least two forms of slavery permitted in the Bible: chattel slavery and indentured servitude. What is indentured servitude? Indentured servitude is a form of slavery or servanthood that involves a temporary contract between a servant and his master, typically to repay a debt. What is chattel slavery? According to Merriam-Webster, the word chattel refers to an item of tangible, movable, or immovable property, except real estate and things such as buildings connected with real property. By deduction, we can infer that chattel slavery is a type of slavery that involves the owning of another human being's property. In many cases, Christians will try to moralize the Bible's endorsement of slavery by saying that the slavery condoned by the God of the Bible was only indentured servitude. But they're wrong. The Bible makes a distinction between those two forms of slavery, and it endorses both of them, as I will demonstrate momentarily with the verses. Why is it that you have the right to certain objects in your possession? If you have some livestock, a car, or even a phone, what is it that you're allowed to do with those things that makes them your property? The answer to that question is that you can buy, sell, own these things permanently and hand them over to anyone you choose, perhaps as inheritance to your offspring without any legal repercussions. Leviticus 25 infamously states, your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you, and then you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and the members of your clan born in your country, and it will be your property. 46, you can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and can make them slaves for life, but you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly. Not only does this passage encompass all the things you have the right to do with your property, as previously mentioned, but it also explicitly states that the slaves would become the property of the Israelites, A rhetorical question I would like to pose for my opponent and the audience is: do you find this morally defensible? Would you want to be property of someone else? Would you want your parents, friends, sons, or daughters to be property? Deuteronomy 20:10-14 states, "When you march up to a city, make its people an offer of peace. If they accept and open their gates, all the people in it shall be subjected to forced labor and shall work for you. If they refuse to make peace and they engage you in battle, lay siege in that city. When the Lord your God delivers it into your hand, put to the sword all the men in it." So basically kill all the men. As for the women, the children, the livestock, and everything else in the city, you may take these as plunder for yourself. And you may use the plunder the Lord your God gives you from your enemies. Would the morally perfect God recommend the unnecessary enslavement of a people group to a nation that is attacking this people group? Would you want to be overcome by another nation and forced into labor? Would you like this on your children? In this verse, God tells the Israelites to take the women, children, and other things as plunder. What is plunder? Plunder is defined as property that is taken by force. So we can throw away objections from Christians saying that slaves volunteer to be someone else's property. Would you like to be taken by force as mere plunder along with everyone you know? These questions are important because they allow you to reflect on your moral values relative to these passages. Another way Christians try to moralize and condemn the slavery condoned by the Bible is by pointing to verses like Exodus 21:16, which condemns the kidnapping of Israelite males. But there are two problems with trying to do this. Firstly, this verse only applies to Israelites, and we know this because the chapter starts by addressing Hebrew slaves, and Deuteronomy 24:7, which parallels Exodus 21:16, explicitly clarifies the application of the law is exclusive to Israelites. Another problem with using this verse to justify biblical slavery is that kidnapping is not the only way to obtain slaves. A few ways that slaves can be obtained are by capturing people in war for slavery, as I previously mentioned, acquiring people born into slavery by ancestry, and buying slaves from someone else. Other ancient Near Eastern laws prohibited the kidnapping of people, but it was still legal to keep slaves. An example of this would be the Hammurabi Code. In the Hammurabi Code, the kidnapping of other human beings was prohibited, yet the code not only permitted the owning of slaves, but it also prohibited people from helping runaway slaves and rewarded people for returning runaway slaves. Yet my opponent would not say that the Hammurabi Code's slavery is morally defensible because it condemns the kidnapping of another human being. This shows that a prohibition on kidnapping and a prohibition on slavery are not mutually exclusive. And this was understood by the writers of the Torah and the people of the ancient Near East. Certain Christian apologists would try to compare the ownership of humans to mere employment or a soft type of labor. But there's no reason to believe this because the text implies otherwise. There's no reason to believe that the Israelites treated their bought slaves differently from nations around them. And this is a universal stance among biblical scholars. Is employment comparable to being owned as property? The last time I checked, your employer is not allowed to beat you with a rod, as condoned in Exodus 21:20-21, simply because they're your property. You can leave your place of work anytime you want and at your own will. And
Okay, your time's up. And that'll be the end of the closing statements. So now we're going to move on to the cross-examination period. No degree, you're going to get 10 minutes. And then, Vizzy, you're going to get your 10 minutes. And then you guys are going to go another round. So there'll be 2 rounds of cross-examination. So no degree, I can start your 10 minutes whenever you say your first word.
Give me when I'm about 1 minute away. Give me a minute warning after at the end of the 10 minutes to let me know I have 1 minute left.
Okay, yeah, I can do that. So you want a 1 minute warning?
Yeah, once it gets to 9 minutes, just say you got 9 more minutes to or 1 more minute to cross exam, and then that way I can kind of wrap it up.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, I'm ready now. Busy. What was the title of our debate?
Is the Bible is the slavery in the Bible morally permissible or something?
Morally justified.
Is the slavery in the Bible moral? Yeah.
Yeah. So what you said here, I mean, basically what you did was the same thing Forrest did, the same thing Atheist Preacher done, the same thing virtually every person I debate here. You basically just repeat what the Bible says. I know what the Bible says on it. The question is it morally justified? Now, do you believe that a slave, by your definition, has his or her freedom stolen against their will?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Now, does the 10 Commandments forbid stealing?
Yeah.
Okay. So there you go. The Ten Commandments would forbid stealing somebody's freedom, right?
I mean, yeah, but yeah,
Okay.
sure.
Okay. Next question. Does an enslaver covet, which means the desire to possess someone or something they have without regards for their rights?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Does an enslaver, one who enslaves people, do they desire to possess someone else without regards for their rights?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, does the Ten Commandments forbid coveting?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's two examples there that if you're following the Ten Commandments, you could not actually take part in slavery as you're defining it. Okay, so my next question here
I don't agree
is:
with that.
Do you think that arguments that say, hey, if we didn't allow these things and allow them to be up front and done legally, it's only going to be done in back alleys and be more dangerous to people, and therefore that's why we should legalize them? Do you think those arguments work for things like woman's right to choose, adult entertainment, and substances and things like that, drugs and things like that? Are those good arguments?
Maybe for like women's rights, but I don't think it works for like substances.
Okay, well, just so happens that's a common argument the Democrat Party has made here. So could it be possible, and you mentioned ancient Near East laws and things like this, like the Code of Hammurabi and the Mosaic Law and others, could it just be possible that these people felt like, okay, well, it's better to do this and legislate it than to not do it and allow it to be done underground where nobody's respecting anything? Is that possible?
I don't think there's a more like worse type of slavery. If you're saying slavery should be allowed because it's going to be done in a back alley, and it's going to be even worse, I don't think there's like a variance of how bad slavery is going to be, right?
Okay, well, according to Kevin Bales and Benjamin Skinner, Kevin Bales is a modern professor who studies modern day slavery. Benjamin Skinner is a journalist who's followed modern slavery most of his career. And other organizations, they will tell you there's more slaves today than any time in human history, despite more laws against slavery. And what's actually going on is often governments are turning a blind eye and allowing this to happen. And even if it's been reported, they're not doing anything about it because they're actually benefiting from this. These people are mistreated. They violate their human rights violations and all this. So my question is, would you rather be a slave under the conditions of the Mosaic Law, where it's done openly and there's limitations, or a slave today under the conditions that we have in which a government is just turning a blind eye to it?
I think both are horrendous, actually.
Well, which one would you choose? If you had to
wouldn't
choose
either.
If you had to, which one would you choose?
I wouldn't choose either.
Okay, allow the record to reflect my opponent did not want to make a choice. I think the obvious choice would be I would much rather be a slave under the conditions of the Mosaic Law, in which it's done openly and there's limitations for it, than a slave even say in a modern country today in which the government's knowing it's going on and they're turning a blind eye to it, where there's no consequences whatsoever. So let's see. Next question here. I'm trying to think what else I can ask. So you have agreed that a slave has his freedom stolen, which would be a violation of the Ten Commandments. You agreed that a slave is coveted by the enslaver, which is a violation of the Ten Commandments. So I think we can pretty much rule out that what's going on in the Bible would not be considered chattel slavery, at least in this section, maybe not in Exodus. But my next question would be, you brought up property, that if your property, it's done by force. Is that your position?
No, I brought up a verse where God says you can take people, right, as plunder, right?
Okay.
And I defined plunder, right? plunder is defined as property that's taken by force. So it's
Okay.
if God is saying,
Well,
if God is saying you can take people as plunders, he's basically saying you can take these people as property by force.
okay. Well, that was done in World War II under the conditions of liberating Europe from Mustache Man. So, do you think that when the Americans and the Russians took people by force under those conditions, that it was immoral?
Yeah, I don't really think that's analogous.
Well, this
I
is
do.
what you're talking about plunder here.
Yeah, I do.
Obviously,
I think.
they by definition took plunder. Wouldn't you agree? They took over their
Yeah,
land, they took over their equipment, they took their people, things like this. So you would think that was morally justified, right?
yeah. I think
Okay.
taking wait. Hold on. I think taking prisoners of war is morally justified if they're a threat.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think we can reasonably assume, based on what was going on in the narrative here, that they were definitely a threat. I mean,
They
for
weren't.
goodness sake,
It was women and
some of
children.
these people had giants that wanted to unalive them. So
I don't.
I would definitely think that would be morally justified, wouldn't you?
It was women and children, buddy.
Okay, well, we took women and children liberating Germany too. So I'm trying to figure out
So
why
wait, do you think that's
why did
a
you
good
think
thing? You think that's a
it's,
good
I mean,
thing?
it's not my time to answer questions.
Okay.
So, but
Right.
you don't think that that's morally justified, right? You
No, I
think
don't
that
think. I don't
they
think
should
taking
have been
women and
able to
children.
live after having lifted up a leader who done this heinous stuff,
I
that there
don't.
should be no consequences. Is
I
that
don't.
what
I
you're
don't
saying?
think. I don't think taking non-combatants as war prisoners is a moral thing to do.
Well, see, the problem was they didn't know if they were non-combatants or not, because they were sympathizers and supporters of them. So how would you know if they're non-combatants or not?
I don't. I still think it's immoral, like whether you know or not.
Okay, so you don't think there's any moral justification for this? Maybe even if
Also,
it's
I
a
don't think God
temporary
was
thing.
with them. I don't think God was with the United States.
Well, I mean,
in
yeah,
World War
I'm
II.
not. It doesn't matter about that. The idea here is you don't think there can be any moral justification for a society wanting to promote democracy and liberate people to do this under the skies of under the idea of democracy and freedom.
I mean, there's like some moral reasons you can do it, but I don't think.
Okay.
I think in most
Thank you.
cases.
So you're saying
I think
there
in
are
most
some
cases.
moral reasons that could be done, right?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
in most cases. I think in most cases you probably shouldn't do it. There wouldn't
Okay,
be.
well, maybe that's the case, but there are moral reasons. There are some
Also, this
moral
is under
reasons where that
God,
could
by
be
the way.
justified.
This is under
Okay,
God.
so
We're talking about.
you brought
So
up the Code of Hammurabi, and it seems like you were saying something about the Code of Hammurabi. Were you saying the Code of Hammurabi was against slavery?
no, I said it was against kidnapping, but they also allowed slavery.
Okay, so you would say the Code of Hammurabi was immoral too, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and you would say that ancient Greece, the birthplace of democracy, because even lawyers and doctors and stuff were could be slaves. Where they were coming up with this idea of democracy, you would say that's immoral as well, right?
I don't. Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
So during Aristotle and Plato's time, slavery was a norm in ancient Greece. This is the birthplace of where the idea of democracy come from. Now, what you're saying here is that's immoral as well, correct? Because they owned slaves and they actively promoted. I mean, Aristotle gave a defense of slavery. So you're saying that's immoral as well,
yeah,
right?
sure. I'll say that was immoral. Yeah.
Okay, so essentially you're prepared right now to condemn
Okay, that's the end of
every...
the cross-examination. That was 10 minutes for no degree.
I think you forgot to give me the 1 minute warning again.
Oh, dude, my bad. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay.
I'll try to remember it next time. But yeah, okay, I got to give you a reminder of the 1 minute period. Okay, so now it's going to be Vizzy's turn, and Vizzy's going to be doing his first round cross-examination, and that starts whenever you say your first word.
All right. So what does it no degree? What does it mean to kidnap somebody?
Means to steal their freedom, steal their bodily autonomy, to covet them and act as if they're yours and take them over.
Right. So you would say taking them by force would be kidnapping them.
If you have no justification for it, and it's not under a condition of war, then yes.
Okay. So do you think kidnapping someone and making them a slave is immoral?
Yes, based on that criteria I just laid out.
Okay. So would you say that taking someone by force from their own nation into yours is kidnapping?
Well, it depends on what context you want to use. Under what was going on in the Bible, then no.
Okay. Do you think, so wouldn't you say like when God asked the Israelites to go to these nations and take children and women, right, non-combatants, right, into their own land as slaves, right? Wouldn't you say that's like kidnapping?
Well, it could be viewed as that, but I don't view it as that based on the biblical context.
Why don't you view it as that?
Because it talks about these nations that they were a part of actively trying to oppress, mistreat, and enslave, and even unalive Israel.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't.
No, because it says no. Well,
yeah, it says that all throughout. That's what Numbers 5. That's what Numbers 31 is all about. They remind them of what they did prior.
Wait, can I reclaim my time? Like what? Okay, so the whole reason, right? If you read the context of this verse, the whole reason that God says, yeah, you can take these people as property, right, is because they didn't sin, right? Like the Canaanites, right? That's why God asks.
No, it doesn't say that.
Wait, hold on. It does say that, right? That's why God asks Moses. That's why God asked the Israelites, right? When you overcome a Canaanite nation, you should just wipe them out because they're full of sin, right? But these people, you can keep them, right? Because they don't have that sin, right?
No, they still had the sin.
No,
the Bible says we're all corrupted with sin.
No, they didn't have as much sin as the Canaanites.
Well, they may have not had it as much, but they still were corrupted.
Right, but they weren't doing horrendous things like the Canaanites, right?
Well, they weren't. Their iniquity had not reached its full to that level yet. If you're talking about some of the lands just around there, we're not talking about the lands that God is driving out for the promised land, but just other lands around there that they may make war with.
Yeah, we're talking about like faraway lands, right?
Away. Yeah, ones that weren't considered part of the promised land. Yeah.
No, they weren't considered part of the promised land.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They were not considered part of the promised land. So yeah, there was a little. They weren't told to just drive them out of the land.
Right. But they did tell them to take women, children as plunder, basically. Right.
Sure. Yeah.
By force, and you know that plunder means property that's taken by force.
Well, I mean, I don't know if that's how they define plunder, but it's usually just
that's
booty or.
That's what it means.
I mean, cows and all this stuff were taken too, so it's just kind of
by force, right? So it'd be like stealing.
Yeah.
It'd be like stealing, right?
Sure. Well,
Sure,
it wouldn't be stealing in that. It wouldn't be stealing in that regard.
It would be stealing, right? So.
Look, what I'm saying is, and
wait, hold on.
If you remember my opening statement, I explained all of this.
I reclaim my time. So, are you saying?
I'm saying it wasn't stealing by that context.
Oh my God! Are you conceding that the Israelites stole people?
No, not under that context. Not under the Ten Commandments.
You literally just said it would be stealing under that context.
No, I didn't.
Did you not just say that?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so what's taking?
Now
something
you may
by
think
force?
it's stealing.
Hold on. You wouldn't say taking something by force is stealing?
Under the context of war, I don't think it's considered stealing that way.
So under the context of war, taking someone out against their own will, that wouldn't be kidnapping or stealing?
No, because they're all participating in it. This is as I said in my opening, this is a social.
Who's participating in it?
All of them.
Wait, who's participating? No, they're not.
The whole
it
society.
Says by force. It says by force. You're taking
okay,
them
what
by
I'm
force.
saying is, I mean, and Dr. Josh Bowen has talked about this, that these were societal norms. This is the way they did things.
Right,
so I'm saying that the whole ancient Near East.
Does that make it moral?
Well, I mean, it could be morally justified in this situation, but when you say moral, if you're saying does that make it good? No, I wouldn't say that makes it good, but it makes
Right.
it morally justified.
So so you would say taking people by force would be morally justified.
Yes, there can be situations in which that can be morally justified. I mean, as I
Right.
said,
So
the mustache man.
right. So your whole point of saying that God doesn't condone kidnapping or stealing people's rights is just no, because you already think it's morally justified.
Not in the manner that you think. What you're thinking
What
is,
in what
I'll tell you what, you're thinking that just because God tells him a specific thing here, in one certain context, that then that applies to all contexts. And that's the grave mistake a lot of atheists make.
I never claimed that. I never claimed that.
Oh, okay.
So I'm saying, okay, so you do agree that God asked the Israelites to take these people by force.
Yes.
That is kidnapping.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not
It is
kidnapping under
kidnapping.
what
It
Exodus
is kidnapping,
21:16.
right? Kidnapping is stealing
Oh, I
something.
disagree.
Therefore, God asked the Israelites to steal people from their
Okay,
own
so
land.
well, I'll
Therefore,
ask you
your
this
whole
question.
point didn't make sense. Your whole point that God didn't ask the Israelites to kidnap people's freedom doesn't make sense, right?
Oh,
It's
well,
just
I
not
mean,
true.
it's forbidden in the Ten Commandments, and you already conceded that.
Right, but
Yeah.
yeah,
There.
God,
I mean,
God,
that's all you
wait,
needed
hold
to
on,
do
hold
is
on. I
concede
reclaim
that.
my
Yeah.
time. I reclaim my time. Right? God says not to murder, right? But He unalives babies in the Old Testament, right? So obviously there's exceptions
Well,
for
that's
God.
not murder.
Yeah. So obviously there's exceptions for God, right?
Yes, there's definitely exceptions for God. I
Right.
agree there. We can agree there. Yeah.
Right. So
Humans are not God. They don't have rights to do certain things God does.
right. So your whole point, right, of saying that God never stole people's freedom, right? Would you agree that doesn't make sense?
I never said God never stole people's freedom. I'm saying it was forbidden in the Ten Commandments for people to do that.
Okay, but did God tell people to do that?
He told people to go out and make war with certain people, and then if they made war with others, he gave them certain criteria for peace. But when you're talking about these other outside ones, no, I don't see where God is always just commanding them to go fight wars
Yeah,
with
this
those
is a
people.
law. No, this is a law saying that this is what you should do when you go on.
Well,
and
it's an
war with
if-then law. If this happens, then do this.
No, it says when you go out.
Okay, yeah, but what I'm saying is it's a prescription. It's not a command.
I mean, it kind of God is literally saying He's giving these people.
Okay, so you
His
think
property, right?
prescriptions and commands are not necessarily the same thing.
Hold on, let me read it says, "You may use the plunder the Lord your God gives you from your enemies." So God is
You
giving
may
these
do
people
this.
as slaves.
Yeah. You may do this. Not saying
Right,
you
but
must
who's
do
giving?
this.
Wait, who's giving the Israelites these people as
Well,
slaves?
God would be giving them into them.
Right. So God is giving these people slaves, basically.
Well, I mean, look, if you want to look at it that way, sure. But that
That's
doesn't say
literally
whether
what it
it's
says. No, that's
okay, but
literally
that
what it
doesn't
says.
tell you whether it's morally justified or not. That's the
Do you
point
think
of the
it's
debate.
do you think it's morally
Yes, I
justified?
think it's more. If God tells you to do it, then absolutely.
Right. So if God tells you to grape someone, it's morally
Well,
justified.
that would be contradictory to God's nature.
How would that be? Wait. How would that? Wait. So would he be morally justified if he did tell you to do that?
He wouldn't say because it'd be contradictory to his nature.
He wouldn't say it. That doesn't
Yeah.
answer the hypothetical.
Yeah, but that's why it's a bad hypothetical. That's like saying
How is wait? Can
it's
you
like
answer
saying
the hypothetical?
it's like no, I can't because it's like asking if a square is a circle.
How is what? I don't
That's
think.
contrary.
How is it? What's the P and not P there?
1 minute
P,
left.
the P and not P would be God does not want people to grape people because that violates the Ten Commandments. So He would not
Well,
ask
if God
people to do that.
did want you to grape someone, would that be morally
But
correct?
then that wouldn't be God saying that.
No, would it
That'd
be
the
morally
devil.
correct? Would it be morally correct? Though?
God would not say that. It'd be a contradictory.
Okay.
It would have to be a different God than the God of the Bible.
Um,
You understand
Wait,
that
why would it have to be a
grape-
different God? Wait,
because
why
grape-
would it have to be a different God?
Grape is stealing a woman's bodily autonomy. That violates the Ten Commandments.
Yes,
God
slavery
would
is
not say
stealing.
go
Wait,
out and grape that woman.
wait, can I just reclaim my time?
Well,
Slavery
I'm
is also
giving you the answer. You asked the answer. I don't know why you're reclaiming the time.
yeah. So taking someone as plunder is also taking their bodily autonomy.
Okay, but in this case, this is an act of war. He's not telling them to go out and grape them. It's an act of war. Obviously, there's different conditions under acts of war. I mean, this is just
Okay,
normal.
that's time. So that's going to be the first round of cross-examinations. So now we're going to move on to the second round of cross-examinations. No degree, it's going to be your turn. And it starts whenever you say your first word.
Okay, well, first of all, I think there's some confusion here, and I need to clear it up real quick. So I'm just going to use some of my time to clear up this confusion, even if it cuts into my cross-examination. There's this idea called divine command theory, or moral command theory would be the better way to describe it in this situation. So moral command theory is a little bit different than divine command theory in the sense that it's basically saying, okay, God gives us prescriptions on how we should act in normal everyday society, not stealing someone's freedom against their will, things like that unjustifiably. But under moral command theory, there can be situations outside of the normal everyday that's unique, in which there may be some different situations. Like, for example, if you're told to go take a nation by force that has been constantly oppressing you and other people. So this is what's going on here. And my opponent seems to be confused. He keeps thinking that the commands for normal everyday actions also, and the commands in specific situations are the same thing. So my question here is, do you acknowledge in the Bible that there are certain situations in which God tells people to do stuff that may not be the normal day-to-day way to act around people? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So therefore, it can be the case, there be an evil nation that someone's doing heinous evils, and God says, okay, well, these people have been doing all of this stuff. Their iniquity have reached their full. Go take them, drive them out of the land, take the women and children as plunder and this. But that wouldn't apply to, obviously, the peaceful people living beside of you. That doesn't give you the freedom to go do that to them, because God did not want you to do it to them. Would you agree with that?
Read the question. I wasn't paying attention. Sorry.
Okay, well, then can I reclaim my time to do the question? Which would be about 30 seconds. COCO.
Say it one more time.
Okay, so I literally spent about 30 seconds building up my question to ask it. Then he said he wasn't paying attention. Could I repeat the question? So now I need to reclaim probably about 45 seconds.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So I'll let you readjust the clock there. Let me know when you're ready.
Give me one sec. Okay, go ahead.
So basically what I was saying here is, there may be a situation in which a nation beside of you may be doing some heinous acts, and God tells you to go out and, plunder that place, drive them out, that he wouldn't tell you to do to the other nation on the other side of you that you're living peacefully with. So there's different context here. So you agree that there are those examples in the Bible, right?
Sure.
Okay, that's all I was trying to figure out here. Now, with all of that being said, don't you think a lot of your questions that you were asking me, you were confusing specific situations with the normal every day-to-day, the way you're supposed to live your life?
Yeah, like this was for
Okay.
Wait, hold on. This was for nations, right? I don't think I myself am a nation, right?
Okay, so you would agree that maybe if you were not living in an evil nation, a Canaanite nation that were sacrificing their own children to gods, that were doing behaviors with even their close relatives and animals and stuff, and you were not doing that, you were following God and living peacefully in another area, then God would probably not tell the Israelites to go take you as booty, but he might actually do that to that other nation to punish them, right?
Yeah, I don't
Okay.
agree that he.
And that's
I
what was
don't.
okay. Well, that's what's going on here. And I think often I see atheists make it appear they've never read the Bible by these line of questioning, because what they end up doing is actually thinking that, okay, well, when God told them to go invade the Moabite land, okay, well, that means God wants them to invade anybody, even the peaceful people in the society. And clearly that shows atheists have not actually read the Bible. So there is this moral command idea where there are situations that aren't the norm where God may tell you to act. So the next question here, you kept bringing up grape. If God told you to grape, does a rapist steal a person's bodily autonomy?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So, and since the Ten Commandments is forbidding stealing somebody, stealing anything, then obviously God's not going to tell you to go out and grape someone just for the heck of it.
Yeah,
And
but
he
told.
that was my point.
Wait, so you're saying? Okay, so you're saying God
you can ask me that when it's your turn.
Okay, okay.
So let's see, where were we at here? And you seem to be now agreeing that context is very important, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so are you prepared, based on your argument here, since it's the case, this was the norm, and Dr. Josh Bowen has repeatedly, said this, that these are the norms in these societies, that the Code of Hammurabi, the Mosaic Law, these others are very similar, and that Mosaic Law isn't necessarily that unique to the others. Are you prepared to condemn all societies before the influence of Jesus Christ that had slaves?
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess the issue here is, why do you think now, since you just happen to be brought up in a Christian society, that they're wrong? Is it just that you're using Christian ethics now?
I don't think Christians invented the idea of not wanting to be a slave.
Well, obviously, if you look at societies, if you look at historians, what historians have said, Bart Ehrman says Christianity turned the world on its ear. He's a non-Christian historian. Thomas Holland says that Christianity revolutionized and remade the world, and argues that when an atheist criticizes the Bible, they're actually using Christian ethics to do so. Do you agree with that or not?
If those quotes are real, then sure.
Okay. And, this was kind of made prominent in the Jubilee debate the other day with Jordan Peterson. One of his claims was that atheists use Christian ethics to judge society. And we have allegedly Ian, who was supposed to address that, failed miserably to address it. But William Lane Craig pointed out when he was listening to this that this is not even controversial. It's not even a controversial claim to say that even atheists today, especially those in the West, use Christian ethics to judge societies and to judge morality. So my question at this point is, with that being said, what makes you think you could ever mount a case against the Old Testament by stealing from the Judeo-Christian worldview?
Yeah, again, I don't think they invented the idea of not wanting to be a slave. But even if I was, I don't see how that's relevant, because this whole argument is about if any type of slavery recorded in the Bible is moral or not.
Well, the reason why it's relevant is this leads to a devastating philosophical blow to atheists. I call it.
Yeah, but the question isn't. The prompt isn't.
But it's called biting the hand that feeds you. So when the argument is slavery in the Bible moral, then what you are essentially doing here is using your ethics from the biblical worldview to judge the Bible, which is actually leads you into, if you think the ethics in the Bible and Christianity is immoral, and you're actually using that to judge the Bible, then you have to question the reliability of your own morality, because you can't.
Yeah,
you
my
can't.
answer to that.
I'm not asking the question yet. You can't justify anything outside of that, and becomes a huge problem. So, what is your thoughts on that?
Right. So the topic is the slavery in the Bible moral, not is the Christian view on slavery moral.
What I'm saying.
So I don't get why.
What I'm saying here is, you, by your own admission, admit that you're using Christian ethics to judge the Bible. You already admitted that when I asked you that question. By doing so, when you're judging the Bible, you're using the very...
I don't see how this is relevant.
You're judging you're using the standard of the Bible, what was gathered and gleaned from the Bible, and the moral code that was laid down
Yeah,
throughout.
but
Well, hold on, let me
Christianity
finish.
is more than the
Through the
Bible,
Old
though.
Testament and the New Testament, since Jesus is the fulfillment of the law, to judge the
Yeah, but
Bible. Once you do that,
Christianity is more than the
you're
Bible,
kind of
right?
self-defeating. It's a self-defeating argument. You realize that, right?
Yeah, for the last time, right? It's the topic is slavery in the Bible moral, not is the
Okay, but
Christian
what I'm
view
saying
on
is when
slavery,
you come to the
right?
debate, whether you that's why I said at the
We're
beginning.
talking about just the Bible
Okay, well,
here,
that
not
look,
the
I'm
Christian
asking the
view.
questions here, and and it's a bit of a
I don't
monologue, I
know.
admit, but what I'm saying here is when you come to the debate to judge the Bible, you have already taken up the precepts laid down by the Bible to judge the Bible. That's what I'm saying. These laws and these things that we just take for granted today. So you actually defeat yourself by actually even participating in the debate philosophically. Now, I'm
No.
willing
my
to
God.
give you a little bit of rope here, but I'm just pointing out this is just a no-win situation for you. You realize that, right?
It's not. It's not because Christianity is more than the
That's the
Bible,
end of the
right?
round.
COCO, what?
But yeah,
One
we
minute
can.
warning. Oh my God.
Oh, I got it.
Back to the 1 minute warning, Miss COCO.
Why me? Why now?
Oh! I said 1 minute warning, but I forgot
Okay.
that I was muted.
I'm joking.
But okay, so
Yeah. So
now we're
yeah.
gonna
So
go on to Vizzy's 10-minute cross examination, and this will end the second round, and then we can go on to closers.
yeah. So No Degree keeps bringing up how these aren't. Yeah, God didn't command these as everyday things we should do, but the whole point of the debate is the slavery in the Bible, right? Moral, right? It's not whether, this slavery commanded should, apply to everybody, right? Also, you said something about like God would not command grape because grape goes against the 10 Commandments, but you also conceded that God commanded the kidnapping of these people, even though you said yourself that kidnapping goes against the 10 Commandments, right? And you said God wouldn't do
I
something
never
that goes
called it
against the 10
kidnapping.
Commandments.
Those
Yeah,
are
you
words
agree
you're
that you
putting in
agree
my
that
mouth.
you agree that stealing people goes against the 10
Well, I
Commandments.
wouldn't consider that stealing people.
So, okay,
No.
you agree that taking someone by force as property goes against the 10
No, that
Commandments.
wouldn't necessarily, because there could be morally justified reasons for that.
So it's taking someone by force as property, taking their bodily
If you're
autonomy.
not coveting them, then it wouldn't be a problem. That's why I brought up coveting.
Wait, so taking someone by force from their own land and using them as property is fine if you're not coveting them?
Because you're not disregarding their rights, because they have already violated other people's rights. That's
What
that's
do you
why
mean?
it's so important to use the word covet, not just stealing, but also covet in this.
So, okay, so covet would mean like wanting someone else's property, right?
Coveting is the desire to possess someone or something without regards for their rights. During wartime,
Right.
you're
So
not doing that.
wait. Wouldn't like taking someone as property from their own land by force be coveting someone by your
Well,
definition
is
of
this
coveting?
outside of the context of a justified war or not?
It doesn't. It literally just. How do you know it's justified if they're capturing children?
Because when you go to war, it's not like you're saying, "Oh, look, I just want to take them because I covet them without regards for the rights." No, they've already done stuff that has presumably violated your rights or someone else's, so it would be morally just at that point.
No. Oh, you think children did something to all the children in the town, all the women in the town? They
Well,
did
I'm
something
talking
to
about
violate someone's
obviously
rights.
the
How would you
adults.
even know that? How would you know
Well, I
that?
didn't say the children did. They're collateral
Yeah,
damage.
yeah. Okay, so the children didn't. Do you agree that at least the children probably didn't?
Sure. Yeah, I'd say they're not morally
Right.
culpable here.
God literally commands the Israelites, right, that you can go and take these children, right, as property, right, as plunder.
Okay, so
Right.
God allowed
Do you
them.
think that's
God allowed them to adopt
do,
them
do
and
you
bring.
think that's coveting?
Yeah,
Do you think
adopt
that's
them.
coveting?
No, I don't think they were
Do
coveting
you,
him. No, I don't think so.
oh my God. Okay, you
Yeah,
keep
no, I
okay, you
don't
keep
think
going.
that they were coveting it. I think God is saying,
Okay,
okay, take these
I'm gonna
people
go. I'm gonna
and
go.
provide them a place
I'm
to
gonna go
stay.
over the. Can I reclaim my time real quick? Okay, so I'm gonna go over this again. what's your definition of coveting
The
that you gave
desire,
before?
the desire to possess someone or something of someone's without regards for their rights.
Okay, so okay, wait, let me write that down. Okay, or actually, no, I'm gonna save time. Okay, so would you say that taking someone by force from their own land as property is disregarding their
It
rights?
depends on the context. It
So
could
what
be, but
context
not
would that?
necessarily. Okay, well, like I said, it obviously when America and Russia went over to liberate Europe and they did this, I don't think they were coveting the Germans and said, "Oh, we desire to possess
So
them
if they
without."
took the children, wait, if they took the non-combatants, right, like the children and the woman, would you think that's
No, I
coveting?
don't think it was.
You don't
No,
think that's
I
coveting?
think that they were saying, "Hey, we've got to do something with them. Obviously, we just unalived all their people, so we've got to do something."
Wait, so is taking the women and children by force as property, would that be coveting?
It depends on the context again.
Would that be taking their bodily autonomy and their rights?
I mean, it depends on the context.
Can you just answer?
I mean, no, it depends on the context because, like I said, you've already agreed that context
So what
matters.
context? Okay, what context would taking someone as property, right, or as plunder from their own land be not be taking away their rights?
Well, in the case of what was going on in Germany, those people had willingly forsaken their own rights and give them up
Oh my
by
God.
what they were.
Okay, so
and that's
okay,
that's
what
I'm
about the
saying.
children, right?
Well,
You keep
yeah,
okay, you
but the
keep forgetting the
children,
children and the
obviously,
women,
it's a different
right?
situation with children because children can be passed down as an inheritance even today in America. So I don't know why you keep bringing children.
Well, yeah, that's just
I don't know why
that
you
just
keep
doesn't
bringing
make sense.
children up
I
here.
don't know why you're bringing that up.
Well,
That's
you
like
brought up
irrelevant.
children. I'm saying obviously that's a different
Can
rule
you?
than adults,
Yeah.
right?
Okay. So, okay. Can you agree that taking the children, right, as property by force, by the way, to your own land from their land, right, would be violating their rights?
Again, it depends on the context.
Oh my God, bro!
I mean,
It's just gonna be going.
if it's in the
It's just gonna wait. It's just gonna
if
go
it's
in
in the
circles with you,
context
isn't
of
it?
war, then obviously there's different rules there. That's why it's brought up moral command theory here, and we even live by that today. There's nothing unusual about
Okay.
that.
So, no degree. Do you think taking someone, right, taking someone who was involved in a war, like a child, right, as a slave, right, is a good thing?
As a slave, well, I mean, I'm
Yeah, as
assuming you
property.
mean that they just these people were just there's no moral justification or anything, right?
Can you just answer the
I
question
mean,
or not?
again, it depends on if there's moral justification. Maybe these children were running around with explosive devices strapped to them and running into malls and blowing them up.
So
So
you're
yeah,
saying
sure, you
all
might
the
want to take
children.
them at that
Wait,
point.
so you're saying all the children in the town that God asked, God the towns that God asked the Israelites, right, to take as plunder, they were all running around with explosives
No,
and
I'm not
knives and
saying
stuff
that.
like
I'm
that.
saying that there obviously we can easily think up situations where that might be necessary. Sorry. I mean, we saw this. We
Right,
see this in the
but
ancient. We
how
see this
likely is
in the
that?
Middle East
Wait,
now. I mean,
how likely is that?
likely. Well, obviously in the Bible times they didn't have explosives, but children may have very well participated in doing evil things during wartime. Who knows? I mean, we have
I mean,
an
no,
account.
wait.
We have an
The
account.
text specifically says, right, that the reason you're allowed to take these people is because they're pure, unlike the Canaanites, right? They're not
What
doing these
passage are you
horrendous
talking about?
acts, right? Deuteronomy 20:10
Could
to
you read that
14,
out loud?
right? It says, but as for 16 says, but as for the towns of the people, right, that the Lord your God has given you as inheritance, you must not let anything that breathes remain alive. Indeed, you shall annihilate them, the Hittites, the Amorites, blah blah blah. Just as the Lord has commanded, so that they may not teach you all the abhorrent things that they do for their gods, and you thus sin against the Lord your God, right? It says you're allowed to specifically unalive all of them, right? Specifically because of the
Because of
sins
their
they
evil,
committed.
yeah.
But these, oh, wait, hold on. But these other people, right, you're allowed to take, right, specifically because they didn't
Wait a
sin.
second.
They're
I
not
want to
doing these
know where it
abhorrent
says
acts.
you're allowed to take him because they didn't sin against God.
It's implied. That's implied.
Really? Okay, you know the Bible says
What's
that
implied?
no one does good, that all are evil before the eyes of the Lord, right? So you can't say that's
Wait, can you
implied.
repeat that? Wait, can you repeat that?
The
Can you
Bible
repeat that?
says that there's no one that does good, that we're all all of our actions are nothing but filthy
Right.
rags.
So even the Israelites,
Yes, even the
Israelites, right?
Israelites.
Right. So why does God prohibit the kidnapping, right, of your fellow Israelites? But he says, yeah, you can go to these other lands and take children as property, as plunder by force.
Well, I don't know what you mean, God prohibiting the kidnapping of your fellow Israelites, because in Exodus 21:16,
You're saying he doesn't?
well, it doesn't say Israelite there. It says that in Deuteronomy.
Yeah, the Deuteronomy is literally parroting the Exodus verse.
Okay, well, look, I mean, I don't know what you're trying to say here. You're saying that, are you saying that God is wrong for allowing this to happen to the nations around them simply because of the
No, I'm saying
evil?
God is wrong God is wrong for commanding the Israelites, for giving these people up, right, as property to the Israelites, right, to take them by force.
Okay,
right,
well, look, you
as
think it's wrong. I
as
think it's
plunder.
morally justified. We just come to the conclusion differently.
Yeah. So yeah, but you keep saying that kidnapping is wrong, right? Which this fits under the definition of kidnapping, right?
I don't know what passage you're saying fits under the definition of kidnapping.
Bro, I explained it to you
No, I
several
mean,
times.
Exodus 21.
Oh my God. Hold on. Let me read it. Let me read it again, if I have time. But as for the towns, hold on. You may, however, take as your plunder the woman, the children, the livestock. And plunder, right, means property that is taken by force, right? And under your definition of kidnapping, right, it would be taking someone's land.
Sorry, I actually got a phone call. My neighbor is actually needing me to catch a snake off of her back patio at the moment, so I'm going to have to go do that.
Oh, how long do you think that's going to take?
Possibly 15 minutes or so. I mean, how much time is left here in this cross-examination?
It's over, and now you guys are going to do your 5-minute closers.
Okay, well, I would suggest what you can do is just kind of, start like another debate, and then if we get a chance to do our closers later, we can. If not, then that's fine.
Are you sure you can't knock out 5 minutes really quick, and then you can go?
Well, it shouldn't take me long. It may, if y'all just patiently await for a few minutes. It shouldn't take me that long. I'll be back, because she's an elderly woman and she gets really freaked out by snakes.
Yeah, within this time that you were talking, we could have just done the closer. I mean, okay, you have to go.
Or actually, maybe while he's doing that, Vizzy can do his closer.
Yeah, but like
sure,
15 minutes, but all right.
All right, go ahead, Vizzy.
Uh-huh.
You're gonna have 5 minutes.
Yeah, so I mean, that was a pretty weird debate, but I noticed people were saying like my opening was like kind of fast. I thought it was gonna be like an 8-minute opener, and the stuff that I kind of wrote down was kind of long, so I had to like fit everything into 5 minutes. That's why I had to talk that fast. But yeah, my opponent was clearly contradicting himself, because he said that God wouldn't command rape because it goes against the 10 Commandments, right? But my opponent literally conceded that under the Deuteronomy 20, 10-14, right, that would fit the definition of coveting, right, which would be taking someone's bodily autonomy and rights away, right? And God commanded that, right? So my opponent is clearly just contradicting himself. What else did he say? I mean, he said a bunch of bullshit. He said that wouldn't apply to today's context, which like that's not even the topic of the debate. The topic is the biblical slavery moral, not if fucking it would be applied to today's context. So I don't know where he was going there. But yeah, I would say I still appreciate that he took the time out of his day to come and debate me, and also I appreciate COCO and also the audience and all of the moderators. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, with that, I'm pausing your time, and you had 3 minutes and 12 seconds left. No Degree said he had to go run a favor, so
What's that favor gonna be, actually?
he said it was gonna take 15 minutes, and I was okay.
Enough time to catch more Pokemon.
AR, what do you think we should do?
Catch more
I think we
Pokemon.
should. I mean, how much time is till the next debate?
The next debate is going to start at, I believe, 8 o'clock, and it's going to be Bought by Blood versus Cyber Deconstruction on Luke is a second century document.
It's in 30 minutes.
It's in 30 minutes.
30
Yeah, I mean, we can give it time, right? Until like the 5 minute, until like there's like 5 minutes until 8 o'clock, right? Because all he needs is 5 minutes. So I mean, we could just.
Wait, should there be questions or no?
Should we move on to? I mean, he has to say his closing statement, but maybe we move on to questions regarding the other parts of the debate.
Yeah, let's do questions.
Yeah, you can also. Yeah, we can't even pull the poll up.
The poll's not always gonna be the.
Here's what I'll say.
J-Rob said he'll give the closing statement.
J-Rob?
That's fine.
That's not how that works.
Here's
That's
what
not
I'll
how
do.
it works at all.
We're gonna have guests come up and comment on the cross-examination and the introductory statements, but nobody say who you think won. Nobody hint at even who you think won. We don't want to sway the results of the.
When I came in and halfway, I don't want y'all ruining my interesting finding out by COCO.
Yeah, so nobody say who you think won. Just say your thoughts on the cross-examination and opener, and then No Degree is going to give his closer, and everyone can say who won after that. So we're going to start taking guests. I think Cyber Deconstruction, I think you're waiting for the next debate, I think, right?
Yeah, I'll just be chilling down here on mute.
Yeah, totally
Okay.
fine. And then we got Everlasting. So you got any comments or questions regarding the cross-examination and the opening statements?
Yeah, I kind of wanted to ask No Degree because the topic is slavery in the Bible moral, and I particularly wanted to focus on questioning the young virgins that are taken as plunder, and asking him to justify where there's any morality found in that
Okay.
command. So that's one of my big things. I mean, I find that to be extremely immoral. The way the Bible treats women in general as being extremely immoral.
Okay. I would say we still are going to have the 20-minute audience comments. If No Degree comes back and we're able to finish that on time. But let's take all the questions for Vizzy for right now, actually. So if anyone has any questions for Vizzy, request in the chat, and then we can get the questions for No Degree later. Let's.
Knock knock.
Who's there?
Okay. So I do have a question for No Degree, and I also have a question for Vizzy. Vizzy, why did you plant a snake in his neighbor's yard? Is it because you were taking an L?
Yeah, I planted a cobra.
I knew it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I guess I could ask a real question. Do you have a book recommendation?
Do I have a book recommendation?
Yeah, any book.
Any book?
Yep.
I'm reading one right now. It's called The Mysteries of Acts. You could probably check that out.
All right. Thank y'all for having me up. I'll be back if No Degree comes back, though.
Okay.
Well,
I think
yeah.
Cage had a question.
Damn, Kate.
Next. Hold on, let me invite him.
Fuck, my Pokemon are dying.
Oh, he's back.
Oh, he's back? No Degree's back and good to go? Oh, okay. Actually, we're gonna pause those questions.
Pause the question.
No, why don't we continue the questions?
No, we can do it after because we gotta
Oh,
finish
okay.
the debate. But no degree. Yeah, Vizzy finished his closing statement, and we took like a couple questions. Now it's your turn. You're gonna get a 5-minute closing statement, and it starts whenever you say your first word.
Okay. Well, I think this debate demonstrated basically what every debate demonstrates when we have these conversations with atheists, that atheists just don't read the Bible. They just don't know what it says. And that's from the range from the most well-studied atheist all the way down to just your, run-of-the-mill atheist. I don't think Vizzy was understanding that just because there were certain situations in which God was telling them to go out and do this under a certain context, that implies that God is telling everyone they can do this, and that God is okay with this doing this out of that context. And obviously that's not the case. And that's why I had to explain this idea of moral command theory, in which God gives certain rules and regulations that we are to live by, to prescribe for us to live by in our daily interactions with people. But there are circumstances in which, iniquity, evil had reached its full, in which God may ask people to step up and do something beyond that. And that's what we see going on in these situations. And I think once we understand this, that gives us a much better way to approach the Bible. Secondly, Vizzy understands that slavery, by his definition, is the stealing of someone else's rights, which would be violated by the Ten Commandments. He understands that coveting, an enslaver would be coveting someone else's freedom, desiring to possess them without regards for their rights. He understands that that's forbidden in the Ten Commandments. So essentially, in these everyday normal life, slavery is not something that should be done. But there are certain justifications, there are certain criteria in which God allowed and legislated certain things to occur because of, you could say, the hardness of man's heart. Just like divorce, just like other things. Is that it? So in conclusion here, I just think that this is just another example of atheists just needing to do their homework. Because even Dr. Josh Bowen has acknowledged that these laws in the Mosaic Law are not out of the ordinary in comparison to other laws in that time period. And by condemning the Mosaic Law, you're essentially condemning all these ancient societies. And do you think that's really fair to do so, since you're actually condemning them by the Christian ethics that you were raised up in the Western societies or in the world today? And this is just also a given. It's not even controversial to say that atheists are using Christian ethics to judge the Bible. But it's a huge philosophical problem that ultimately leaves the atheist, metaphorically speaking, scared, alone, naked, and confused without a good answer. And that is my conclusion to this debate.
Okay. And with that, you had 1 minute and 43 seconds on the timer. So with that,
that's good. I'm good.
What time is it? It is 7:46. Okay, we're gonna have a couple questions right now, and then the next debate has to start at 8 o'clock. So I'm gonna start bringing people up.
I have a quick question, if I may.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so it's for No Degree. So you mentioned that atheists, when we do things, we're acting under Christian ethics. But my question is, when we look at concepts like not unaliving, not stealing, the golden rule, treating others as you wish to be treated, etc., we also find these in Confucianism and Buddhism, and we also find these in agnostic Greek philosophy. So with this stated, since these most of these definitely predate Christianity, but it's contended that a lot of these also predate Judaism, how can you then ground that atheists are acting under a Christian ethical worldview?
Well, it's not really me that's even saying this. This is even stated by even non-Christian historians such
Well, let
as
me
Thomas
restate my
Holland,
question.
Bart,
That's not the
Bart
question that I
Ehrman,
asked. The
and
question
others.
that I asked was
Okay, well,
how do you ground it,
okay,
not
well,
how do
I would
historians ground it.
I would just simply say that, hey, we all, God, according to the Bible, God gave us all these moral standards, but it just so happens that Jesus is the one that came and influenced the world in such a way to actually follow
So let me
these moral
re-ask the
standards.
question because you're
And
dodging the
when you
question.
well,
This
let
is
me
dodge number
let me
2.
just finish what I'm trying to say
Well, let
here.
me
Now,
re-ask the
now,
question.
Cyber, if you would like to
Wait, guys,
debate me in the future, you tend to
guys,
want to debate me every time I come up here.
guys.
If you
Okay,
want to have a
okay.
debate, I'll be happy to do
You're
that.
not answering the question.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, we do have to keep it orderly because we have a lot of people in line.
Hate this, Cyber. I
Hey,
would
hey,
be
hey, 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 hey.
So let me re-ask the question real
Guys,
fast.
wait.
Okay.
Before you re-ask the question, we do have to keep this orderly because we do have like 9 other people in line, so we probably want to keep it to one question per person.
I do.
Yeah, that's fair. I'll just re-ask it real quick. Since Confucianism and Buddhism and many of these Greek philosophers who were agnostic predate Judaism and definitely Christianity, right? So they predate, they come before. How can you then state that all atheists are grounding our ethical views based on the Christianity ethical views?
It just so happens Western society was built upon Christianity, and most atheists on these platforms are from Western society, so that's how I say that.
Oh, so you can't
Okay.
answer about
Well,
it.
we could probably.
May I ask my question?
Wait, Cage wanted to ask a question.
Okay, we do have to get to Everlasting, then we'll do Mimi, and then we'll get to everybody else.
Yeah, my
Everlasting.
question is, I'm wondering, No Degree, are you aware of the fact that Dr. Josh Bowen finds biblical slavery to be extremely immoral? We hear him say it every day. That's my question.
I am actually aware
So
of
why
that,
do you
and I
keep
think he would
why do you
also
keep
say that
why do you keep name dropping him, knowing that he opposes you
because
in
he
this
also
viewpoint?
I mean, he doesn't oppose me in what I was saying. He doesn't oppose me in the sense that he argues that these laws and rules and regulations were just norms for the ancient Near East.
Okay, and also,
So
really
Yeah, but
he may
that's
think
not the
they're
topic of
immoral.
this debate. This
Wait,
debate is
hold on,
about
guys.
morality, whether
I
it's moral.
I wasn't using Dr.
Really,
Josh Bowen.
sorry.
I'm so
I don't mean
sorry.
to. I don't mean to mute people, but just really quick, everyone. The poll is in the corner. So vote on the poll. There's like a minute, 2
Big did
minutes
I
left.
win this time.
It hasn't been released yet. It's still going for like a minute or 2 more minutes. And with that, let me cut that question there, but maybe we might have some time after. The whole event is going to end at 10:20, and we can talk about anything for as long as you guys want afterwards. But thank you, Everlasting, for your question and your candor. And then, yeah, I'll try to fit you in later. Let me see. The next person, let me hop around and try to get, yeah, we got like 10 people in the guest request, but I'll try to see if I can get to everyone.
Okay, Kate.
What's
question?
Oh, you
may-
might be having connection issues.
I'm not going to ask. Well, I want to ask a question to. Am I?
Yeah,
You're breaking up a little bit.
I'll ask my question
Oh,
really
shit.
quickly.
Okay, I'll let Mimi ask a question, and then we'll get back to you, Cage. Go ahead, Mimi.
Okay, so No Degree, what makes you think all people that are atheists are gonna be alike? And how do you
Well, it
know?
just so happens I don't think they're all going to be alike. It just so happens I think most of the ones on social media have wrongly, and one might could say blindly, followed atheist talking points that preceded them, and therefore they haven't really looked into it. So they're alike in that regard.
But that's you judging them.
Okay, and then we can go on to the
Judge of them? Yes.
Go ahead.
Kate, it's your turn.
Okay. Okay,
I
Cage.
mean, my question's for either one of you. Do you think that either of you sufficiently gave an account of what it means for a moral proposition to be justified in the debate? Either one of you.
Yeah,
I
I
would
was
say I was
just
actually really trying. Yeah.
I grant that. You, Vizzy?
yeah, I was I'd say I was trying to, establish that, these commands by God, right, are moral in like each of the people's in the audience's like worldview, right? So I was trying to like get them to see if, does this align with my values or not? And then they get to decide whether the slavery command in the Bible was moral or not.
Okay. Just because as a viewer, right? You guys both keep like arguing over the content of it, which is kind of irrelevant to me. The content could be whether or not God is raping children. I don't give a fuck about that. I care about whether or not it's justified. But I don't know what either of you take it means for a moral proposition to be justified, which leads me to conclude that neither one of you made a good case for either side, because I'm still over here wondering what the fuck it means.
I do have to agree
But
with
that's
Kate
my
for
question.
that
I'm
one.
sorry.
Thank you for your
Yeah,
opinion.
I just mean I just think if it's aligns with your values, that's just all I think it means.
I think if you guys are more of yourself in this debate, you would actually have a good point to get across.
All right, let's get to the next question. Benny Boy?
Yeah.
Or Ben?
Yeah. So my question's probably it's sort of for no degree, but both can answer. So in Raymond Westbrook's A History of Ancient Near Eastern Law, he gives a definition of slavery and says that a criterion for a legal definition of slavery is its property aspect, since persons were recognized as a category of property that might be owned by private individuals. Now, property would make them no longer a person, and that would mean that you cannot kidnap property, you cannot steal from property, because they are property. They are already owned as an object. So I don't know how you could, can you explain how that fits into your arguments?
If you look at Exodus 21, when it talks about the ox, it says the ox has an owner. The word there is translated as owner, but the slave here, or the servant, has a master. That's a different Hebrew word. So the Bible does not view it the way he was saying here. I'd say he's sorely mistaken here. But I think he may be thinking about something like Aristotle. Aristotle thought that, but the Bible doesn't teach that it's property in the same sense as a cow or something like that.
Like in Leviticus 25, when they say this may be property that you can give to your children.
The key here is the master relationship there. Even if it says this may be property, it doesn't consider the master as the owner, but rather the master over the foreigner. But if it were an ox or something like that, it would consider as the owner. So there's two different Hebrew words there, drawing a distinction between the two, showing the Bible is not recognizing it as property in the way that this scholar you're saying thinks it's recognizing it.
Okay, with that, let's try to get to the other guests, but we'll have time later.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. And let's see. I'm just going at random, picking people.
Hello.
What you got for us?
I want to let everyone know that me and my son, he's putting noodles into the hot dogs to give them hair, so it looks like people. Anyway, that's more interesting than this debate was. What would it take for both of you to never debate again, is my question for both of you.
For your opinion.
All right. Well, that's not an opinion, it's a question. And Coco, can we have a third option to the voting positions? And the third option is both of these people should never debate again.
I'm not sure I can have that option, but maybe I might incorporate a neutral option in the future.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So just to clarify for both people, I could make it more specific. No degree. At what point do you become responsible for leading people away from Christ?
I'm not sure. I don't think that
That's
I
something
don't
you should
think
think
that a
about.
person could ever really. Well, I don't think that a person can ever say, "Hey, I didn't accept Christ because someone led me away from Christ." Because God
You
gives, even though I may misspeak. Well, let me finish. Even though I may misspeak or something here and there, there's always other people that they can go to that may not misspeak. So I don't know what you mean by that.
To clarify, you think that it's impossible for you to lead somebody away from Christ?
Well, yeah, if you're not intending to, I don't think God will prevent you from
Think
doing
that,
that.
sorry, that's not the question. Do you think that it's possible for you to unintentionally lead someone away from Christ?
No, not if your heart is with
Oh,
Christ. You're not. God's not going to let you do that. Yeah.
well, that's illiterate. Okay.
Because the desire here is for people to actually look at this and actually consider it as opposed to just go with deconstruction atheist talking points.
All right. Hey, Vizzy, what'd you think of this debate, man? Do you think you did well?
I think I could have done better.
I like
But
your,
yeah,
I like your honesty, man. Do you think you won, or do you think you both lost?
I don't know. It's up to whoever to decide.
All right, I'm going to be honest with you. It's objectively the case that you both lost. Coco, you should bring up Tiniest next to bring up a woman. All right, love you.
Thank you for your opinion.
You know, it's objectively the case.
Okay, and we can bring up the next guest.
Thank you, Shark. That was sweet. I have my question. I came up here earlier. I already asked Vizzy a question. No degree. I wanted to ask you: would you rather be a slave of the Bible or a slave in America during the transatlantic slave trade?
Much better slave. I'd much rather be a slave in the Mosaic Law. That's not even. That's an easy question.
Why?
I would not want it to be a slave in the transatlantic slave trade.
Why?
Because under the Mosaic Law, there's the master is supposed to be representing God, and so he is the one that is held to a high standard, and we didn't see that in the transatlantic slave trade.
I mean, the slave masters were under the impression that they were doing the same thing.
I don't know. Based on what I've told in history, I don't know how they could think God would approve of some of that stuff.
What were you told in history?
But look,
God?
I mean, I'm not really an expert on what specifically they were doing in the antebellum South, but it would be an easy answer to I'd much rather be a slave under Abraham or Moses or somebody like that than some Southern slave owner.
Okay.
That's not even a hard question.
Okay. Thank you.
With that, we're going to take one question from Haru, and then, yes, we do have to move on to our next debate, which I'll start bringing some of the contestants up.
Okay, so this is a question for both opponents because we can all agree in the chat that this wasn't a formal debate. Were y'all informed that this was supposed to be a formal debate and how cross-examinations do work through the processes? Or no?
Is yes, I did not realize that because I think last time we debated, we have 7-minute openers and 5-minute cross examinations, but maybe I was wrong. I did not realize we were going to have 20-minute cross examinations total. So, admittedly, I did not have a lot of questions. I didn't really need that many, so I decided to use some of that time to explain certain positions. And I think Vizzy probably would agree that he probably didn't feel like he needed that much as well, but I'll let him speak for himself.
Yeah, so I was aware, but I just tried not to talk under, at the same time as no degree, just so I can, minimize the confusion. But there's just some times that I have to interject. But yeah.
Host, can I say one more thing?
Yeah, but make it quick.
So no degree. During Vizzy's cross-examination, you completely overtalked your opponent, which isn't how you do formal debates with a cross-examination. I would hope that you would have knew that through the other debates that you have on this platform. Coco, thank you for having me. Have a good day.
Yep. And
respond.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I just think if I feel like someone misrepresented what I said, it is the case. I think you should clarify and say, hey, this was not what I was saying. So maybe that's what I was trying to do there. I don't know. You'd have to give me the specifics.
Okay. With that, we do have to move on to our next debate. Thank you, Vizzy. Thank you, No Degree. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it. I appreciate
Izzy, I will say you are a very, very good opponent. I really enjoyed debating you. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, all right. Thank you.
Yep. And feel free to let me know if you guys want to debate in the future. I thank you both for being up here.
All right.
Cool. And with that, we are going to move on to our next debate. Let's see. I'll be bringing Cyber up, and maybe afterwards, guys, if we have any extra time, we can go over more questions with anybody who's available. But thank you guys for being here. Our next debate is going to be Brought by Blood versus Cyber Deconstruction on Luke is a 2nd century document. Brought by Blood, are you taking the affirmative or the negation?
I'm taking the affirmative.
Cyber's on the affirmative.
And then Cyber Deconstruction is on.
Let's change this up. John's on the affirmative. Let's change it up.
Yeah, let's just switch the debate. That's fine. I can probably argue a 2nd century dating as well as you could argue a 1st. So
Let's not switch it up on COCO with all people.
And
hey Coco, can you make us bigger so I can look into my opponent's cowboy hat?
yeah, I was just about to say I might make you guys the 2 biggest screens.
Yeah, well, he's going first. There we go.
Okay,
Yeah, we're gonna use. Okay. Before the debate starts, I want to get something really clear because I've seen this happen before. I'm going to show my cards here. Okay. So all of this is information that I've compiled. I'm not looking at ChatGPT as I'm looking at my computer. I have over 60 hours of information that I've typed down. So, yep, just wanted to lay that out.
Okay, so everyone that's here, 124 people that are here, this is going to be Bought by Blood versus Cyber Deconstruction on Luke is a 2nd century document. Cyber, you're taking the negation, right?
The affirmative.
Oh, the affirmative, and then Bought by Blood is taking.
He's really trying to get you to argue from 1st century, man.
Sorry, and since you're taking the affirmative, Cyber, you're gonna go first with your 10-minute opener, and I'll start whenever you say your first word.
All right. John and host, thank you for the opportunity to present a case that challenges a long-standing assumption in New Testament scholarship that the Gospel of Luke was written in the 1st century. I contend that the Gospel of Luke, along with its companion volume Acts, was not written before 100 CE, but rather emerged in the mid-2nd century. This position is based on cumulative evidence from historical references, theological development, literary dependencies, and a broader trajectory of early Christian canon formation. Let's begin with what's perhaps the most striking. There is no definitive or unambiguous citation of the Gospel of Luke before the mid-2nd century. The Apostolic Fathers, Clement of Rome, Ignatius of Antioch, Polycarp, and the author of the Didache, while occasionally echoing languages or themes that could be found in the Synoptics, never cite the Gospel of Luke by name or demonstrate familiarity with its unique material. Contrast this with the clear, widespread use of the Gospel of Luke in the writings of Marcion, Justin Martyr, and Irenaeus, all active in the mid to late 2nd century. In fact, the earliest clear witness to the Gospel of Luke comes from Marcion of Sinope, who produced his own edited version of Luke's Gospel around 140 CE. This raises an important question. If Luke was already widely known and used by the early church by the end of the 1st century, why is Marcion the first one to cite it? This leads to our second point, the relationship between Luke and Marcion. Traditionally, scholars have claimed that Marcion used a redacted version of Luke's Gospel, removing Jewish elements to suit his theology. But this assumption has recently come under serious scrutiny. Scholars like Jason Badun and Matthias Klinghardt have argued that Marcion's Gospel might not be the redaction of canonical Luke at all, but rather the earlier version, possibly the first form of what would later be canonized as Luke. If this is the case, then Luke, as we know it today, is a post-Marcionite response revised to counter Marcion's theological position and to reintegrate Jewish themes and continuity with the Old Testament. This places the final form of Luke sometime after 140 CE, not before. Now let's address a crucial but often overlooked detail, the identity of Theophilus. the mysterious recipient of both Luke and Acts. The traditional view holds that Theophilus was either an anonymous believer or Roman official living in the 1st century, but there is no external evidence supporting this identification, absolutely zero. What if instead Theophilus was not a 1st century figure at all? Some scholars have proposed that Theophilus is Theophilus of Antioch, a known 2nd century bishop who wrote Ad Autolycum around 170 CE. This Theophilus was a prominent Christian intellectual and apologist known for engaging with Greco-Roman philosophy and defending Christianity in a systematic, rational manner. His era fits perfectly with the kind of polished Greek prose and apologetic tone that we find in both Luke and Acts, and lines up with post-Marcionite timeline. Theophilus of Antioch was also deeply concerned with the historical reliability of Christianity and the interpretation of the Hebrew scriptures, key themes in both Luke's and Acts. If the Gospel of Luke was written as a theological historical narrative intended to persuade or educate such a figure, it makes far more sense to place it in the mid-2nd century, during the time when such apologetic works were flourishing. In this view, Luke is not just writing a history for history's sake, he is constructing a deliberate counter-narrative to heretical movements like Marcionism and Gnosticism, and simultaneously defending the Christian faith to educate elites like Theophilus. This identification is not speculative fantasy. It is a plausible historical hypothesis that helps explain why Luke and Acts are so distinctively refined, theological, and programmatic in tone. They are not grassroots proclamations. They are structured apologetic documents aimed at a 2nd century audience. The Gospel of Luke also reflects a mature ecclesiology and theological outlook that fits much better in the 2nd century than the 1st. Luke promotes an image of a universal church, inclusive of Gentiles, but in continuity with Judaism, and features a strong emphasis on correct doctrine, unity, and dangers of heresy. These concerns are far more at home in the context of 2nd century debates about orthodoxy and heresy than they are in the earlier Christian periods. Moreover, Luke's gospel shows signs of anti-Marcionite theology. For example, its emphasis on Jesus' fulfillment of Jewish scriptures, its portrayal of the continuity between Israel and the church, and its strong interest in repentance and forgiveness as opposed to Marcion's radical discontinuity between the old and new. This suggests Luke was written with a particular theological agenda in response to rising challenges like Gnosticism and Marcionism. That agenda fits squarely into the world of the 2nd century, not the 1st. Luke explicitly claims to be drawing upon earlier written sources. We see this in Luke chapter 1, 1-4, and we can see strong literary dependence on the Gospel of Mark, as well as a hypothetical saying source, often called Q. But many scholars have pointed that Luke's redaction of Mark sometimes seems to harmonize or expand upon Markan narratives in ways that reflect theological reflection and distance in time. Even more compelling is Luke's probable dependence or dialogue with Matthew's gospel. While traditionally Matthew and Luke were seen as independent, more recent scholarship suggests Luke might have known and used Matthew. If that's true, it further pushes the date of Luke well after 100 CE, given that Matthew itself is usually dated between 80 to 100 CE. Furthermore, Luke's use of Greek is more polished and literary than that of Mark or Matthew, suggesting a more literate, Hellenized audience, again consistent with 2nd century context, especially if we identify Theophilus as a Greco-Roman intellectual, and the structure of the gospel reflects sophisticated narrative arc that requires time for theological reflection and storytelling evolution, not the immediacy we'd expect if it were written only decades after Jesus' death. Now consider the book of Acts, which is universally acknowledged to have been written by the same author as the Gospel of Luke. Acts ends abruptly with Paul under house arrest in Rome, and says nothing about his unalivement or destruction of Jerusalem temple in 70 CE. Two events that are conspicuously absent if Acts were truly written in the 2nd century. But this argument from silence can be misleading. Luke doesn't write history the way modern historians do. He is constructing a theological narrative, an idealization of the apostolic age, and careful choreographed speeches, and the lack of engagement with actual 1st century controversies all suggest a literary theological agenda, not a real-time chronicle. Additionally, Acts reflects a post-Pauline Christianity in which Paul's teachings have been reconciled with those of the Jerusalem church. Again, a concern more relevant in the 2nd century when differing theological traditions were being harmonized in an interest of unity. And crucially, Acts depends on a focus on his ministry, makes no mentions of Paul's letters, not a single one. If Paul's letters were already circulating widely and being used in churches, as they were by the late 2nd century, it is astonishing that Acts would ignore them. Some plausible explanations are that Acts was written well before Paul's letters had become authoritative, that it deliberately suppresses them to present a more unified version of the early Christianity, which fits the 2nd century agenda for creating a normative history of the early church, one that downplays the very real theological tensions reflected in Paul's epistles, or most likely, they didn't exist at all. Regardless, this kind of ideological redrafting fits better in the 2nd century context, emerging canon formation and theological consolidation. Lastly, we must ask, when does the Gospel of Luke actually appear in our canonical lists and patricistic citations? It is not until Irenaeus in the 180 CE that we have a firm attestation to the 4 Gospel canon, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, as authoritative scripture. Earlier figures like Papias, writing in 140 CE, do not mention Luke at all, and the Muritan fragment, often dated to the late 2nd century, is among the earliest sources to explicitly refer to Luke as canonical. This suggests that Luke was not present at all in the earliest phases of Christianity. Instead, it clearly shows it was written after Marcion, becoming an authority, being positioned as a theological and narrative bridge between the more Jewish Matthew and the more Hellenistic John, mediating texts that only make sense in the context of 2nd century politics. In conclusion, the evidence strongly supports a 2nd century dating of the Gospel of Luke, the silence of early Christian writings, the complex relationship with Marcion, and the development of theological and ecclesiastical outlook, the literary sophistication, and the late emergence of canonical recognition all points in one direction. Luke was written not in the lifetime of eyewitnesses, but in the heat of 2nd century debates over identity, theology, and authority. And now with the identification of Theophilus as a possible 2nd century bishop, we have a compelling narrative anchor. Luke was writing to a real-known Christian leader engaged in defending the faith during one of the most formative and contested periods in church history. By recognizing Luke's 2nd century origins, we gain a clear view of how early Christianity evolved and how its fundamental texts were shaped, not just by memory, but by the needs, conflicts, convictions of later communities. By situating Luke in the 2nd century, we gain not only a more historically coherent view of how Christianity evolved and how its foundational texts were shaping not just by memory, but the needs and conflicts, convictions of later communities, but also a clearer understanding of how 2nd century Christians crafted narratives to meet these challenges for their times. Thank you.
Okay, that was perfect. You had 6 seconds left, so it's really awesome that you timed your opening statement. So now, Bought by Blood, your opening statement is going to start. Whenever you say your first word, you get 10 minutes.
Don't start yet. So just a reminder, if you can give me a 1-minute warning, I would appreciate that.
Okay.
Jesus didn't exist. Paul didn't exist. The Gospel of Luke is 2nd century. What do all of these claims have in common? The answer is that they are all statements you will not hear by the overwhelming majority of scholars with an expertise in a relevant field associated with today's topic. This is what we call a consensus. This is not to say that no scholar makes these claims, but rather to say the ones that do are like a few single drops of rain that are desperately trying to shape a mighty river, absent from a nearly unquantifiable amount of new evidence that would need to be discovered. In the positive sense, it will not happen. It must also be noted that I do not hold the beliefs I hold or claim them to be true, and in fact, no one should purely and strictly on the basis of the positions of these academics or scholars. This is fallacious reasoning known as an appeal to authority. Rather, we hold and defend these beliefs for the same reasons and strong justifications that these scholars do. We defend these beliefs and claim them to be true based on the evidence. So the question we must ask tonight, is there evidence against the proposition that Cyber is defending, that Luke is 2nd century? The answer is undeniably yes. The defense I'll now present will be broken into 2 categories. 1, internal evidence found directly in the book of Luke and corresponding biblical books, and 2, external evidence found in extra-biblical historical sources, such as the patristics that lead to the definitive conclusion the claim Luke is 2nd century is false. Let's begin. So in Luke 1:1-4, the prologue, we see that he is addressing eyewitnesses. We see that he is addressing the most excellent Theophilus, and he says he has investigated everything carefully from the beginning. First, let's look at the internal evidence. It is noted by scholars that Luke's usage and style of Greek is not only extremely sophisticated, but also, as found in his prologue, it reflects a true historiographical introduction consistent with other non-biblical ancient historians. Raymond E. Brown says the Greek prologue is the most literary and stylistically refined in the New Testament. Bart Ehrman, a secular scholar, prologue of Luke is the most sophisticated Greek in the New Testament. Colin Heemer, Luke's writing, particularly in his prologue, demonstrates an awareness of contemporary literary standards. His Greek is among the best in the New Testament and reflects a serious historical purpose. Luke begins his account to address and inform a most excellent Theophilus. Scholars note that according to the Greek usage, it is most probable Luke is writing to a Roman official or someone of high governmental status, as we can only see the other times the phrase is used by the author is in the second volume, the book of Acts, in reference to Roman officials Felix and Festus. This prologue is also noted to be indistinguishable stylistically from other historians that had recorded historical narratives prior. Luke Van de Wey notes, with other ancient historians, the Lucan prologue stresses the themes of inquiry, autopsy and seeing for oneself, and careful investigation informed by familiarity, a concern with the beginnings, such as seen in Thucydides. Luke in his prologue claims to be investigating eyewitnesses. Luke Van de Wey yet again says Luke's explicit reference to eyewitnesses is rare in ancient literature, and it reflects a very strong historical claim. He's not simply passing on tradition, but verifying accounts from those who were there. Let us now examine the evidence for the claim that Luke is recording truthful information from reliable eyewitness sources. But we're going to use research found in behavioral and cognitive sciences and memory recall. In the study of forensic psychology, researchers such as Alder Verige, Yehel Nari, and Bella De Paulo provide valuable insight to the patterns and distinctions between liars and truth tellers. Truth tellers are more likely to follow specific markers and criteria such as clarity and vividness, perceptual and sensory information, spatial information, temporal information such as time of day, and cognitive operation, interpretations that are concrete rather than sensory detail. While there are many accounts in Luke and Acts that perfectly align with this criteria, we will only evaluate one to preserve time for further arguments. Luke and Acts is written unanimously by the same author in the two-volume set, where Theophilus is addressed as the recipient in the prologue of each book. In Acts 27 through 28, we see what is called the shipwreck narrative. Luke Van de Wey states that the German New Testament scholar Marius Reiser, in drawing a comparison with accounts from other ancient writers like Lucian and Aurelius and Aristides, goes further and calls it the most thorough and historically accurate shipwreck account we have in ancient history. Does it fit clarity and vividness? Yes, the narrative uses clear, concrete language, such as striking a reef, how the bow stuck, how it is remaining immovable. The stern was being broken by the surf. It was the 14th night. Is there perceptual information? Yes, waves breaking, the lowering of the boat, the sound and storm of crashing waves, and even the taste and hunger of the crew as they urged to eat. Spatial information. It continues a spatial layout that is consistently, logically coherent with what it would be like to be a sailor in this time. Temporal information. Explicit temporal markers such as the 14th night, midnight, day was about to dawn, early in the morning. And then cognitive operations. The narrative reveals participants' mental states and judgments. Sailors' suspicion that they were near land. Paul's warning about danger and his encouragements to eat. As we see, Luke and Acts exhibit specific information contained in the narrative that perfectly aligns and is consistent with the primary criteria for what is expected of truth tellers in forensic psychology and memory recall in eyewitness testimony. James Smith, an experienced scholar and an experienced sailor, in The Voyage Shipwreck of St. Paul says, no sailor would have written in a style so little like that of a sailor, and no man not a sailor could have written a narrative of sea voyage so consistent in all its parts unless from actual observation. To strengthen this case further, we must take note of what is referred to as the we passages. Throughout the Gospel of Luke, the author never refers to himself as an eyewitness, but rather a believer who compiled eyewitness testimony. Yet this is not the same thing that holds true for the book of Acts. Rather, the author identifies himself in over 90 references as being an eyewitness to the events described as a companion to Paul, with 14 of them in relation to the shipwreck alone. Throughout Paul's missionary journeys, these accounts would also place him in direct contact with eyewitnesses. This is also strengthened in conjunction with the fact that the author of Luke and Acts did not include we passages in direct correlation with Jesus' ministry. Colin Hemer notes, it is inexplicable that a forger would not have utilized the we form in Luke's gospel if the intention was to enhance credibility. The natural explanation that the author was present for the events in Acts, but not for those in Jesus' ministry. Now that I have established my case for eyewitness detail, let us now briefly mention other independent lines of external evidence, the patristics, and turn our attention to Clement of Rome. Now, Clement of Rome wrote in 95 through 97 AD of the first century. He not only speaks about Paul's life, but he uses information that is uniquely found in the book of Acts and nowhere else in any of the Gospels or the writings. And he writes in 1 Clement 5:5, after he had been 7 times in chains, speaking of Paul, had been driven into exile, had been stoned, had been preached in both east and west, he won the noble renown that was the reward of his faith. He taught righteousness to the whole world, and having reached the limits of the west, he bore witness before the rulers, and thus he was set free from the world. So we see, unlike my interlocutor's statement, we do see early attestation to the book of Acts. So prior to Clement, Paul existed in the first century as a persecuted apostle of the gospel he proclaimed. The mention of specific statements in Clement's 1 are unique to the book of Acts. Frequent imprisonments in Acts 16, 21, 26, 28. The stoning in Acts 14. Preached in the east and the west. Acts details Paul's journeys from Jerusalem to Rome. Bore witness before rulers such as Felix, Festus, Agrippa, and even Caesar in Acts 24 through 28. Martyrdom, set free from the world. But wait, even as my interlocutor mentioned, Acts never records Paul's death. This is a detail missing from a very detailed account in Acts, which is a key reason that leads scholars to hold a first century dating of Luke and Acts. Consensus hold that Paul died between 64 and 67 AD, yet Acts does not mention his death. This has led many scholars to believe the reason Acts does not contain that information is because it has not happened. Luke and Hemer states, Luke the historian brings to bear discipline in his writings. He should be judged by the standards of his era. He writes as one who knows Paul is alive. If the church had known of his death, the record would reflect it. There are monumental amounts of details that I would have desired to go over further subjects with the patristic, synoptic arguments, onomastic data points, but time is of the essence, and I believe my argument has been made clear based off of the observations we have seen. That in the Greek prologue of Luke, it matches formal historiographical standards. The earliest external sources that we see are going to be 1 Clement in 95 AD, which means Acts and Luke have to precede the writings of Clement.
1 minute.
Luke and Acts display immense eyewitness detail that is consistent with what we see in forensic modern research of truthful eyewitness testimony based on memory recall, not on fabrication. Since Acts is the second volume written by the same author as Luke, clearly establishing Acts was composed in the first century, logically implying Luke was prior to Acts in the first century. Therefore, the best explanation for the convergence of this literary, historical, psychological, and patristic data is that Luke and Acts was written in the first century by a companion of Paul. Any alternative explanation for a second century authorship would have to artificially explain away all of the above data using positive evidence while attempting to maintain historical precedent. The necessary auxiliary hypotheses you have to make in order to defend this view fundamentally make it less parsimonious and less evidence-based conclusion. Let me leave the audience with this question. If this level of vivid detail, coherence, independent, external attestation, historical realism found in Luke and Acts does not reflect the work of someone accessing authentic eyewitness memory and giving an accurate account of historical events, then what would? If we were to apply the same radical skepticism.
Mr. Or would you be okay with him finishing his last sentence, or what do you want, Cyber?
It's up to you.
He can finish his paragraph if he wants. I'll let him finish.
Okay. If we were to apply the same radical skepticism as my interlocutor, we would lose any ability to distinguish truth from fiction, history from fantasy. Luke is first century, and the prosecution rests.
Okay. With that will conclude the opening statements. Now, the format is going to get a little bit weird here, but I think you guys agreed to it. Cyber, you're going to get 5. Bought by Blood, you're going to get 10. And then Cyber, you're going to finish your last 5. You guys are okay with that?
That's good.
Okay. And Cyber, you can start. I'll start the timer whenever you say your first word.
Yeah, so the first question that I have is I didn't mention or say anything about Clement of Rome talking about Paul. I mentioned that Clement of Rome doesn't talk about Luke. Um, so my question is, do we have any evidence from anybody before Justin Martyr mentioning the book of Luke as a gospel?
Yeah. So Clement of Rome mentioning Paul is directly tied to Luke, because in the book of Acts, if Acts is written by Luke, right, then the logic is just going to follow that Clement is getting his information that is unique to Acts about Paul's life. So it's not that he's just referencing Paul, it's that he's referencing the material that is based on Paul's life.
All right, do we have any early Christians in the first century that make any connection to Luke and Paul?
Clement of Rome, like I just stated. So Clement of Rome would be the first century because he writes within 95 AD. Yeah.
Does he ever mention Luke though, or are you just drawing the conclusion?
He doesn't. So yes, he does not mention Luke by name.
So it's fair to say
we have no sources. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's fair to say then that the idea that Luke and Paul were connected is just based off a theological belief, correct? Up until the mid-2nd century.
Yeah, so I don't think theology has anything to do with it because there's no theological claim implicit within the mention of saying Luke is a companion of Paul. Theological claim is going to have to do with the theology of Christianity, not the historicity of whether or not
that's true. That's true. Let me restate. Yeah. So is there any early church history before the mid-2nd century that would place Luke and Paul together?
Yes. So we have testimony from multiple sources that are going to evaluate specifically well, actually, let me say this. No, we don't, because you're asking whether or not it places them directly together in the same narrative. So the answer is no.
Okay.
We have references to Paul individually, but not Luke.
Are you aware that the Gospel of Luke and Acts utilize parts of Josephus?
So I have heard the claim, and it makes no sense. So yes, I am aware.
Okay. Do you accept that Mark? Are you a believer in Markan authority or?
Yes, I have Mark and priority. Yes.
Priority. So if Mark was written first, and then we do have some connections with Josephus, and I'll probably go over those in my next line of questioning, where Josephus wrote Antiquities of the Jews around 93 to 94 CE. We see some parallels. For example, they both talk about Thaddeus and Judas the Galilean. However, Acts, Luke gets it wrong. He reverses them when he's talking about Acts. And I think this would just be an issue. But we do have some issues, and I just feel that these mistakes and the fact that we see a clear distinction of using Josephus pushes Luke solidly into the 2nd century.
Was there a question?
Oh, sorry, I was just making a comment. I apologize.
No, you're good.
Sorry, I lost my form here. Here we go.
No, you're good.
No, you're good.
Stop his time. Stop his time while he finds it.
No, I'm good. I got it. What's your view on Luke using the other Gospels, given that the other Gospels are pushed later into the 1st century?
Yeah, so my view is that Luke is predominantly using Mark, that there's very little things that are going to be represented that he's using in Matthew. But if he is using them in Matthew, then my position is going to be that they're just examining the same eyewitness testimony and being able to evaluate that, because I hold the traditional authorship.
All right. And then how do you account for Theophilus? Again, we have Luke being written, as you acknowledge, and we both acknowledge, Luke is written in a more sophisticated Greek that shows not only literary development that would take, the 2nd century accounts for, but again, we have this Theophilus who is mentioned as the most excellent Theophilus, which seems to point that it's a person of stature. And we do have Theophilus of Antioch in the mid-2nd century. How do you account for this?
Yeah, so the Greek there is extremely specific when it uses most excellent. and it is specifically related to governmental authority or Roman authority that is utilized also in the book of Acts. Now, here's the important part. That term is used uniquely in the first century.
Finish your last sentence.
We never use it in the second century, and it is never used for any church leadership.
Wait, you said it's... Oh, go ahead.
Well, with that, we do have to move on.
He can ask me one more question if he wants. I'm okay with it. Go ahead.
Yeah, my next question was just going to be that if it is the case that Luke was written in the second century, wouldn't that be evidence that we do see this term being utilized in the second century?
If Luke was written in second century, then yeah, that would be analytically true. If Luke is written in the second century, then we would have a second century reference, but that's what I'm contesting today.
Okay. I'm done for my first round.
Yep, we'll have to stop it there. Bob by Blood, you're going to get your 10 minutes, and then we'll go back to cyber deconstruction for the 5. We'll start whenever you say your first word.
Okay. What positive evidence do you have that Luke was written in the second century? Not evidence that is denying evidence presented in a positive sense, but positive evidence is going to be that which makes a positive case for this.
Yeah, I would just say that when we take like the there's a bunch of examples where it's clear that Luke was relying on Josephus. And so if it is the case that if Luke was relying on Josephus and Mark, and along with Matthew, these are written in the later first century, especially Josephus being written possibly as late as at the turn of the century, I would say this is evidence for it being written in the second century.
Okay, so your positive evidence is going to be, just let me restate, that Luke is utilizing Josephus.
Correct. Well, and the other synoptics.
What data point within this model could not be explained by Luke using a common source with Josephus?
Ask the question one more time.
What data point within your theory could not be explained simply by Luke and Josephus using a common Roman source?
Can you restate? I'm not understanding the question. I apologize.
Okay. Yeah. So let me say it this way. So if there's a third source that Josephus is relying on for his information, and there's a third source that Luke is relying off there for information, why is it the case that your theory does not allow for that third source to be a possibility to get the exact same data points?
I would say that the issue would be is that Josephus and on many of these points, Josephus and Acts or Luke and Acts disagree with a few things. And then when we look and we model Josephus with some other things, it seems that Josephus gets it correct, which seems to imply that Acts just Luke misread Josephus or had a misunderstanding of Josephus.
Okay. Do you also recognize that the reliance on saying that the material in Luke is caused by Josephus, that is fallacious reasoning known as a correlation causation fallacy?
I would say that there are too many connections. There are way too many connections. So to have this many correlation causation fallacies just doesn't make sense. We have way too much. We've got, Thaddeus and Judas the Galilean. We have the Quirinius census. We've got Herod Agrippa's unalivement being mentioned. Just too many connections to have it be that simple.
Well, so you would recognize that all of those connections, though, are going to be historical Roman accounts having to do with very prominent figures within ancient Israel. Would you agree?
Yes.
So why would you not expect...
Yes and no. Yes and no. But yeah, for the most part, yes.
So why would you not expect that to be common knowledge that could be corroborated by a third source that is being utilized by both Josephus and Luke?
Because, again, the issue that we run into is that if you hold to Markan priority and that Matthew is being used, these are held to be also written much later than Luke and Acts was written. Again, Acts ends with Paul under house arrest. He's not unalived. And so with Paul still being alive in the 60s, it would just go that they were using other sources to include Josephus, which pushes it to that later date.
All right. What is your primary argument based off of a scholarly position that you're utilizing for positive evidence for your claim?
Based off of a scholarly position, so again, I'm going to do a harken back to my friend Christ Before Jesus, Jaron. So we do have a peer-reviewed data science that has been used called stellometry. And when we use stellometry on Luke, we do see that it matches minus probably 3 chapters in the beginning, 3 chapters at the end. But it appears to be that Luke matches up with Evangeline, which was written by Marcion. So we have stellometry, which is peer-reviewed. And again, Jason Badoon, and there's been some other data scientists who have taken a look at this, and they've also been like, hey, there's a good chance Luke is written in the 2nd century based on word usage.
Are you familiar that Christ Before Jesus has been evaluated by 2 independent scholars that are neither Christian nor just purely secular, but both mythicists, that have actually evaluated the content of their material regarding stylometric analysis?
Correct. The one that you're probably going to refer to is Richard Carrier. If you go back and read his statement, he makes it clear that he hasn't read the book. He assumes in his writing that Jaron utilized the KJV version when he is doing his translations. Also, neither of these scholars state that Jaron's findings are wrong. They don't make that claim. In fact, both of them state that at least Richard Carrier. Richard Carrier at least says, no, his conclusion's correct. Richard Carrier agrees with his conclusion. He just doesn't agree the fact that Jaron is not a scholar himself, and he disagrees with Jaron not being a scholar. But again, Richard Carrier makes it very clear in his critique of it that he has not read Christ Before Jesus, and he hasn't read the stellometry himself.
Okay, so are you also familiar that in his paper he references 2 other stylometric analysis studies that are actually evaluating the exact same materials, to which he validates one with high praise. The second one, he says, is poorly done. And I'm going to be nice because I know they're your friends, but I will read just an excerpt quote that he says in reference to the claim you made that he said they're not wrong. So the quote from Richard Carrier is, its authors do not appear to have any relevant credentials to make the claims. The book has no academic quality. It is written like pop market gee whiz with minimal footnotes or legitimately formulated procedures. It states formulas but never shows or samples raw inputs when they give them. And then I'll go down. There's simply nothing we can check. So I have to conclude these authors, and this is Carrier, are either wildly naive, have no actual idea what they're doing, or they're trying to pretend they do, and this is a con for sales. And though my suspicions lean toward the latter, it doesn't matter because the results are garbage either way. So let's just focus on that ending claim, that the results themselves are garbage. Why do you think that is entailed that they're not incorrect in their assessments?
Yeah, because based on that statement, so real quick, in order to address this, we have to address how this shows that he hasn't actually read the book. So in the book, we have a whole chapter dedicated to how to do it, right? In the book, he shows the math formula, distance formula that they use, and they break down exactly how to do it. And in fact, he does give the data. He does give the tables with their findings, right? So the issue is that Richard Carrier clearly hasn't read the book. And that's the issue. He hasn't read the book. He's just going out making claims because it is the case that Jaron, self-admittedly, Jaron will never claim that he's a scholar. In fact, Christ Before Jesus is currently going over through 6 peer-reviewed processes right now that were really pushed by one of the co-authors, not by Jaron. Jaron has never claimed to be a scholar. He's never claimed to aspire to be a scholar.
I'm gonna interject just to maintain my time. That's okay. How much time do I have, Coco? Please.
Checking right now. You have 1 minute and 24 seconds.
Okay, so yeah, let me just move down to this then. So regardless of the stylometric analysis, let's do. Do you acknowledge that if your dating is wrong and fails to be corroborated by scholars post peer review and Luke was written before 70 CE, then your entire theory about Marcionite origins collapses?
But there are scholars who support Marcionite theology.
Yeah, I'm talking more of a consensus. Do you agree that in reference, if your dating is wrong, then Marcionite origin collapses?
Oh yeah, if it turns out that the dating is wrong, correct. But so far, I haven't seen any evidence of that.
Okay, so if your model requires us to deny unanimous voice of early Christian history, dismiss all internal literary evidence, rely on non-expert stylometric speculation, is it really the most reasonable or most parsimonious view? That's the first question, and then the second question, and then I'll end. If the only way to date Luke into the 2nd century is to rewrite the entire historical and literary landscape, pushing all the church fathers further and further and further in time, doesn't that tell us more about your theory than about Luke?
So on to the first one, I would say no. Scholarly consensus, while it's nice, it's not about like what the scholars themselves say. It's about the evidence that they present. And it seems to be that that the evidence that the scholars look at is the exact same evidence. So it'd be like me having this monster can and having a bunch of scholars look at this one monster can and then draw a conclusion that, yeah, that's a monster can. But again, the narrative that they look at comes from the church itself. It is a history from the church, mainly Eusebius, who was a known liar. So yeah, I don't give credence to just the consensus.
Okay.
So really quick. So I gave you a last question at the end there. Could you just address that question regarding parsimony? So where I asked, is it really the most parsimonious view or the simplest view?
Yeah, I would say with all the data that I have seen, I would say that what is most parsimonious is that when Luke was being written, it was being written in the mid-2nd century to fit a theological narrative, to correct a theological narrative that was caused by the epistles of Paul. And they're trying to fix it by looking back in history and crafting a narrative based on the past. So I would say it is most parsimonious.
All right. And will that be it?
No, he has another 5 minutes.
Oh,
Not it.
Oh yeah, I know about that. He's gonna
okay. I thought you said that'll be it. I'm like, no, he gets more time to ask me questions.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And so yeah, well, we are gonna do your 5-minute cross-examination, Cyber, and I'll start it whenever you say your first word.
All right. Sorry, I looked up something else while we were doing some other things. So yeah, so my question is, do you believe that when do you believe that Josephus was written, when he wrote Antiquities?
I hold to the original dating. So it's somewhere around one. I have it in my notes if you allow me to look. If you just want to tell me.
Usually between 93 up to 100 CE. It's dated usually within there.
Yeah. So.
All right. And do you believe that Acts was written before Josephus?
Yes.
And you are aware that Acts and Antiquities both mention, again, Thaddeus and Judas the Galilean, correct?
Yes, I am aware.
And in what order do you think Josephus lists them?
So I believe he lists Theudas first and he lists Judas first and then Theudas second. And then Luke does it in the reverse order. Correct?
Correct. Yeah, Luke mixes them up. Now, if not from Josephus, where do you think Luke got these specific names from?
Yeah, so it could just be a common source, and it could be relevant information at that ancient period in time having to do with like these potential revolt leaders.
All right. And do you agree that Luke and Josephus both reference the census of Quirinius?
Yes.
And when does Josephus say that happened?
He says it happened in the very beginning of the 1st century, and Luke puts it somewhere around 6 CE.
Correct. Yeah, they both kind of place it at 6 CE. But when does Matthew place the birth of Jesus?
Matthew places the birth of Jesus around the time of Herod.
Right. And when did Herod pass away?
Herod passed away in about 4 BCE is the normal dating.
Yeah. So how big of a gap does that put between Matthew and Luke?
Yeah, so it would put a gap, but I have no reason to believe that just because Luke and Josephus contradict each other, that Luke is the one at fault over Josephus. Because I can also recognize that Josephus himself has a lack of historical details, and he gets some things wrong in his own writings. So I don't think that that marks which historian we should prefer over the other.
Well, so this is where the issue I was coming up with. Are you familiar with Tacitus?
I am.
Tacitus writes extensively about Quirinius, writes extensively about him. So we know exactly what Quirinius was doing at 4 CE. We know what he was doing. And so Tacitus also agrees with Josephus that Quirinius took over as governor in Syria, which Judea fell under, in 6 CE. So the question is, we have a 10-year gap between Matthew and Luke with the birth story of Jesus. Which one of the Gospels are we to believe with this?
Yeah, so my position is it's completely fine if Luke makes a good faith error, considering the amount of information that would have been available at the time compared to a modern time where we have, cell phones and we have news reports and all these things. These guys, they had pen, they had parchment, they had oral tradition, and so information was not as preserved back then as well as the modern century. But if it's the case that Luke and Matthew contradict each other, or that Luke and Josephus contradict each other, it actually doesn't put any effect on whether or not Luke is a 2nd century document, because contradictions could exist and Luke can still be 1st century and just contain those contradictions.
But the issue that you're relying on, that you've relied on quite a bit, was the eyewitnesses that Luke went through, these eyewitnesses that Luke saw. But if Luke is getting this information from eyewitnesses, people who supposedly knew Jesus, were intimate with Jesus, then you would think that these eyewitnesses would get it right, because there'd be more of them stating that, hey, this birth actually happened in 6. But we have a clear departure from this. So would this punch holes in your eyewitness account?
So I don't think it punches holes in the eyewitness account, especially in reference to all of the other data. So if we say, would you agree? Well, it's not my time to ask questions, but I'll say it this way. We know that Luke gets so much right regarding times and eras of people who are ruling, such as Licinius, such as... okay. We know Luke gets so much right that if Luke gets one thing wrong, it's going to put him in line with every other ancient historian that got stuff wrong. And so errors are not problematic for the view of whether or not Luke is 1st century. And comparatively with the rest of the evidence, no. The preponderance of evidence for eyewitness testimony greatly exceeds that of a few fringe examples.
So real quick, we have this Licinius as a tetrarch of...
we do have to move on.
I'll let him ask one last question.
Okay, but yeah, go ahead.
Yep.
Yeah, so my date is, we have Licinius, the tetrarch of Abilene, being mentioned. Do you know the historical date that we have for Licinius actually existing? They found a stone. I'm not talking about that stone. I'm talking about the actual recording of when Licinius, the tetrarch of Abilene, when he actually existed.
Yeah, so it would have been mid-1st century BCE.
No, the one that is dated survived to 40 to 36 BC. The reason why...
that's why I said BCE, not CE, BCE.
Oh, yeah. Got it. Yeah, but the issue is that he is mentioning that this Licinius is, again, Luke, is reigning during the 15th year of Tiberius. Mm-hmm. That's an issue because Tiberius was ruling much later, right? Was ruling during the time of the New Testament. And these are reasons why I don't believe that Luke can historically be relied upon, because he gets so many dates wrong, especially since he got these from eyewitnesses.
Would you allow me to address that, Cyber?
I have no problem with it if COCO will allow it.
Coco, can I
that's
address
fine.
that final point?
Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, the Licinius inscription, it corroborates Luke's dating and tells us that there is a younger Licinius. So there's something known as the Stone at Abilene, which you referenced, and it has a phrase on there, to the Lords Augusti. Now, the archaeologists that uncovered this realized it's not talking about a single individual. It's not talking about only Tiberius. So here's the key factor of this. The Lords Augusti could only have existed at one point in time, and that is when Tiberius and his mother, Livia, I believe her name is, Livia existed simultaneously, because they would be the Lords Augusti. And so where Luke places this younger Licinius is directly in line with the archaeological record.
Oh, okay. Will that be it? And we can go on to our closing statements.
Who goes first on closing?
It'll be me and then you. Unless you want to go first. I have no problem with you going first if you want to, since I just got done speaking.
I'll you can go ahead and go. It's fine. I had 10 minutes of talking straight, so.
Yeah, no, not a problem. So yeah, just going back, let me get this brought up here real quick. Yeah, so going back, I would just say again, when we take a look at the Marcionite hypothesis, when we take a look at that, none of the early church fathers actually mention that Luke is being written in the first century. We have no mentions of that. The only mentions that we have of Luke definitively is in the mid-2nd century. Now, it is the case that John did go on and start talking a lot about Paul. My argument wasn't about Paul, right? My issues, because if Paul was written, he wasn't written by the author of Luke. It could be the case that Paul did exist at a much later date, but that Luke, who supposedly traveled with him, according to church history, again, there's no history of this outside of the church, only in church history, that places Luke with Paul. And I'm a firm stander that because we have these lack of mentions in the early church in the 1st century, we don't hear anything till after Marcion. It seems that Luke is a response to Marcion. Luke does mention some things that John did not mention. During the 2nd century, Marcionism and Gnosticism were real problems during the 2nd century. These weren't issues in the 1st century. And these are things that Luke directly contends with. Again, Theophilus, we have Theophilus. No Theophilus would be mentioned that would be of any significance except for Theophilus of Antioch in the mid-2nd century. Again, this goes with the polished Greek that's being used. With the polished Greek, it shows a more literate Greek literacy culture than we have in the 1st century. Again, we have issues where Acts specifically seems to kind of go against some of the theological issues that we have with the Pauline letters, which seems to show that Acts was written afterwards and trying to give a more unified church narrative versus what the Pauline letters were. The book of Acts doesn't even mention Paul's letters at all, don't mention them at all. And I find it weird that we don't mention these letters that are all over the place at this time, when Acts is supposedly written after the fact, after Paul has written these. Again, it seems to me that Luke needed to rely on sources coming from not only the other synoptic gospels, being Mark and Matthew, which John stated were both written first, but it also seems that he utilized Josephus and used that quite a bit. Again, we don't get any mention of any of the gospels themselves in any meaningful matter until the 180s by Irenaeus, when he actually gives them a name. We have other early figures, Papias, again, the Muratorian fragment, not the Muratorian fragment, Papias, who's often quoted, but he doesn't mention Luke, but he does give a loose commentary about Mark and Matthew, but nothing about Luke. So again, this to me all shows, with Theophilus and Josephus, just shows a strong argument that Luke was in fact written in the mid-2nd century, not in the 1st century. Again, nothing historical mentions him. We have no writings about him. The only arguments that we have come from the church itself. There's no outside historians that talk about Luke, mention Luke. It seems to be that when we take a look at all things considered, Luke did not rely on eyewitnesses at all. We've got too many inconsistencies where Luke gets things historically wrong. It seems to be that he was relying on other sources, as he states in Luke chapter 1:1-4, where he's collecting sources. And with that, Luke is written in the mid-2nd century.
And are you ending there?
Yeah.
Cool. And you had 27 seconds left on the clock. Now, Bob by Blood, you're going to get your 5-minute closer, and it starts whenever you say your first word.
The claim being made by my interlocutor, predominantly, and the foundation of his argument, is going to be that Marcion's gospel came first, and then Luke came later as a response to Marcion's gospel. If the inverse is true, then that means my opponent's position fails. If my opponent's position is that because of this dating, that now we have to push all of these other historical figures, these patristics, further and further and further into the future, because it is problematic if they are writing these things within early 2nd century or late 1st century, then that's going to present a problem. So let's look actually at the words of Irenaeus in 180 AD. So this is while Marcion is actually seen to be still alive, and here's what it says. Marcion mutilates the gospel according to Luke, removing all that is written concerning the Lord's generation and many of the words of the Lord in which he clearly confesses the creator of the universe as his father. We also see it represented in other church fathers, in Tertullian, where he says against Marcion, Marcion expressly denying that Christ was born made away with all his nativity, removing everything that was written on the subject in the Gospel of Luke. Now, these accounts that I'm presenting, and then another account actually says that Marcion took a knife to the Gospel of Luke. Positive evidence is going to be what we have actual documentation for, what we have actual tradition for. That is going to be positive evidence for a claim. Now, positive evidence is not within my position, my opponent's position. He's not presenting positive evidence. He's denying the evidence that we already have, pushing the dates further and pushing these other sort of hypotheses that are going to say that, well, no, it's the other way around. Luke is borrowing from Marcion. But the positive evidence states that Marcion mutilates the gospel of Luke, not the other way around. And that's just 40 years after the fact when we look at Irenaeus in 180 in his book Against Heresies. Something we also notice, that if Luke and Acts are written in the 2nd century, why is it the case that they do not reference other heresies that are prevalent in the 2nd century? Irenaeus is already attacking in Against Heresies certain doctrines, including Marcion having to say that he stripped the Gospel of Luke and just took what he wanted and left the rest. But that doesn't seem to be the case, because in Luke and Acts, we don't see a challenge to later heresies. We don't see a challenge to heresies such as Arianism or anything like that. We do not see challenges in any sense to these like later 2nd century heresies. Now, this is really good, yet again, positive evidence for the claim that Luke and Acts are not writing in 2nd century, because there are no challenges to these other heresies. They start predominantly with Irenaeus. And like I said, the positive evidence states that Marcion mutilated Luke, not the other way around. Now, when I asked the question to my opponent, hey, what's the most parsimonious view? This is the key. Parsimony requires simplicity. So you have these two things. You have a hypothesis. So there's two hypotheses. Let's say Luke is 2nd century or Luke is 1st century. and then we say what is best explained, what gives the most explanatory power, and what is the simplest explanation. My explanation only requires these assumptions. It's going to be that Luke is an eyewitness. He is recording as a companion of Paul. He is including the we passage. Did you say a minute, Coco? Yeah. Okay. He's including the we passages where he puts himself directly in the narrative of Acts, but he's also writing Luke prior to Acts, and there is no such thing as the we passage. So why would he not include that he is an eyewitness to the very ministry of Jesus, but would include that he's an eyewitness in the to the missionary journeys of Paul? It makes no sense if you're trying to fabricate something and provide validity. So these two hypotheses, first century, second century, guess what? I only need that Luke is an eyewitness, he's historically recording detail, and he's a companion of Paul that is writing prior to all of these later heresies, prior to Marcion in the first century, to give Theophilus, which again, most excellent, is only going to be attributed, it's never going to be attributed toward a bishop. He's giving that. But on the other side, the assumptions that my interlocutor has to make in order to preserve a second century dating. Say what?
Finish your last sentence.
Okay. The assumptions my interlocutor has to make do not promote simplicity, but rather they are the denial of all of the historical data that is supported by scholars and supported by the tradition.
Bet. And that will be the conclusion of the debate. Thank you, guys. I'm looking at the time. We're doing pretty okay. We've got about...
and you know what, John? Air high five.
Absolutely.
We've got about 18 minutes before...
I really enjoyed this. So yeah. I did not enjoy prepping for it. I will never do a debate again. I hate formal debates. I'll just come up on your live one day and we'll go over all of the other... I've only used maybe 5 hours of notes in the 60 that I prepped for. So I'm just going to bring this whole document to your live stream and we're going to talk for a really long time. Okay?
Yeah. And yeah, we've got 17 minutes until the next debate. So we'll start doing questions. And
do we have a poll up?
Huh?
John, holy smokes, man. I mean, golly, brother. Golly, that's impressive, man. John, my question for you is, what did he say he was going to do to you before this debate that prompted this debate to occur? What did he say? Could you remind me real quick? That's my question to you.
So I will give the context. What prompted this debate was I received information that Cyber had put, and me and him had never talked before, okay? We had no interaction. I'm just like another apologist on TikTok. And so what he said was he was going to be petty, body, and embarrass me in the debate. That was the exact...
That's what I remember. So my question to Cyber is...
Well, really quick,
Cyber,
let me say, before you finish, I just wanted to clarify something. We have talked since then, and he apologized for that. I apologize for challenging him to a debate and causing this drama to begin with. So me and Cyber are completely cool.
Yeah, I'm just curious. So Cyber, after that, do you recognize that you failed to body and embarrass him? And
he was absolutely bodied. I'm kidding, John.
Yeah. So, yeah, that was John. Great work. Great job representing Christ. I guess, my favorite part of this conversation was Cyber saying out loud verbatim on record that Paul may have existed. That's amazing. Great job, John.
Amen. I must have missed that part, but glad someone in the audience caught it.
Oh, yeah, that wasn't the argument. Real quick, while we're waiting, just some points of clarity. So Marcion passed away in 160. So he passed away before Irenaeus wrote his heresies against Marcion.
Oh, okay. I might have got that wrong. There is someone who challenges Marcion while he's still alive. I think I might have. It's not Irenaeus. It's someone who calls him the son of the devil. You know who I'm referencing?
I'd have to go back and look.
It's not Irenaeus. So I might have misspoke. But there is a church father that specifically references him as a heretic, as a mutilator of Luke's gospel, and that calls him the son of the devil.
Yeah.
So
and then the Arian Christianity didn't start till about 318, so it was well outside the purview of Marcion. But
yeah, the ones that would have been expected Let me pull this really quick.
Hi,
But
Cyber.
also, remember we have questions.
Yeah.
I was curious when Paul written some of the Gospels. Apparently, what made you think Paul didn't exist?
What makes me
Because
think
I know
that Paul didn't
because
exist?
I used to be a Christian a long time ago, but I'm an atheist now. But majority of the Gospels in the Bible didn't seem like it was correct. But I don't know who would have written that, Paul or the other one, Moses, because apparently Moses written the first few scriptures in the process. So how do you know that the people that wrote the Bible wasn't Paul or Moses?
So why I would grant that, why I would say that Moses didn't exist is we've got no archaeological evidence of the Exodus or any archaeological evidence that he actually existed. In fact, if we're being gracious, we could grant the writing of the Torah to after the Babylonian exile. If we're being gracious, there is some evidence that was probably written quite a bit afterwards. But as far as Paul, it seems to be that, again, when we look at Paul and we compare Paul to Josephus, it seems like a lot of the shipwrecks and the ships and the trips that Paul was on, Josephus should have been on as well. Josephus writes things that are very comparative to events that Paul writes about. And also when we use stallometry to look at the epistles, it seems that the pastorals were probably written by Polycarp. They align up with Polycarp with the epistles. Again, the epistles seem to have been written by a few different people per each of them. And there's maybe one individual who, if there was like a Paul or a singular person that was like with them, they were only present for like 6 of them, and it was only a small portion of them. So given that Josephus never mentions Paul, we have no historians outside of Christianity that mention Paul, but yet he's going all over the place. We have no letters, nothing back to Paul. We've got no, and again, the stallometry seems to point that the epistles are written by multiple people. It just gives credence and evidence to me that Paul never existed. Probably never existed.
I do want to remind the audience really quick. We have the poll up. It's the blue clipboard on the left side of your screen. Just hit that to vote on who you think won. Go ahead.
So to the Arianist comment, so the heresies that would have been expected to be challenged in like Irenaeus and Luke and Acts would have been Montanism and Valentinianism.
Mm-hmm.
So these are both positions and heresies that were unchallenged until later on in the 2nd century.
Yeah.
Okay. And with that, we can move on to the next question that we might have. Let me check the guest invitation. I've got Carrie.
Hi. I
Hello.
just wanted to make a comment and say that this is what debates should be. You both did excellent, and the level of professionalism was outstanding. And
This was a very different debate than I thought it was going to be. Like when I first challenged you, 100%. I'm very, very pleased with how this went.
It went very well. I think every future interlocutor should watch this debate and take notes on how to actually debate. Good job.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye, Cyber.
Bye, Carrie. Send my dad home.
I will.
Okay. And the next person, no degree, you can go.
Thank you. I'd like to say, Fault by Blood, I was very impressed. You definitely prepared. But I did have a question for
I haven't seen my family in 2 weeks.
Oh, okay. Well, I could tell you spent a lot of time on it. Cyber deconstruction, you had said something about Luke in the 2nd century trying to correct some things from Paul, and I'm assuming the 1st century. Is that what you're saying?
So what I'm saying is that Acts. So we have in the epistles, we have where Paul is very focused on the Gentiles, right? Paul is trying to separate from the Jewish law, right? And we have, in there we get some issues. However, when we go and read Acts, it departs from that, where it seems like Luke is trying to be more friendly towards the Jewish people in Acts. So that's what I was referring to.
My question then is, since it's the case in Paul's epistles, he mentions Luke by name about 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that what is going on in those epistles when he calls Luke the beloved physician at one point and says something, only Luke is here with me, in another one? What do you think is going on there? If Luke is trying to correct something in the 2nd century, who is the Luke Paul's talking about in his epistles?
So what my official standing is with the epistles of Paul is that the epistles of Paul were written by the Marcionites, not necessarily by Marcion, but by his school, and that when the church gets a hold of these writings, they actually edit them. In fact, oh crap, his name's fleeing my mind right now. But one of the church fathers, writes that he would have to take the letters of Paul on faith, except he had his own edited version of them. Trying to remember which church father that was. Tertullian, there we go, Tertullian. Tertullian states that he has to take Paul on faith, that he wouldn't believe it, except he has his own edited versions of it. And so, yeah, I just believe that the letters of Paul, once the church got a hold of them, or from Marcion, they did some heavy editing in them.
Okay. And with that, let's try to get Daniel's question in. Go ahead, Daniel.
Hey, hello. That was so much fun to listen to, honestly. Both of you were really, really well prepared, super articulate. Loved it, honestly. I did want to hear, John, I just wanted to hear how you would respond to what Cyber just said about his reasons for not thinking that Paul necessarily existed. And I also, just on top of that, I'll jump right back down. I'd love to actually see you guys in an extended conversation sometime. I think that would be really, really good fun.
You heard it, debates on Daniel's live tonight. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I'm gonna play a video game or something. I'll see my family tomorrow. So the Tertullian point, is that what you're asking?
Or just any response at all to everything that Cyber just said like a minute ago, giving his reasons as to not necessarily being convinced Paul even existed.
Yeah, so I wasn't listening super intently because it wasn't my question, but I did hear a couple of things. Could you summarize for me?
Yeah, I can summarize it real quick.
Give a summary and then I can respond to it.
Yeah, so it seems to be that the letters of Paul came from the Marcionite school. His writing, the Apostolicon, is where we get the first rendition of the letters of Paul. And it seems to be that once the church got a hold of them, and they're trying to correct this Marcionite train of thought, they heavily edited the letters of Paul. And again, when we look at stellometry, it seems like the pastorals were written by Polycarp. It seems that if there was a Paul, he was only involved in like 6 of the letters, in very small portions of them. The stellometry shows that there's many authors to some of these texts. And it seems to be that the early church got them and edited them. And again, Tertullian mentioned that he would not believe Paul. He has to take Paul on complete faith, except for he has his own edited copies of them.
Okay, so I'm not familiar with the edited copy thing. That might just be something I have to look into. I'm not going to respond out my butt on something I haven't studied. So that would be the first thing. The reference to stellometry is just going to be this. There are many stylometric analysis of the New Testament. Almost all of them place everything in regards to a consensus, almost all of them place everything within the first century regarding Paul's epistles, regarding even the Gospels. So the stylometric analysis isn't convincing to me on any notion. Like I even had a note in my thing. In the past 10 years, there have been over 25 peer-reviewed studies on stylometry regarding the New Testament, and all of them, and these are from actual academics and scholars, like he said, Jaron, who wrote the book Christ Before Jesus, is not one. He does not claim to be one, and that's perfectly fine. I think it is the case that what we need to evaluate is the work of experts, and not believe the experts simply because of the experts, but believe the experts based off of the justifications they provide over someone who's not an expert that would be considered in this academic field as an amateur, and take those stylometric analyses and apply them to Paul's letters, and the fact that there is a consensus. Like I said, there's, in the past 10 years, 25 plus stylometric analysis of the New Testament that have been peer-reviewed studies have been evaluated, coming to drastically different conclusions than Christ Before Jesus. So,
okay, let's try to get a Sir in, and then one more guest. Sir, you got anything for us? Or are you just here for your debate that's coming up next?
Than wants me to ask a question about stylo, but I don't have the stuff in front of me, so it has to do with the Eater's Delta distance. And I think what he wants me to ask Cyber is why it's not included in Jaron's book. I'm not even sure if Cyber would have an answer to that, but
it is. Hold on. It is included in his book.
I think he means specifically on the dendograms. Like at the bottom, it's not included. I think that's what he's asking.
I read the whole book. I didn't see the engrams either.
Well, they have them. Well, that's what these are here, these charts, and they do put them in. They put them in at the bottom. So I guess I don't know what he's asking.
Those are distance.
I think he's asking about the dendograms, but I don't know why he just doesn't bring his goofy self up here and ask you himself. I don't know.
I think he's with his kids. I think that's why.
Oh, okay.
He does have the dendograms in them. Like, we do have them.
Yeah, but I think what he's asking is why don't the dendograms include the render's distance? I think that's what he's asking.
Oh, that I wouldn't know. That'd be a question for CBJ himself. That I don't know right off the top of my head.
Dan always says to make sure to go to the Amazon page and look at the reviews of the book, because there's long reviews that are done by scholars to show why the book is extremely false and does not actually show its work.
Well, so the issues with those, and kind of into what Bought by Blood was talking about. So Stylo, the company that is peer-reviewed that Jaron uses, back in about 2018, so it used to be you had to do runs like at a book level. You'd have to run like an entire book because of the word count that was required. But due to breakthroughs in stylometry, they can now break it down to the chapter level. And one thing that Jaron will say is like one book they couldn't run was Philemon, because it doesn't have the word count. So they couldn't run Philemon, right? He'll say that. He has no problem saying that. And so when you take a look at that long book review that guy needs to get authored, needs to go get that published, if you go read that and you read it, his sources all date to 2012 or sooner. He doesn't have any updated sources, and he hasn't kept up on the updates and the breakthroughs that have happened within stylometry, right? And so how stylometry works, as a sense, is it looks at the basic words that we use, the common words. And so it's peer-reviewed. It's used in court. For example, if I was to hack into John's email account and I was to write a letter to his church, completely speaking blasphemy, they could go use Stylo and compare any of John's other emails to the email that I wrote. because the common words that we use are like fingerprints. And I would be able, or John would be able to save himself, because if he ran his work against the letter that I wrote, even though they don't know it was me, it would pop up as not John. So John would be saved.
So yeah, I'm gonna head up, but like even in those reviews, the statistician that reviewed it just showed that their method is completely invalid. And it doesn't mean that he's not updated on the data, it just means that their method is just invalid. But
No,
I just
all the
wanted to say
sources.
both of you guys, and I'll head out. It's pronounced interlocutor. Interlocutor. Okay?
What are you talking about?
You said interlocutor.
I didn't say
entire
Twitter.
debate. Yes, you did. You said interlocutor, and I have it on. Show me the
Oh, I might.
Coco,
I-
send me the
Yeah.
recording. Send me the recording.
Go ahead and send it to me.
Interlocutor
I'm fine.
is not how you pronounce
Listen,
it.
if I'm saying
John-
something wrong, that's fine.
John
I did
hasn't
want to say,
love you.
you
I
said
love
there.
you, John.
So,
John
Cyber,
hasn't
you said,
slept in like 3 weeks, so just give him a break.
yeah.
I love you.
I've used the term interlocutor plenty of times, but yeah,
Look
if I
at
said
this
it,
guy. It looks like he just got off the show Survivor. Just look at
Yeah.
him.
You look like you're an illegal immigrant, bro. You got to get to bed.
Well, I just wanted to ask this, Cyber, and then I'm willing to drop unless there's more questions. You said it's up for 6 peer reviews right now, right?
Correct.
If the findings of these 6 peer reviews turn out to be invalidating their research, will you stop defending their research or continue to?
I will need to wait till that comes out and take a look and see why. Is it because as you know, when they do peer reviews, they take a look. Was there a step that they missed? Then I probably wouldn't. It'd be like, hey, redo this, and then we'll see. If it was to come back and be like, yeah, this is complete. Like I don't even know why they did this. I don't know. But I
have a lot of other questions, but I'll do that in like your own live stream.
I'm actually curious about something. I don't know, Cyber, if you know. Do you know any of the journals? Like, if I named one of the journals, would you tell me if it's being sent to that journal? I'm just curious about one specific.
I have not asked those questions, so I don't know.
Okay.
But also, guys, we do need to get to the next debate for Joe Sings, and like it's time to debate. But
it's time. Okay, well, Cyber, thank you. Coco, thank you for hosting. And Coco, there are people from my church that want to see the debate. If you could upload this to YouTube and then let me know, that would be great.
Okay, I can do that.
Okay, I'll let you do it.
Hey,
Cyber,
host.
conversation. You have a good night.
When is my debate supposed to be coming on?
I think
I'm supposed to be having a debate sometime in June or something. I just don't remember what day or what month it's supposed to be. Sometime in June.
Did I find you an opponent for that debate?
I don't know. I remember I was supposed to have had somebody. No, I don't think you did actually. There's a guy who was supposed to have done that, never actually wanted to do it. So.
What proposition was it? I can try to set it up. I do have something planned.
Well, you could do like God. You could do God versus science. I mean, you have a religious belief, while I do my science stuff, and we see what's debate versus science.
Okay, I think I'll come up with a proposition and try to find you an opponent, and I'll let you know.
Coco, wait. Coco, I'm going to reboot my internet real quick. Sorry.
You're good.
Give me like 3 minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll come up with the proposition and find you a opponent. And yeah, I have one more event on June 13th. And then I'm waiting to see what Trump is going to do about the deadline for TikTok in America. And then, I'll keep hosting events. And
you'll probably keep getting extended.
Yeah. Yeah, hopefully it does.
We have no update of like how close we are to the sale of this. Like, shouldn't there be like things out there, talks? Like, is there any article? I haven't been searching, to be fair, but
I'm not sure if they're getting closer to a sale. There have been rumors that like Mark Zuckerberg might like try to buy it, but that's like wild rumors.
Mr. Beast, is his group still doing it, or I don't know.
I'm not even sure. Mr. Beast is sort of hinting at buying it, but like I'm not sure.
That's been a long time. That's been like 6 months now.
Yeah.
half a year. There's some other group I heard, but I don't know. So
All right,
hopefully,
we have to get to the next debate now. Wait, hold on.
or my opponent's gone. He's trying to come back.
Oh, true.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
waiting for
He's
Sir.
going to be back in 3 minutes.
Yeah, I had the timer going. I mean, I have the timer not going, but I have the timer.
So are we
going.
doing video? Like, do we have to be on video here on our faces, or what's going on?
Oh no, you don't have to.
No, you don't have to.
I'll wait till Sir comes out. Whatever he decides, because I don't want to have like an unfair advantage. Like people can see me and not see him, or not. Whatever he thinks, I'll.
I mean, it doesn't. It doesn't. I don't think it sways the votes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello. Can we focus? Well, we have to wait till.
Did we have the
both people
results,
to the debate are
Coco?
here.
Yes, I do have the results. But I might DM the contestants to see if they want me to release it or if they're okay with me releasing it.
I'm sure they're okay. Like I think that's the point of the.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, there's a vote.
Yeah.
I usually don't vote if I'm.
We usually do. Yeah, we usually do votes for these things.
Okay, and this is typically mostly an atheist like live, right? So we can be
So-
under the opinion that there's probably gonna be more atheists in here.
Yeah, so like
Okay,
yeah,
so there was a time though where even regardless of them being atheists, I've seen voters
are
vote. I've seen voters vote for Christians, and Christians actually won by majority vote on this live. So
Yeah, so there is a blog site that I also write regarding like this project of like hosting debates and tracking my journey to like figure out what I believe in, and I do write that the polls are not a
They're not fair.
completely honest dictator of who won, because yes, there can be more atheists in here, and I've been looking at the data and the polls that I've done for like the last like 8 events that I've hosted, and typically the atheist tends to win the debate by audience vote, but there have been a couple times where like the Christian did so well in comparison to their atheist opponent that the audience just ended up voting for the Christian.
Oh, that's true.
Yes,
I was figuring
it does-
it's probably based a lot too on who has the bigger following, like because because people will see who's live and they'll try to join, like that's going to be a huge factor as well. Like it's whoever has the biggest following. If somebody has a big following, all their obviously followers are going to vote for the person. they
yeah,
like.
yeah. Coco, we could talk about some of the things that I believe could be good rubrics for judging, but we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, you know,
Can you guys hear me okay? Am I
Switch
lagging?
back up. Switch back
when
up.
This is actual profile.
When No Degree was uphill, he said that people didn't read the Bible. When I used to read the Bible, and I know what the Bible says, and I still had questions for him, but I never got the questions that I wanted.
Well, maybe that's for this debate, right?
Yeah, let's talk about this later.
Let's talk about this
we could talk about it
we
right
might
now.
have
Yeah, it wasn't this
We're
debate.
we're 8 minutes behind schedule, so let's try to get this
meet
going. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So we have Sir and what do you want
Darum.
to call you?
Darum.
It says what is it?
Darum.
Darum. Okay, Darum. Got you. Or Verum?
Yeah, Verum. Latin for truth.
Okay, Verum. Gotcha. All right, Verum. I'm gonna debate now, and we're gonna start with the affirmative. For what's the Coco? What's the
The proposition is going to be.
I'm going to change the picture.
Really quick to make
They
sure.
gotta take the picture.
Looking at
Yeah.
my
Change
notes.
the picture so that we can see the display here.
Oh yeah, let me change.
Okay, why is Ori still up here? Like, Ori, please.
Oh yeah, Power. We are gonna have to drop you, but we might bring people up later.
Me
Okay.
and Nara are just.
And the topic
What is up with my chin in that picture? What did that do to my chin? And my lips. What's up with my lips? Did you fatten my lips in that? Did you give me a Botox an injection in that?
No, it was AI.
I know. I'm just joking.
Sora.
Sir, you are looking good in that picture. That is a grizzled good looking dude.
Yeah, honestly, I like these AI pictures. They're great. This is
It's like
is
old timey too.
I love it. I love the whole style and everything. This is something that you should keep doing, Coco.
Finally,
Yeah.
I got a new
That's pretty cool.
picture.
I hope everyone enjoyed the promo. There was like lore and some stuff about the
I
UK
was
cards.
talking.
Sure. Yeah, no, the promo was really good. Like this time around, like it was like the best that I've seen so far. So you're doing better and better every time. It's great.
Okay.
Yeah, I like the verses pictures. Those are pretty good. Like each one was done pretty well.
Yeah. I might use the name Coco Mania in the future. We'll see. But Yeah.
I just changed my name, so why not?
All right, so let's get
Hold
started.
on. Before we
And
start,
the,
Cindy, me and A are up here because we are co-hosts.
well, okay, so all right, so then we could start off with the affirmative. The topic is: did Jesus rise from the dead?
Oh yeah, I remember we started talking about this
So the
yesterday.
affirmative is going to be Verum, and Verum, you're gonna have 5 minutes for your opener. You can start whenever you say your first word. I'll start the timer whenever you say your first word. Go ahead.
All right. Well, I'm Barum. I live stream on here 3-4 nights a week. I usually debate scientific and historical stuff. I'd like to thank COCO for allowing us to debate this on his live on this platform. The resurrection, which is a very important, critical point in all of Christianity, and as the Bible says, 1 Corinthians 15:14, and if Christ has not been raised, then our preaching is in vain, and your faith is in vain. So just take, even the Bible says, if the resurrection didn't happen, it's all in vain. So the top evidences, the top testimonials for why the resurrection did happen, first off, is the trustworthiness of the Gospels. There has never been another archaeological discovery. There's never been an archaeological discovery that's disproven anything in the New Testament, even the Old Testament. The Gospels are trustworthy because we have the most manuscripts going back closest to the said events, and we could date the Gospels, the Synoptic Gospels, to 40 to 60 AD. We know this because we can look at the book of Acts, the second part of Luke, the third of the Synoptic Gospels, and we can see it doesn't include the destruction of Jerusalem. It doesn't include the unaliving of Paul and Peter, which the whole narrative of Acts is building up to, and it just doesn't contain them. So it makes no literary sense whatsoever why they'd be disincluded. So we know it happens before that. Acts quotes Matthew 3:11, so we know that Matthew had happened before Luke, because Luke is the first part of it. Luke talks about in the beginning of his gospel that there is other gospels besides mine. So we know that these are dated before at least 62 AD. And we also have 1 Corinthians, the creed quoted there in 15, verses 3-7. Also in 1 Corinthians 11, we have them quoting Luke 22, which shows that these gospels came before, which, 1 Corinthians is typically dated about 50 AD. So we know that these gospels are dated earlier, so very close to the said event, which builds its trustworthiness for eyewitness accounts. So any supposed changes that we could see over time get discounted by the fact that the Gospels were translated very quickly into multiple languages: Syrian, Coptic, Arabic, obviously Greek, and it's stretched within the end of the first century. It's stretched to the end of the Roman Empire, even into India. We know this. We have archaeological evidence. We see the spread of that. We see the numbers grow. It just extrapolated out. We understand that these Gospels were translated very quickly. So if there was any changes to any of the Gospels, any changes to any of the authorships of the Gospels, then we would know, like, there would be a falsifiable one, because we know that the authors of the Gospels are who they are because there's no competing authors. We know that the Gospels are trustworthy because if there was a change made, one that developed over time, a supposed development, a legendary status development of a resurrection, we would see the differences between the different regions. We're talking about thousands of miles of difference between different Gospels, and they all harmonize when we look at them, and they all attest very, very closely. Like, the only differences are penmanships, vowel, and synonym differences. They're not actual textual differences. And the small amount of differences we can see, we know, we highlight in current translations, the end of Mark, and the one chapter in John. We look at those, we know that those are not in the earliest manuscripts. So the Gospels are trustworthy. So when we look also at the conversion of James, the brother of Jesus, through the early Gospels, we see that he does not believe that Jesus is the Christ. He doesn't believe he's God. His family thinks he's crazy. Then by the end, you see James proclaiming his faith in Christ. We see that in the Bible, and we see that in a testimony from the only historian of the time. There is no other historian in Judea, first century Judea. There's only one that comes a little bit after the life of Jesus who brings this all together, and that's Josephus. And we understand that there's passages that have Christian interpolations in there, but we also understand that even atheists, even non-Christian scholars like Gezi Vermes, John Dominic Crossan, E.P. Sanders, Louis Fieldman, Paul Fredrickson, Bart Ehrman, none of these people Christian, they all agree to the fact that Josephus says that Jesus lived, that he was unalived, he was crucified. His followers believed that he was raised again. Is that time? What? Oh, sorry. And so you raised again. So we understand that even those non-Christian scholars believe that there's some truth to that testimony. Plus, we have another way to verify what was written in Josephus. And also, James has talked about in Josephus how he was a follower of Christ and also was martyred to his death. So the next obvious evidence is all the disciples going to their death, their unalivement, believing in Jesus. These are people who were afraid, who hid, who denied Jesus throughout the Gospels. Embarrassment clause, giving more historical credence to this. And they all go to their death, believing in Jesus risen from the dead when they could have just lied to get out of it. The first testimony of Jesus was given to women, the most untrustworthy people of the time. Like there's no court case where you're going to put a woman up there in the stand in first century Judea. And the very last piece of evidence, physical evidence, is the Shroud of Turin. The scientific evidence was thrown out because there was a carbon-14 date done in 1988.
Time.
Okay. I thought I was going to fill it faster than that.
That concludes the opener for the affirmative. Now the opener for the opposition. Sir, you can start whenever you say your first word.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Thanks, COCO. Thanks, Joe. COCO, I appreciate you hosting it. Joe, I appreciate you coming up to debate this topic. Today we're going to be discussing the resurrection. This is a topic that's played a major role in my own journey away from Christianity. This issue matters deeply to me because examining it critically is one of the reasons why I ultimately concluded that Christianity is false. I imagine it holds equal importance to my opponents and to most Christians, though for very different reasons. Either way, I think it is a discussion worth having. My goal today is to demonstrate that the resurrection is extremely improbable and that there are better, more likely naturalistic explanations that account for the available data. Let's begin by clearly laying out two separate hypotheses. Hypothesis one, this is going to be the hypothesis my opponent defends, the resurrection hypothesis. That's that Jesus rose from the dead and his followers witnessed him manifest and appear in front of them bodily. Hypothesis two, I'm going to dub the naturalistic hypothesis. This is going to be the hypothesis that I'm defending. And this would account for all explanations that do not involve a resurrection. This would include theories such as the body being stolen, the disciples experiencing visions or hallucinations, people fabricating accounts, or an early belief in a purely spiritual resurrection. While some of these may be more plausible than others in accounting for specific data points, all of them as a collective is more likely than a resurrection. This gives my opponent a steep hill to climb. Now, you may ask, why is hypothesis 2 far more probable than hypothesis 1? Well, first, hypothesis 1 suffers from an incredibly low prior probability. Billions of people have died throughout history, and we have no well-documented cases of anyone coming back from the dead. Even if my opponent claims there are a handful of such cases, he would still have to concede that if Jesus did rise from the dead, it would be an extraordinarily unprecedented event. By contrast, hypothesis 2, that's my hypothesis, draws from phenomena we know occur. People hallucinate, bodies go missing, people lie and embellish details. And there are examples of Jewish groups at the time that believed in a spiritual, non-physical resurrection. These events are well tested and far more common, given hypothesis 2 a much higher prior probability. Now, let's consider the posterior probability. That's going to be the probability after we examine the evidence. The only first-hand claim we have of seeing the risen Jesus comes from Paul, who describes his experience as visionary and internal. In his letters, Paul aligns his own experience with the others who saw Jesus, but he never specifies what they saw or where they saw it. Were these just visions, dreams, hallucinations? Could the experiences be compatible with Paul's own visionary encounter? I think so. Unfortunately for my opponent, Paul doesn't elaborate, so any interpretation beyond that is mere inference. What Paul describes is fully compatible with naturalistic explanations like hallucinations or spiritual visions. Now let's consider how the story develops over time. Paul gives us no empty tomb, no virgin birth, and no detailed appearances, just vague references. Mark, our first gospel, adds an empty tomb, but notes that the woman who discovered it tell no one, a detail consistent with the literary motif. Matthew and Luke expand on Mark's account. Matthew places appearances in Galilee, Luke relocates them to Jerusalem, and Luke's Jesus can even teleport and pass through walls. John goes even further. His Jesus invites physical touch to remove any doubt that this is a literal physical resurrection. The progression is clear. The story grows more physical, vivid, and miraculous over time. The trend makes far more sense if the story is evolving, being added to, than if it were based on a single historical event. And there's more evidence to consider that raises the probability of my hypothesis. We have pseudepigraphia. These are more evidence to consider that raises the probability of my hypothesis. We have pseudepigraphia. These are forgeries claimed to be by apostles, such as 3 Corinthians, the letter to the Laodiceans, and the Gospel of Peter, among many others, showing that forgeries are common by Christians, making up stories and events that didn't actually come from eyewitnesses. The Gospels in the New Testament are anonymous. We don't actually know who wrote them, and they contain geographical errors, factual mistakes, and anachronisms. They contradict each other on key details. We have evidence of later authors rewriting
One
earlier
minute.
accounts. We have evidence of later authors rewriting earlier accounts to fit new theological agendas. And there are examples of interpolations and scribal alterations in the textual tradition. So let's recap. The likelihood of my hypothesis is true is higher than his before we examine the evidence, and the evidence we do have raises the probability of my hypothesis while simultaneously lowering his. The entailment of all this is that my hypothesis is far more likely both before and after examining the evidence. In closing, what I'll say is if Jesus truly rose from the dead, the evidence his followers left behind to convince future generations is quite frankly insufficient. And if that's the best the historical record has to offer, belief in the resurrection simply isn't warranted. That's it.
All right. So that concludes the opposition opener, which with 17 seconds left. So that was good.
Mm-hmm.
So now we have the affirmative 10-minute cross-examination. You can begin any... 1 second. Hold on. Let me just clear this out. Yeah, you can begin anytime you say the first word. Go ahead.
Hi, sir. How you doing?
Good.
So the time period which you list, these supposed changes happening over time, the added things to the Gospels, how this Christology, this resurrection built. What time period do we talk about? What dates do you give the Gospels, and what time period is this changing over?
Well, I hold a minority date on some of the Gospels. I think Luke and John is 2nd century. But if we want to just stick to kind of what the scholarly consensus is, it's going to be that Luke and John was written at the end of the 1st century. Mark was written sometime around the late 60s, early 70s. And that Matthew was composed maybe 5 or 10 years after Mark. So I would say...
So do you know why that's the scholarly consensus? There is several people who don't agree with that, by the way. Why is it scholarly consensus that it has to be after 70 AD?
Well, I'm not saying it has to be after... I'm not saying Mark has to be after 70. No, I said that the disagreement over Mark right now in the academic circles...
Well, let's stick to the other ones besides Mark. Let's go with Matthew, Luke, and John. Why are they after 70?
Yeah, because Matthew is using Mark as a source, and Mark was written sometime in the late 60s, early 70s. And when it comes to Luke, Luke changes context within Matthew and Mark's gospel when he's copying Mark that would only make sense if he's writing far enough outside the generation of the disciples existing.
So do you believe that the Gospels are the earliest, the Synoptic Gospels and the John are the earliest Gospels we have? Or do you believe there's ones that are earlier than that? Or you just don't know?
But Gospel Thomas, I think there's arguments that could be presented that maybe put that in the first century.
Without a doubt, dated to way after, like at least 2nd century, mid to late 2nd century. That's a consensus.
No, there's a lot of disagreement over that, actually.
So do you remember my argument for why the Synoptic Gospels have to be between 40 to 60 AD? What was my argument?
Yeah, you relied on the fact that Acts doesn't record Paul's death, I think was the gist of your...
What else?
You said that there's some kind of consensus that says they're reliable or something?
Mm-hmm. Also, Acts quotes what book? Which gospel?
Matthew? Is that what you said?
Yes, Matthew. So it's taught, and then since Acts we know is the second part of Luke's writings. In Luke, we have him saying there are other gospels that people try to write accounts. So we are referencing the other two gospels, which are everybody goes to scholarly consensus is Mark is the first, Matthew came later. So the scholarly consensus is that Mark and Matthew came first. So if Luke is saying that happened beforehand, so we could kind of conclusively say that logically it doesn't make any sense for them not to include the death of Paul and Peter. Why wouldn't they include the death of Paul and Peter in Acts?
Well, because the point of, I think, Acts is to present a sort of arc about how the gospel got from Jerusalem.
Well, who are the two
Rome.
main characters they're carrying? It's always Paul and who?
Peter.
That's the narrative. And to all of a sudden this narrative is building up, and all of a sudden it just ends and there's no conclusion. It doesn't make any sense. It makes no narrative sense.
I just gave you my reason. Luke is.
Yeah,
Luke,
I understand, but that doesn't take out what I just said. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Logically, it doesn't fit, and scholars agree with this. The only reason that scholars put the date 70 after is because of the temple. They don't believe that the temple could be protected, the destruction of the temple, which is in Matthew and the other Gospels. That's why they put it 7. That's the main reason why. There's no good other reason. It's just logical reason.
That's just
Nobody
not
can
true.
predict it. What's another reason then?
Well, another reason might be that Irenaeus dates Mark's gospel to after the death of Peter. And if you agree with church tradition that Peter died during the Neronian persecution, that would put Mark's gospel in the 60s.
Which would put that doesn't fit logically with my argument, because that would put if it happened before death. What was the date of Peter's unalivement? What's the date?
Well, the church tradition is that he died during the Neronian persecution, which would happen in the mid 60s.
Yes, exactly. So it's not included in Acts, which is a huge outline. And people look at this and they know this is like an obvious argument. This is like the most obvious argument for dating it. So let's move on from that. In terms of the Gospels not aligning with each other, are you aware of the arguments that of narrative eyewitness accounts that puts these in harmony? Are you aware of those arguments?
I'm aware of some. I mean, you might be aware of someone that I'm not, but
What are your
I'm more of,
favorite
like,
arguments for the Gospels not aligning with each other?
well, when there's examples of when Matthew's using a pericope in Mark, there's examples of him changing the pericope for theological concerns. One example would be like in the baptism, who Jesus is speaking to. In Mark's gospel, he has this thing called the messianic secret, where Jesus wants them to keep sort of
I'm talking about inconsistency. So inconsistencies like an event happening. Like I understand there's an argument there for that, but this is not what I'm talking about. The inconsistencies like in the narrative.
well, that would be an inconsistency.
Okay, so
In
what's it
Matthew,
compared to?
yeah, so in Matthew's gospel, the Holy Spirit's informing the crowd who Jesus is, and in Mark's gospel, the Holy Spirit's telling Jesus who he is. So it seems to be Mark's an adoptionist, and that Matthew's changing the context to make Jesus some sort of deified figure
Have you looked up
before
the
the
counterclaim to that? Because I remember reading that being totally harmonized, and it makes total logical sense. Like they don't discount each other just because one says that the Holy Spirit did, one says that John says it doesn't mean that it's incongruent. What?
What's the counter?
Well, it does just that if one says it, then the other can say it. It doesn't negate the other. Just because it doesn't say that only the Holy Spirit told the people or only John told the people. It doesn't say that. So you can't put it as a contradiction if it doesn't exclude the other.
You think it happens to just be the case that the Holy Spirit informed both Jesus and the crowd, and that Mark's gospel leaves out the crowd, and that Matthew's gospel leaves out Jesus, yet Mark is more theologically or has a lower Christology? You just think
it totally makes sense that they would put their perspective they want to show. I mean, that's the continuation. That's the obviousness of eyewitness accounts. So J. Werner Wallace, who obviously wrote Cold Christianity, went over several days. He was one of the top cold case detectives in the nation, and he went over all these supposed contradictions and differences. I would encourage lots of people to go over those and look at it. And he's a very objective person looking at it, and it makes total sense. They harmonize with each other. If testimonies were exactly the same, if they said exactly the same thing, you would just think it's people copying a direct forgery, and you wouldn't trust the testimony.
Didn't James Warner Wallace get denied access to come on Cameron Baguzzi's YouTube for like long?
That wouldn't negate the merits of his argument, no matter what thing you have to say about it. Reputation.
Well, it's just kind of funny that the one person you reference is a non-scholar who's kind of viewed as a
no, he's an FBI. He has the experiential analysis with eyewitness testimony. I'd say that goes above any scholar in terms of. But we do have textual criticism, right? So the historical textual criticism for the Gnostic Gospels. Do you understand why they fail historical textual criticism?
What do you think textual criticism is?
I asked you a question. It's my turn to ask you. You can ask me that in your time.
Well, I don't know what it means to fail textual criticism. I don't know what that question means.
Well, in terms of the Gnostic Gospels, first we know they're written later, but in terms of actual analysis of the region, the names listed in them, the Gnostic Gospels continually get the names, the region aspects wrong. When we look at the Gospels, they get the names that are the most popular in first century Judea continually correct, the regions correct, the leaders correct, everything harmonizes. So that's part of textual criticism. It's a very large field, and the Gnostic Gospels all fail that. So they know they can't be dated. In fact, a lot of them fit with 2nd to 3rd century Egypt. I think you mentioned the Gospel of Peter. Did you mention that one? That's fits the names listed in there match with 2nd to 3rd century Egypt. So I mean, the theories putting forth all crumbled apart.
Well, the onomastic congruence Are you asking me to respond to that, or?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, on ask. Go ahead. And
Yeah,
cut for
I think there's issues with the onomastic congruence. One issue is that it's kind of not clear what names should be included in the data. Like one example I can think of is in reference to Levi and James's father, Alphaeus. Is it the same father or is it two Alphaeuses? Because it seems to be in Mark's gospel, he doesn't indicate that they're brothers because he has them separated by Thomas in the list of the 12. So should we count that as two Alphaeuses or one in the onomastic
Well,
congruence?
so how do you think we know the names of first century Judea?
Well, he uses, I forget the name of the source. It's EL something. It's a gosh, I can't remember the name, but it's like a list
listed, right? We do this analysis. These are all listed. There's obviously there's records. There's people actually physically writing these Jewish people. There's ossuaries, and obviously we have manuscripts, right?
30 seconds left.
Yeah, but how many?
All those arguments you said of there being a spiritual resurrection all fall on the Gnostics. That's the you can try to put arguments into Paul, but there's been so much criticism of that, and like they don't hold any logical merit. The primary basis for that is the Gnosticism, which you just tried to put a second century book into the first century dating before it, which doesn't make any sense at all, and it's not supported by scholarly work at all in the Gnostics. Everybody knows the Gnostics are written second, third, fourth century after, and they're plagiarists.
Yeah, first I have a question real quick. Am I lagging at all, guys, or do you guys hear me okay?
I think you sound fine. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. All right. Yeah, so I would just start by asking Verum, would you consider the resurrection to be one of God's greatest miracles?
I say it's his main purpose, the second covenant. In terms of greatest, I don't know how to measure supernatural power, but in terms of it being its sole focus, the prophecies, everything coming to it, I think it's the most important.
Okay, and all things considered, like before examining any evidence to consider, do you think eyewitness testimony should generally be considered reliable?
It depends on if it fits the narrative, if it's archaeological evidence, if all the tests put against it on secular tests of historical reliability are passed, which they do. In terms of how many manuscripts are written closest at time, the Gospels pass that with flying colors, and we have it in different regions. So if there's any changes to any of the Gospels, any supposed edits to them, we will see that because they're separated by literally thousands of miles.
Yeah.
So how could you harmonize them? And they all harmonize in all the different regions.
Well, what I'm asking though, if like, let's say, assuming all that, if we have eyewitness testimony, would you of an event occurring, would you consider that eyewitness testimonies be good probability raising evidence for the event?
I just gave you the measurement of how you would analyze the eyewitness testimony, because we obviously know eyewitness testimony could be wrong, but we measure.
Yeah, well, right. But
secular
I'm just asking if you think asking if you think it's probability raising. That's all I'm asking.
It depends. Again, it could be somebody lying. We have to test it.
Right. It could be somebody lying, but would it still be probability raising? Would it still be evidence that should be thoroughly considered?
It's literally data that you have to look at, and you could falsify data and negate data. Because if it's falsified, then you have to throw it out. If the P isn't, you have to throw it out, right?
So if you're, let me just give you a scenario and tell me what you think. If you're like mom or someone close to you told you that their friend won the lottery, would you tend to believe them?
Yeah, it's my mom, of course.
Okay. What if your mom told you that she saw someone walking around that was risen from the dead?
I would have to say, well, did the Lord come back? I would have to like look at that a little bit more closely, but I'd still like, my mom is very trustworthy. I haven't thought of a time she ever loved me. So yeah.
Sure, but would you agree with me? Would you agree with me that the first statement you would be more likely to believe than the second?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think by that we can say the priors for the resurrection are going to be lower than the priors of winning the lottery. So we have to, I mean, would we both agree?
Priors, you mean like the story believability?
The likelihood that an event occurs before we look at the evidence.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's one is supernatural event that's happened literally a few times in history according to the Bible, and the other is something that happens regularly.
So it sounds like you agree that the priors of the resurrection are going to be really low.
Well, yeah, you would have to, because this is an event that who can do this, raise the dead but God, right?
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Now let's take a look at some other eyewitness testimony that we have in antiquity. Do you think Vespasian cured the blind, attested to by many witnesses according to Tacitus and Suetonius?
Well, we know Tacitus gets many facts wrong, and if we look at all of mythological ancient texts, we do see that there's lots of miracles, lots of different things added to them, right, to give the character credence. But in the Gospels, we just don't see that type of same writing. We see embarrassment clauses, we see people painting themselves bad. We just don't see a mythological hero building miracle thing. We see somebody who humbles himself down. We see Jesus humbling himself down. We see the actual disciples embarrassing themselves. It doesn't match the narratives of all these other ancient manuscripts.
So it sounds like you don't think that miracle occurred, and your sort of symmetry breaker is that it's not as reliable as the Gospels, right?
Yeah, just the way it's written. We can test it. Tacitus is known to get things wrong. He's not been proven right. His historical reliability, for instance, with the Pilate stone, he got the position of Pilate wrong, whereas the Gospels got his position correct. So we know his Tacitus is not the most reliable.
Okay, great.
We also call him Christus.
Yeah. Well, now let's look at another more recent contemporary eyewitness account. So I assume you're not a Mormon, right?
No, Mormons aren't Christian.
Okay. Well, in the Book of Mormon, there's 11 eyewitnesses that sign their name, and 3 of them attest to seeing the angel come down and actually speak to Joseph Smith. And those same witnesses held on to that belief until they died, and they were persecuted. Amongst many Mormons were unalived, and they had to move out of state to get away and escape persecution. So clearly they weren't lying, and we have eyewitness testimony that they literally saw.
Were they put under threat of death?
What's that?
Were they put under threat of death?
Well, yeah, Mormons were, sure. Yeah, there's a big event. I think it was in Illinois.
Those specific people, were they? To me, you could just put it like they're embarrassed, they want to leave. They were forced to sign this clause and they get the heck out of town, right? Whereas the disciples stuck in town, they stayed in town. They didn't, and they fearlessly preached with persecution right there. And they fearlessly preached with persecution right there. And obviously being terribly afraid throughout the rest of the story, right? And denying Jesus multiple times. These people who lacked faith in his brother all of a sudden changed over. So it's complete opposite of the story you see.
Wait, you get to sort of control the narrative on your turn. So this is my turn. What disciples do you think were put to death for what they believed specifically?
Well, Stephen, Paul, Peter, we know Thomas was. There's other ones. Bartholomew have like more, I think, elaborate stories, but we can know that they were put to death.
So Peter was unalived during the Neronian persecution, according to the church, and that had nothing to do with him being Christian. The reason why Nero targeted the Christians was because they were a scapegoat to blame the fire on, according to historians. So it's not as if them disregarding the belief in the resurrection or them recounting the belief in the resurrection would have saved them. Stephen's only recorded in one source. That's going to be Acts.
No,
that's the only source that records Stephen's death.
Yeah, Acts. But that doesn't. I mean, why was he unalived?
I don't know.
The Bible says it. Acts says. I mean, don't you know? Acts says it.
Yes, I know it's in. I just told you that. I said it's in. That's the only source that records it.
Who approved of his death?
The Pharisees.
The Sanhedrin, who was and the Pharisee who agreed to it. Saul at the time approved it. He was given letters to arrest people, and he also approved, as he says.
Yeah, but this is all in Acts, and it's going to be contentious how historical we should take Acts. But
we should definitely take Acts historical.
I know that's going to be the case you can make on your cross. Okay. So the issue with Stephen is that we only have one person recording his death. Now you mentioned James. I think James's death in Josephus, book 20, has nothing to do with him being Christian. The reason why James
actually does. It says he's a follower of Christ. Yeah.
No, it doesn't say that, and it does. No, it doesn't say that.
It does actually say that.
It says he's the brother. It says he's the brother of Jesus.
Brother of Christ. Right. But why was he brother? Right.
Why do you keep cutting me off? This is my turn to ask questions.
Right. Apologies. Go ahead.
Like, understand how this works. Okay.
I agree with you.
Yeah. So it says James is the brother of Jesus, the one called the Christ. It does not say he was unalived for being Christian. It says he was unalived because this guy that had a vendetta against him claimed he broke the law, and that upon this he got people together to stone James to death. It has nothing to do with him being Christian, nothing to do with his belief in the resurrection.
So we do know from other historical documents that James did come to believe in the Christ. His book obviously led people to believe that, And so there is more to that. I'll look into it further, Josie, but that James is put to death for that reason, stoned for that reason, just like other Christians were at the
Yeah.
time stoned
So
for
if you're
believing in
talking
Jesus.
about Hegesippus records James' death, but his version contradicts Josephus. And Hegesippus is much later. What Hegesippus claims is that James was thrown off the temple, and then he survived the fall, and then got up and proclaimed Christ as he was clubbed to death. Now, to me, if I compare the two historical accounts, given that one has theological motive, being a Christian source, and that one is more extraordinary, I think it's pretty obvious which one is embellishing on the details to me.
Well, definitely wouldn't
That's
be
going to be
embellishing. Even non-Christian atheistic scholars agree that James
1
was put to
minute left.
death for that reason. And I'm not talking about Bart Ehrman. I'm talking about the other ones that I listed. We
No,
can
they
go
don't.
through Joseph Geza Vermis, John Dominic Crossan, E.P. Sanders, Louis Feldman, Paula Fredrickson. All agree that that's the reason why James was put to death, not that fringe understanding.
Yeah,
that you have.
even the Christian person, the Christian historians that's kind of did extensive research on this would agree that the only two you can point to that you have good historical basis for is going to be James and it's going to be Peter, right? Putting Paul aside, because they would agree Paul as well, but I don't think Paul had direct epistemic access to.
Well, just because something isn't written attested to in history doesn't mean that if something's written about in one source and people decide to try to discredit that, that doesn't negate it happening, right? There could be some, Justin Martyr, embellishing it a little bit. We understand that happens.
Yeah, but you can't claim all these people, these disciples, were martyred when there's no record of it. You can't just throw that out.
There's actually no ancient competing theories. These are all modern theories post-analysis. All the people at the time believed it happened. So all these recent theories have come from people with axes to grind and try to deny that these actually work. Their evidentiary support is just logical arguments to try to base it upon. And the evidentiary support, obviously, there's not a lot of it. So we can only base it on the few literary references we have. And if everybody at the time agreed upon it who lived at the time, nobody was trying to deny it, then we could say that the probability for it being true is more likely. The embellishment, sure, that could happen. But the fact that they went to...
It's time. Try to wrap it up, please.
Oh, yeah. I'm done. If Sir wants to make one point. Yeah. Because I took some of his time.
Yeah.
No, I think I was done.
Okay, great. All right, so that concludes the opposition cross-examination. Now we go to the affirmative, which is going to be the last cross-examination for the affirmative. We will start your timer as soon as you say your first word. Go ahead.
Okay. Did you understand my argument of how we can know? If you mentioned the gospel authors not being known, you mentioned the changes made over time. Do you understand my argument of how we know if changes happen, how we could falsify that?
We can look at the manuscript tradition to determine.
So,
we can look at the manuscript tradition to determine what changes were made.
in what way?
I don't know what you're asking. That's all.
Okay, so my argument was, I'll just restate it. It's okay. It's hard to keep track of everything. But my main argument against all changes, against supposed authors being different, is that the Bible is very early, and this is across the board, scholars agree on this, translated into multiple different languages, Syrian, Coptic, Arabic much later, but Greek obviously, and it spread throughout the stretch of the Roman Empire within the 1st century. We know this. So if one was changed early on in that tradition, you wouldn't expect that exact same change thousands of miles away to be harmonized, right? So the Gospels harmonized, and there's no competing authors at all in any of the Gospels. In fact, of all the biographies at the time, 150 years plus 150 years minus of Jesus' life, there's 90 to 100 of them. Only 2 actually list the authors, but there's no other competing authors for contention of the Gospels. Everybody agrees in all the different regions, thousands of miles apart, that these are the 4 authors of the Gospels. There's no competing theories anywhere. Until modern times, people are trying to put this in. So if nobody disagrees and they're thousands of miles apart, how do they all come to the same conclusion if they're changing things?
Yeah. So the primary source that's going to be used to sort of denote authorship is going to be Irenaeus. So all the people you're referring to that quote unquote agree are relying on Irenaeus. And Irenaeus is getting his information from this guy called Papias. Now, Papias denotes who wrote Mark and who wrote Matthew. But what's interesting is it's pretty obvious.
When did Papias write? So Irenaeus is getting from Papias. When did Papias write?
Yeah, sometime in the early 2nd century. It's pretty obvious that
early second century. So I'm talking about just the first century. We know that they translated and the gospel started stretching to the ends of the Roman Empire by the end of the first century. Now, sure, the manuscripts we have are much later, but that's because manuscripts only last 100 years because they're written on animal skin and papyrus, right? So we know they don't last that long. That doesn't negate the fact that they were written much earlier. So if they're all harmonized, how do people thousands of miles apart, if these are written in the first century, like my argument is very strong. I think your argument is very weak on that they're written 70 or later in the second century. How would they have been able to harmonize? Your whole contention is based upon the Gospels being dated much later.
I was trying to answer that question.
I'm trying to finish my question. Then go ahead.
Well, yeah, but that's the question I'm trying to answer. So the reason why they all agree on the authorship is because they're getting their information from Irenaeus, who's getting his information from Papias. And
I'm telling you
Papias,
that's not true because Papias written in the second century.
where's Irenaeus getting his information from then?
I'm not. Well, there's obviously a gospel tradition. The Gospels are dated before Papias writes, right? So Papias is writing in the second century, and he's listing specific things about Matthew, Mark. There's also another Hebrew document I think he references. It could be Aramaic, obviously, because that's a Hebrew language. But that doesn't negate the fact that the Gospels are dated before that, by all the points that I just named. And you didn't really counter any of those. And there's very strong arguments that scholars agree. Nobody tries to debate. Only the debate they put up is that Jesus couldn't possibly have predicted the destruction of the temple. And that's the main argument for dating them later.
Yeah, that's just not true. I mean,
And then how would all the Gospels have stretched to the end of the Roman Empire by the end of the first century?
Because they're all referencing Irenaeus, who's writing at the end of the second century.
What comes first or second century?
Irenaeus is not referencing stuff from the first century. I'm just
saying. So we're talking about the transcription of the Gospels into different languages. They're passed on to the ends of the Roman Empire by the end of the first century. How are they copying a second century writer?
We don't have any examples of the Gospels being quoted by name before Irenaeus. So Irenaeus is the first person.
What do you mean? We know that the Gospels were written in the first century. It doesn't matter if you have the surviving manuscript.
You're asking how we know who wrote them, right? I'm telling you, you're asking why they all agree on who wrote them. The reason why they all agree on who wrote them is because they're all referencing Irenaeus, who's writing at the end of the
I think your argument fails because you're trying to put forth, again, my argument still stands that all these first century documents can't be relying on a second century document because of the time it would take to spread that message. And everybody agrees that Christianity spread to the ends of the Roman Empire by the end of the first century, right? So we're talking about Egypt, we're talking about the stretches north, we're talking about all the way to India, we're talking about very far distances. And the gospel is already at these places, and you're saying that they all harmonized after the second century somehow, thousands of miles apart. They harmonized in the second century. I think you're harmonized after the second century somehow, thousands of miles apart. They harmonized in the second century. I think your argument is false. I'm going to move on.
Why do you think they were in
Shroud of Turin? Why do you think that's not a good piece of evidence for the resurrection?
Well, for one, I take the view that it's a medieval relic.
Why do you think?
And for two, I don't really see.
What's your evidentiary?
Well, because the carbon dating seems to align with the historical record. That would be my main
Are you aware
reason.
of the counter argument to that? I mean, you did come out live with me and sneak some of my argument. Or did you go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead and present it.
So yeah, the argument that the carbon dating from 1988, obviously there was a test done later, FTIR analysis is my field, science. I do FTIRs all the time. It's a great way to fingerprint any kind. You can put your finger on the FTIR and get the makeup, the chemical markers on it, right? It's a great way to analyze things. It's like called a fingerprint, literally. So they did an FTIR analysis of the shroud that the piece tested, right? It was supposed of the same area as the carbon-14, and they found traces of cotton on it, and they found traces of the dyes that would match it with the color. So we know it's a repaired piece on the edge because linen doesn't obviously contain cotton. It's cellulose, doesn't contain cotton. And then there was another test done later with X-ray scattering, which is great science, been around for 100 years, been testing cellulose since the 1960s. It's only been used in textile measurements more recently, the last 10 years. And it measured with very good science, comparing it to other samples of known time periods, 50 Masada, the invasion right there in Jerusalem, comparing those, and the degradation was exactly the same. So it dates it to the first century. Not only that, but all the other evidence report of the shroud is outstanding. I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't look at that.
So I guess, well, the cotton fiber thing, I know that there's been people that's written in opposition of that says that there was like a study done, and I think it was the University of Arizona that said that the cotton fibers found on the on the strip that was carbon tested is consistent with the carbon fibers found on the main area of the shroud. There's also in terms of the fingerprinting data you're talking about, like you pointed out, in terms of testing textiles, I'm not aware that that's been used to test any other artifacts outside of the study you're referring to.
No, yeah, it's
And
been
that
known to
study,
test cellulose and the degradation of cellulose since the 1960s. It's a very well
right,
established
but not
scientific method. In
not
terms
in
of dating,
not
the science is good, right?
not in terms of dating artifacts or
Absolutely,
textiles. I mean,
because we can measure the degradation of cellulose. Polymeric cellulose degrades at a known rate. You can account for all the different variables. Those are all accounted for with extreme measure. Like you even give a little bit grace period there, and it still falls perfectly within the first century, and it matches. If you actually look at the FTIR, the X-ray, sorry, FTIR, the X-ray graph of it, it matches. It doesn't match any of the other. They've even done falsifiable different ways to make sure that this test is accurate. This is done by the national, the Italian National Laboratory. They're obviously very good at what they do, and they
yeah. But what does, let's say I grant all this what does this do for the resurrection? I don't.
Okay, so the main argument for it is this burn into the image of it, right? That's the main argument. How did this happen? So obviously, it shows unquestionably that this is the Jesus who passed away, because it matches it too closely. Many other ways date it to the first century. It shows the wounds. It matches what the Bible says. It talks about crucifixion. The nails are through the hands. The burn, though, cannot be replicated. The burn, like how often could this image be produced? It's a negative. What would cause this burn? There's no natural phenomenon. There's no known technology existing in the medieval time periods that can produce this. What's your argument?
I get it, but why would we expect the resurrection to cause that sort of?
Because it matches with the story, and God is described as light, and it's such a strange phenomenon that you can't help but look at it and be like, that's amazing. There's actual evidence of Jesus. There's a picture. It's the first selfie ever taken. It matches perfectly. We could see the serum in his wounds healing. We could see the wounds heal. How can a forger fake that?
Yeah, but at best you could just say you don't know what this shows. I don't see how it proves the resurrection.
No, we actually can look at it and say it does show a first century man who was crucified under these circumstances and flogged brutally. He was beaten, just like the Bible says. His nose, his cartilage is broken. His eye is swollen. It's punched. He has the cap of thorns on. He has the spear piercing on his side. We see healing on all the wounds except that. That's the only wound we don't see healing on, and that's shown in the image. We see pollen in the first century. We see stones matching the area. We know it's a Judean man.
How does that show a resurrection and not just a crucifixion?
Because the probability of it not being that man is improbable. Then we see the light, the burn on the fabric. What else could cause that? It makes you question, make you look at it and say, this is.
Why would we expect the resurrection to cause it? That's the question.
Well, what else could cause it? People have tried to replicate this even with modern technology, and they can't.
Be one of the things that
we don't have the wattage bulbs necessary to create this UV burn.
Time. That concludes. The affirmative cross-examination. Now we move on to the opposition. The opposition, could start whenever.
Yeah. So you mentioned, you mentioned that we have examples of in antiquity where writers don't mention their name in the text. Now, are you aware of sort of the general methods that are done by eyewitnesses when they're writing a text to an event they witness, such as using first-person perspective or identifying themselves somewhere in the text?
We have plenty of examples of third-person perspectives in ancient Greco-Roman writings, and we also have, this is more of a biographical reference, so it's written more of a biographical style, so it wouldn't be in terms of just eyewitness, it would be a biographical writing, which everybody agrees that. I think scholars all agree that it's Greco-Roman biographical style.
Yeah, so when we look at other examples of Greco-Roman lives or biographies, whenever there's an eyewitness in the story, I can only think of one example that doesn't do this actually. Whenever there's an eyewitness to the story, they somehow indicate that somewhere in the text, either by using first-person perspective or identifying somewhere in the text that they're the ones that wrote it.
And I'm telling you,
in every example.
Go ahead.
Yeah, in every example we have.
Well, I'm telling you right now, and I've looked over the people. I don't have their names. I'm trying to find their names, but accumulate these people's writings together. And I can't remember the name of the Greek biographer. He's written like 60 different biographies. We have 40 of them today. He never mentions himself in the writings. And so we have about 90 to 100 of them. And none of them.
Are you talking about Plutarch?
What? Plutarch. Thank you, Plutarch. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Plutarch does identify himself when he's an eyewitness.
Yeah, but in the 40 biographical manuscripts that we have of his, or 30, I think it's 30 or 40, he never names himself.
But he identifies himself as an eyewitness.
Not in the biographical writings he does. He wrote like
Yeah,
60
yeah, he does.
he wrote like 60 biographies, and none of them he does.
Yeah, I can give you the name of the reference. It's
not. Is it a biography? Because of the ones I saw, there was only a few
These
names
are
given, but
Greco-Roman
there said
life,
that 30. I would have to go look into all of them, but I mean, I didn't see any arguments against this with any scholarship, with any of the biographies having said that his name was Plutarch, and this is just universal scholarship that he doesn't.
It was extremely common. It was extremely common for an eyewitness in Greco-Roman biographies, when they're an eyewitness, to somehow indicate that somewhere in the text.
But he wasn't.
They either switched the first person. They either switched the first person perspective, or somewhere in the text they identify that they're the author, either in the preface or somewhere in the work.
But this just isn't common within
So,
biographies. And again, we have
It
90
is-
to
it
100
is common.
biographies of that time. Only 2 list the author. Only 2. 150
No,
plus, 150
it is
years
common. It is.
minus of
You're
Jesus'
just
life.
you're just wrong. You're just wrong.
No, I think you're just wrong. I mean,
on this.
textual,
I have
I can go
I have
find the name if you
several.
want.
I have several of examples I can give you where
Are
this
you
is
just
done.
talking about individual
there's actually
writings of
videos-
eyewitnesses, not the biographies?
there's
I'm
also
talking about biographies.
Why do you
This
keep?
is-
This is my turn to
Okay,
talk.
sorry.
Okay. Yeah. So here's some examples: Suetonius, Augustus, Book 7; Tacitus, Agrolicae, Book 3; Profire, Platonius, Book 7; Philostratus, Apollonius, Book 6, Chapter 27; Lucian, Demonics, Book 1;
Are these
Plutarch,
biographies?
Themistocles, Book 32, Chapter 5; Cornelius Nepos, Atticus, Book 17, Chapters 1 and 2; Suetoplius Servus, Life of Martin of Tours, Chapter 24; Posidius, Life of Augustine of Hippo,
That's
Prologue.
not a biography.
Uh,
I think that's actually one
yes,
of them.
these are biographies.
I think that's actually
what
the one.
life
That one
means.
right there is actually a biography. That was one of the 2. But the other ones, I don't think you could say they're
Yeah,
all biographies.
so-
Some of those are just histories describing certain events,
Yeah.
right?
Okay, but give me an example. Give me an example outside of Caesar, who's the anomaly,
Yeah.
who's writing a Greco-Roman life, who's an eyewitness as well, that doesn't identify themselves as the eyewitness anywhere in the text. Give me one example.
But eyewitness, yeah, I'd have to go look and see. I don't think that was one of the examples given, but Plutarch is
There
obviously the main
isn't-
example I
there
looked
isn't
at
one.
because he wrote so many biographies and he never included himself. Then I looked
Yeah,
at other ones.
there isn't one.
No, there definitely
There isn't one.
There definitely
So-
is a third person
So
writings.
with Matthew, you think Matthew's an eyewitness to the events, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now, in Matthew, when he's recruited as the tax collector, he's an eyewitness to that event, right?
Oh, when he's recruited, yeah, because he's the person recruited, right?
Yeah. And nowhere does Matthew indicate he's an eyewitness or that he saw that event. He doesn't switch to first person perspective, and nowhere in the text does he indicate he's an
I
eyewitness.
think that's very
correct?
common from what I've read as scholarship. That's very common in terms of
It-
obviously not people mention.
It's not, but you don't have an example, a counterexample.
Yeah, I should have
so
listed them all.
I don't want to bicker over it too much longer.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's interesting. Do you know where Matthew gets that verse from?
Which verse?
Where he's recruited as the tax collector.
Which verse is it?
I think it's chapter 9, verse 9, I believe.
Okay, I am there. As Jesus passed on from there, he saw a man called Matthew sitting at the tax booth, and he said to him, "Follow me," and he rose and followed him.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that's from, I have it here. That's copying Mark 2:14.
Yes.
As he was walking along, he saw Levi, son of Alphaeus, sitting at the booth, and he said to him, "Follow me," and he got up and followed him. Okay?
Well, it's not exactly.
It's the same verse, right?
It's not exactly the same.
Well, there's one difference.
Yeah.
There's one difference, and that's that Matthew changes the name of the tax collector from Levi to Matthew. That's the only difference. The rest of it is the same.
You don't
okay?
think that Mark had any access to anything that Matthew might have recorded before that? Like this is obviously the gospel he written, but there's a
No.
little bit of argument for a tradition before that of saying
No, I
logos to
don't
Matthew.
think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think so. But even if, why would Matthew, an eyewitness, the only time he enters the story, why would he rely on someone else's book?
It doesn't mean that he's relying on
not
it.
indicate that anywhere in the text. Hey, by the way, I saw this.
that doesn't really disprove anything. I mean, that's fine narrative. If he's writing a narrative, he doesn't want to embellish himself. The whole point of a counterculture of Christ's message is to be humble and to not, even John doesn't mention himself, right? He says the other disciple, right? So it's just the whole nature of a
that's because
person
John
coming to
didn't
Christ
write
is
John.
humble, right?
That's because John didn't write John. That's why.
Okay.
Okay. So now let's get into what Paul talks about with the resurrection.
Okay.
Okay. Let's get into the Corinthians Creed.
Okay.
So in the Corinthians Creed, Paul lists himself in the creed at the end, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Now, in Galatians chapter 1, verse 16, as well as 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verses 1 through 5, 2 Corinthians chapter 12, verses 1 through 5.
Okay.
I'm sorry. 2 Corinthians chapter 12, verses 1 through 5. Paul indicates that his experience was not something external, yet it was something internal. In Galatians 1:16, he says Christ was revealed inside of me.
No, it doesn't say
And
that. It isn't the original Greek, which is more correctly. I don't know what version you're using. So in Galatians it says, "Pleased to reveal His Son to me in order that."
no, it's
So you would have
the Greek is actually more appropriately translated as "in."
what's the word?
It's "en."
No. It's spelled N-E-N. Okay, hold on.
Yeah. Okay, and also in 2 Corinthians chapter 12, Paul talks about being taken up to the third heaven, and at the end he remarks, "Did this happen inside my body or outside my body? I don't know. Only the Lord knows."
That's a different
Okay.
experience, right? That's not talking about the road to Damascus. That's what he's referring to when he's talking about.
How do you know that?
Because this is talking about being taken up into heaven, and then so that
So
could
what?
that could be happening after when he's obviously in prayer and his eyes were closed, and then his conversion. But right there is what he's talking about, because he talks about it Acts talked about in his other writings. I consider myself an apostle because as Saul, he was obviously unaliving Christians at a crazy rate. He counts
Well, he
that
doesn't say he was
encounter
unaliving
as
them.
him encountering the physical risen Jesus. That's why he identified himself as apostle. Is a physical.
Yeah.
He makes that
Yeah, but
argument as well. If you know through the New Testament, he makes that argument that he did. It's
He
pretty
never
elaborate.
he never clearly identifies that what he saw was something physical manifesting.
That's why he
in front of
justifies
him.
himself as an
He's-
apostle, though.
Yeah, because the Lord appeared to him as well. That's going to be my point. This word, the Lord, this reference that the Lord appeared to me, it's very ambiguous. It could mean something like appear to me in a dream. It could mean something like a vision. It could mean even something like an experience where you're praying and you think Jesus is answering your prayers in the room with you. This reference to appearance is used even in the Greek Septuagint to mean things like appeared in a dream. 1 Kings 3:5 uses the same Greek word to mean that there was an appearance in a dream. So it's ambiguous what Paul means by appeared, and he puts himself with the other apostles where he describes his vision as internal. So I don't know, outside of referencing the Gospels, I don't know why we would think any of these appearances of a literal manifested Jesus is even part of the original story and what they were claiming.
Because Paul does make his argument for why he's an apostle and that his physical encounter with Jesus. Let me pull up the scripture if I can here.
It's going to be
You
1
can continue
Corinthians
on the other
9.
questions, but I don't know if we'll get back to that or not.
I think you're talking about 1 Corinthians 9.
I think
it's verse 1.
Let me make sure. I'm looking through the rest of it.
Yeah. But he says, yeah, again, same thing. He says that he saw the Lord.
Oh, no. Dang it. Wow. That was fun.
Yeah. So that was the affirmative cross-examination, right? So then huh?
That was Sarah's cross-examination,
That was
right?
that was Thursday. Okay, that was opposite.
That was two each for us. That was two each.
Oh, yeah, that was opposite. Yeah, my fault. That was the opposition. Yeah. So then we move on to the affirmative 5-minute closer.
Oh, it's 5? I thought it was 2. Okay.
Yeah, it's a 5-minute closer. Yeah. So
okay.
Go ahead, sir. You could start.
You don't have to.
Affirmative.
You don't
Yeah.
have to
No,
solve
affirmative is sorry. It's affirmative.
I know.
Affirmative is
But,
very.
you already know me, sir. You know I talk a lot, so.
Yeah, no, very. Sorry. Verum goes with the 5-minute closer whenever.
What was Sarah going to say really quick there, or what was going on?
Yeah,
I was just pointing out that he doesn't have to use the full 5 minutes if he doesn't want to. I don't know if I am, so.
Also, I think that
whenever you're done with whatever you're talking about, like we're just gonna stop the timer, you know.
I think Sir should get another minute or two because I did interrupt him a few times there, which I think was just not right. He deserved his line of questioning, and I just, I failed there. So
I'm
Coco, do you
okay
want
with
us to like give like Sir like a little round, like a cross examination, like a 2-minute cross examination?
Yeah, sure.
Sure, you could do like a minute or 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll give
I'm
Sir.
good. I'm good with what we have. We can just do the closing.
Okay, we could just do the closing.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so then the affirmative 5-minute closer. I'll start the timer whenever you say your first word.
Okay, so through this debate, the main arguments from my opponent is that the Gospels aren't trustworthy. And he didn't try to counter anything about any of the archaeological discoveries made that obviously prove the Gospel's trustworthy. He did try to question a bit what textual criticism was when it came down to looking at the actual names in the regions. He didn't attack the regions, he tried to attack the names, and he gave one specific example of one person, but we have multiple names of the Gospels. And this fact that they're, perfectly accurate with the region, the people in charge, they're always correct. Archaeological discoveries always prove them right. They match what's expected of a first century Judean culture from what we see through all the rest of the evidence. So we know that the Gospels are trustworthy because if they were changed in any of the forms, we would see that change, and then we would be able to compare it to another region thousands of miles away, which would be impossible to harmonize. Again, the gospel stretched across the Roman Empire by the end of the first century, translated very quickly into Syrian Coptic, obviously it was originally Greek. So if somebody changed something within this time period that Sir is claiming, within the first, second, and third century, all of these gospels in thousands of miles apart wouldn't match. So to me, it's just failed inadequate argument to address that major way to see how the Gospels are trustworthy. Because if you try to say anything was changed, we would see the difference. And he didn't give no argument to really counter that. He just said it was based upon a 2nd century writer, Papias, who everybody based upon. But we know that the Gospels date before that, and the timing just wouldn't work out. How else would these Gospels have stretched this far if they're all based upon a 2nd century writer? It doesn't make any sense. The evidence doesn't fit that. So the last part I really want to talk about, there's a bunch of other things. The trustworthiness of the Gospels is a paramount, but I'm going to skip everything and go back to the Shroud of Turin. Again, I think that's some of the best evidence of the resurrection, physical evidence. People like to see physical evidence. And to me, if you really break down and analyze that, the carbon-14 dating should just be thrown out. We see that there's linen on there. Sir tried to say that there was also some cotton throughout the fragment, but this is with FTIR, you actually get a signal strength measurement. With FTIR, from my personal analysis in chemistry, you can actually get mass, you can get amounts from the analysis by the strength of the signal. So we actually do that in our industry. And through FTIR analysis, we know that how much cotton there is, and it was in comparison to the amount it would be off in terms of that calculation. There has been hermeneutical calculations done on the carbon-14 test done in 1988. And there's inconsistencies in the data. It goes up and down, but it averages out right to a 13th, 12th century. But the numbers are so far askew that it's definitely not homogeneous. It's not straight data that averages. It's not all close. It's further apart, and it just happens to average to that point. So that analysis is done out there. You guys can look that up. And again, the proof for it being a resurrection would be the uniqueness of that burn. It can't be replicated. No other time period. If Jesus is light, if he reveals himself in glory through light, as he manifests himself in Matthew 15, Luke 9, Mark 9, and he's revealed in glory and light. The glory has always been shining in light. Don't you think there would be light and glory shining as he resurrected, as he came out? And that UV spectrum light, that only thing that could match that possible. We can't even make bulbs that, to this point in our scientific development, we can't make enough strength and shut that off at that short time period to even replicate that with our modern technology. How are they supposed to do this in medieval times when they had no technology? Like, there's been many people try this, and all their images are just laughable. And you try to compare them to the detail, the level of depth into the linen burn. So the Shroud of Turin to me is just outstanding, amazing evidence. And I encourage you all to look at it, because I know a lot of people have thrown it out, me included. I threw it out because of the carbon-14 data early on. I would encourage people to look into it. The scientific the scientific testing done on the X-ray scattering is good science. Again, the technology for the X-ray scattering has been around for 100 years. It's been testing cellulose degradation since the 1960s. To date things, there has been a few others, I don't think they're new, but there's been a few other not as high profile ones that they tested on in the last 10 years. This is obviously the first big major one. That's true, but the science behind it has been around for a long time. And I encourage you guys to look at that. If you want to discuss it, you can discuss it with me or several other people. The science is very, very good on it. As a scientist, I I do a lot of this stuff, and I could tell you what's good data and what's not good data. And I can bring you examples and bring up this study tree and go through step by step why it's an accurate way to measure cellulose degradation over time, and then all variables are accounted for. And it's so rock solid. I would just say that's the only way linen should be dated ever. To me, you can definitely do carbon-14, but I think linen X-ray scattering is the way to go for degradation, and it totally matches with the sample we have known from 55
Time.
to 70 AD.
Time. Okay, that concludes the affirmatives closer, and now we start the timer for whenever Sir says his first word.
So I just want to start off by saying my opponent did agree during this debate that the prior probability for the resurrection is extremely low, and I don't think the evidence he attempted to provide here was probability raising to get over those priors. I mean, we would need something, I think, even better than eyewitness testimony, and I don't even think he's provided good reason to think we have eyewitness testimony outside of Paul. And as I pointed out, Paul is not describing anything that we can point to as external, because he describes it as internal. And when it comes to the thing about Papias, I think maybe he didn't understand my point, which is fine. But with Papias, what I was saying, he was asking me where these names came from on the Gospels, why no one disagrees. And what I was pointing out to him was the first person that mentions them by name is Irenaeus, late 2nd century. Everyone that references them before Irenaeus, Ignatius, Polycarp, the Didache, they all reference them either by a different name or they don't give them a name. Justin Martyr, we see names like Memoirs of the Apostles. We see names like the Gospel of Jesus Christ is a name that's given in the Didache. And no one calls them Mark, Matthew, Luke, or John, right? And Papias tells us that Mark wrote a gospel and that Matthew wrote a gospel, but the details he gives about Mark and Matthew don't match our gospels. He says Matthew was composed in Hebrew, and he says Mark was a disordered gospel that was based on the sayings of Peter, the preachings of Peter, which does not match either gospel. And Irenaeus just repeats this information. So all the people that we have that quote unquote agree with the authorship are just quoting Irenaeus, who's using Papias as a source. And Papias is not talking about our gospels. Now, it might also be surprising that we do actually have some disagreement among the church about who wrote some of these gospels. When it comes to John, we have a group of Christians that said it was written by a guy named Cerinthus. And this is going to be late 2nd century that people are saying this. We also have the anti-Marcionite prologue, which is a prologue that existed in the 3rd century that listed the authors of each gospel. And it says the Gospel of John was dictated to Papias by this other John who excommunicated Marcion. So that puts that John in the middle of the 2nd century. So there's disagreement about which John wrote John, if John wrote John. And with Luke, we have the whole Marcion controversy about whether or not Marcion wrote that text or whether or not Luke wrote that text. So there is some disagreement amongst the early church about who wrote these books, okay? And that was my point about bringing up Papias. In terms of the shroud, like I said, I mean, I don't see how the sort of details we have in the shroud would raise the probability of a resurrection. Even if I granted everything, even if I granted it was a 1st century relic, which I don't, but even if I granted that, even if I granted the whole radiation thing and all that stuff, I'm not sure how that did that. Even if I granted the whole radiation thing and all that stuff, I'm not sure how that shows a resurrection. At best, we would just say we don't know how that information got on the relic, right? That's the best we could say about it. It's not probability raising, and it's certainly not probability raising to the point where it would get over his extremely low priors. So that's all I wanted to say. I thank COCO, again, for hosting the debate. I thank RER for helping. And I thank Joe for having this debate with me.
Okay, concludes the closer.
Okay, that was a good debate. Thank you guys both for your candor. We appreciate it.
For sure.
And I guess right now we're going to invite some audience members up for like questions or comments or concerns. And if you guys can stay for a little bit, but you don't have to stay for like too long. If you got to go, then it's fine.
I mean, so the order goes: Cage asks the question first, then Corey Peterson, and then Busy. That's the order.
I can really hear you. What? Sorry. Oh.
Go ahead.
Now I can hear you. My bad.
I just have a question for both of you. One for Sir and one for Vizzy or Ver- Tree. Um, Sir, do you think that you sufficiently motivated the prior probability within the Bayesian argument in such a way that a rational actor would be compelled to accept or understand the brevity of that type of prior?
I hope so. That was my goal. I mean, I think I did. I think that's why I ran through the sort of dialectic about comparing it to a lottery winner, was just to show, like, on the surface, like, before you start looking at the evidence, how unlikely you think this event is.
Well, okay, just because it's not okay. Just because in actual case, it's like winning 10 lotteries consecutively in the same month type of probability. But okay,
That would have been better.
Verum,
I
do
was
you
being
take it
generous.
that very, yeah. Verum, do you take it that you sufficiently motivated the types of posterior variables, if all granted to be true, would overcome such a uh, void prior set of priors?
In terms of what? What subject?
Well, when Sir provided the Bayesian argument, you guys
Mhm.
got lost in some of the substance on what the
That was a very
priors,
quick
if
one, yeah.
true. Um, if you grant that the priors are true, and all the things you wanted to say in the debate, do you think even those all being true, the set of those things being true,
Mhm.
overcome the void of, extremely, and that's being very generous using that word, small priors of the fact that Jesus resurrected?
Yeah, to me, it's just the probability. I agree with you. It should have been like 10 lotteries. That would have been like a better way to put it, right? But in terms of like the probability of that versus the resurrection and that negating and putting down the resurrection, it's a supernatural event, which the Bible admits is like a thing, a ability only God has, and it's a one-time thing through the thousands of years of history of humankind. So to me, it's not really negating anything of the argument because it's already a supernatural crazy event that none of us have ever seen before. So to me, using the Bayesian argument against probability doesn't really put a good argument against the resurrection at all.
Corey, you can go ahead and ask your question.
All right, yeah. This is for Verum. I mean, it seemed to me your argument primarily held up to both either because the Bible says so or the Shroud of Turin, which, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm just not going to grab it because the Bible says something, it should be taken as reliable. But with the Shroud of Turin, you were implying that that this image was burned down there. You're aware of like the 2020 study, I think it was 2020, where they have replicated the marks on the Shroud of Turin using entirely naturalistic means, right?
Yeah, I'm worried. They use like a silver nitrate. Is that the one you're referring to?
I believe so. So like this idea
Yeah.
that
So
it had
that's
to be
that. First of all, that wouldn't be available at the time, right? And that what was
doesn't matter.
produced, that guy.
Wait,
I'm
no,
sorry.
so
What?
you're misunderstanding me because, like, let's just say that none of it could be done at the time. You were making the claim that we have no explanation for it, all this other fun stuff. It requires a miracle, but we do. We've already let's just say that this wasn't available at the time, which I don't grant. We still have a naturalistic explanation for the mark on the shroud, and it seemed to me that you just ignore anything that goes against that. Which I'm just pointing out. You're aware of.
You had two parts there. Can I address both of them?
Go ahead.
So the first part you said, I just say the Bible says so. That's one of the typical arguments I get through my 20 years of talking with atheists and skeptics is they just say, oh, you're just going to say the Bible says so. No, that's not what I did. I went through and told you why the Bible was verifiably accurate, historically accurate. I said there's been no archaeological discovery ever disproving anything in the Bible. If you have one, please let me know. If there's textual criticism analysis, which is done on all ancient manuscripts that really argues against the Bible, please let me know that, because Bible passes with flying colors in terms of manuscripts of ancient antiquity. Now, moving on to the Shroud of Turin, if you're referring to the silver nitrate replication, the guy stood there for a long time. First off, with that picture, it took forever, and what was produced was like so not close to what was the image on the Shroud of Turin. The depth of it was like not even similar. The detail was not even. It was literally just these blocky splotches. So it's not even close. Like if you look at any of these images produced, I look at all of them. I'm not just saying, oh yeah, they don't work. You actually have to analyze them. I'm a scientist, and I take everybody's work seriously. And if I look at it and I say that's ridiculous, that is not even close. Anybody can look at these images and see they're not close. You can look at the inverse and look at it and see if that matches in terms of photography. If you look at the negative, does that even look close? And they never do. They're not even close. And the depth is such a key part of it. You're missing it. The depth of burn into the linen is so important.
And this is one thing. Saying I'm a scientist doesn't mean shit, because I know plenty of like people who are scientists in physics who know nothing about and vice
Guys,
versa.
the poll is up. If anybody didn't vote, you have a minute to vote.
I had a question for the guy to vote
No, you're speaking out of turn. It's Vizzy's turn.
Oh,
Vizzy,
okay.
go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, so did you say, so this is for Verum, but I also have something for Sir. Did you say that there's no archaeological findings that invalidate anything in the Old Testament?
I did say that in the New Testament, yeah.
Right. Okay, so we have an archaeological artifact called the Cyrus cylinder. And it helped us discover that Nabonidus was the father of Belshazzar. But Daniel 5:2 says Nebuchadnezzar was the father of Belshazzar. Wouldn't you say that invalidates?
I do remember that argument. I have to go back and look at that one specifically. I think I'm going to argue about the timing. There's another argument you can make with that in terms of timing. But in terms of the father, I have to go look at that one again.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll look at that.
the Nabonidus cylinder dates before the book of Daniel. But I'm sorry, yeah, your whole opening argument was just Reddit atheism, buddy. Yeah, good.
Well, no. Yeah, the other argument, in which in terms of the dating and the archaeological discoveries, I've debated that guy before.
He was talking to
Basically,
me.
the chronology is all based on Egyptian chronology of all timings and datings in the period. I'll have to look into that. He's debating that later too, but
No,
I can get you that answer.
That Reddit comment was to me, not to you. He was making a joke.
Oh,
to
it
me.
was. I was like, oh, like really?
Yeah.
Like that doesn't even fit with me.
Before Ori and Yuji asked the question, I just want to say one thing real quick. Sorry, Verum, I just want you to know that this channel is highly atheist, agnostic, etc. So the polling doesn't actually reflect who won. I just want you to know that. So,
I inferred that. I inferred that. Thank you for that. I
Yeah,
think you're
I
a
just want
great
you to
person,
know,
sir. So
I
I
think you did a
appreciate
good
you
job.
being
I just don't want
cordial
you
with
to
me.
I just don't want you to take from the poll that like you did terribly or something. That's all.
Oh, I know. I mean, you can just read the comments. There's always people. I mean, I've been doing this for 20 years. You know, not streaming, but debating people, and there's been audiences of various types, and I understand how that works.
Okay, so Power of the Ori, you have any questions?
Yeah, for the Valens. There's no actually evidence that shows that Jesus Christ actually resonated. He never actually came back
Did you say
3 days
resonated?
later.
Or?
Yeah, resurrected. There's no
Sorry.
there's no evidence that supports that. I mean, he claimed that you're a scientist, and I'm a physicist. I study physics and science too, and there's no
Are you
evidence.
referring to the Turin or just at all? You just made the claim. I just spent an hour talking about the evidences for. Are you going to address the specific arguments that I mentioned?
Yeah, the place where he was nailed was crucified, and because I know he didn't come back 3 days later, there's no evidence to support that.
Well, that's what the historical documents that narrate his life tell us. So we can test those. That's what you do in science. If something's a theory, we could test and see if it fits with the evidence we have. And in terms of like the evidence for that would be historical, archaeological, if we can even verify any part of the story. But then textual criticism, which is its field of analysis of any ancient manuscript, would be able to look at that. And does it narratively fit? Does it seem to work out? Oh, yes, the Jews, believed in a day started just a partial day, so it was 3 days. That works out all fine. Okay. Everything seems to fit. Historically, criticism, textually wise, logically. So, I mean, there's no way to negate it just by that. If the texts themselves say this happens, you have to falsify the text and say they're not historically accurate.
Yeah, they're not accurate because it
Why?
wouldn't make any sense. Because
Why
to his today's technology, that was over 2,000 years ago that he was crucified, and so you can't really live 2,000 years. I mean, no one has ever lived 2,000 years.
Wait, what?
And there's no.
So you're saying, because he's alive till today. Well, he's God, claiming to be God. So if that's true, then that would kind of not make that pointless, right? Actually, Babylonians claim that people live for thousands of years. So are you gonna deny their writings? They said people live for 5,000 years, 2,000 years. You're gonna deny what they say?
Yeah, 2,000 years is when he was supposed to be crucified. He can't come back after 2,000 years. I had to ask you, is like, was the evidence that can back that up, your claim?
That
Because no
Jesus
one's
rose from the
actually,
dead. I just
no
went
one,
over it for the last hour.
no
Do
one's,
you want to bring up a
no
specific
one's
argument again?
actually, we haven't found any evidence that supports that. We
I
haven't
just
found it.
listed an hour worth of evidence. Did you want to bring up a specific argument? I mean, do you
Well,
not remember
yeah,
anything I said? Were you listening?
you were reading about it in the Bible. That wasn't technically evidence. That's just what it says in the Bible.
I listed other evidence as well. What else did I list that wasn't in the Bible?
Well, I came back like 30 minutes after you talked
I
about
did
it.
list,
So it's
I
only,
did list the only historian at the time in the region who was Josephus, but he was obviously after. There was no historian in Judea within 4 BC to 30 AD of Jesus. There's no historian in that area, right? So the only historian that we could see of that area close enough time would be Josephus, and he in fact did write about Jesus. Even skeptics and even Christian people, Jewish people, historians and scholars all agree that in Josephus, he does say there's Jesus. He does say that there's people who are Christians who follow him and that they do believe that he was crucified. And if you actually look, we have the Arabic translation of that, which is, minus the Christian interpolations. I would encourage you to look at that too. And there's also a Syrian translation, but the Arabic is, good, strong arguments to believe. It doesn't have any interpolation, so we can see what it originally said.
Oh, we do have to get on to the next questions.
oh, okay, that's what I was just curious about. I mean,
and I did list the shrouded turn as well.
I also have a question for each sir.
Oh, go for it.
Sir, I'm just wondering, what do you think the strongest argument, even if you think they're unsuccessful, is for Jesus' resurrection? Briefly.
I think the strongest argument for the resurrection is going to be if you point out that there's people that claim to have these experiences that were willing to sort of unalive for those experiences. I think that's probably the strongest argument you can make. The fact that we don't have good reason to think they're lying because they're willing to unalive for them, and B, they were claiming to see things that they couldn't have been mistaken about. That's, I think, the strongest case, but I do have, of course, a lot of contentions with that argument as well.
Okay. And then for Verum, in regards to the Shroud of Turin, I actually have two questions. Do you think that whatever properties that you think are supernatural that are part of the Shroud of Turin, like the radiation, I think you said, and other things, do you think that it's possible it could have been caused by a different supernatural event other than the resurrection? And then the second question is, if you think it could have been, why do you think it's more likely to be caused of a supernatural resurrection rather than any other supernatural event?
Okay, so you cut out in the middle there. So you said, did I think that it could have been caused by another supernatural event? And then the second part was?
And the second part was, if you do think it's possible it could have been caused by a different supernatural event, why do you think it's more likely that it was caused by a supernatural resurrection rather than another supernatural event?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, I don't think that any of the physical attributes of the shroud are supernatural, because those are in our natural. That the effects of, if this was a miracle, right, then what's left over is the physical left evidence, and that's not supernatural. That's stuff we can test and look at. And the details of the shroud fit the story too precisely. And what we do in science is we gather all the data, look at it, put it all together. Upon the preponderance of evidence, the probability is so high that one theory that is more correct. And so the argument that this is the Jesus of Nazareth fits it too perfectly. The story, the narrative fit the details of it too perfectly. Even the American Medical Society did an analysis of the cross. They looked at that in terms of the, was talked about in the Gospels. And they said that even matched there. And then we see those same details listed or, shown in the Shroud of Turin, the healing, the stab in the side, not healing, the pollen, the other things that verify its region, its time period, just fit with the two perfectly. So you really narrowed down at who this could possibly be, how many people were crucified, how many people were scourged, how many people had a crown of thorns placed on their head, how many people didn't have any noticeable bone broken on their body, because everybody was, eventually had their legs, broken before they were taken down. And so the probability of it being anything else is just astronomically high. Like it could be anything else. Like there's no way. So to me, if it's a miracle, then it has to be Jesus of Nazareth.
Okay. Does that satisfy the question?
I'm just confused. I don't like. I feel like Sir's like. I feel like we granted Sir's argument being like his inductive Bayesian argument to be successful, and if that's the case, then I need like either a stronger inductive argument or maybe a subjective Bayesianist argument or a deductive argument for the case being true. Because I mean, it sounds like you agreed with Sir's argument. We agree that the priors are astronomically low, and I'm not using that word inappropriately. And we
Are you talking
also
about?
agree that even when we factor in the posteriors, it's still astronomically low. If we grant that, then it's what follows from that is that it's more probable that the resurrection occurring is false. Um, so to motivate somebody to not accept that conclusion, we either need an inductive argument that concludes in the resurrection is more probable to be true. But if we already agree on the set of facts that deduce the probability, then it's not the case that that's going to be able to happen. So we need some type of deductive argument that would render that proposition as true. Unless I'm forced to accept the conclusion that it's more probable that the resurrection did not occur or is false.
So I'm sorry for the first part of it. I thought you were asking Sir a question, and then I started paying attention at the second half. But
Yeah,
to me, again, the Bayesian argument for me, the probability, trying to limit the probability of it being true based upon just that type of argument doesn't work, because we obviously can put other types of arguments such as scientific arguments, historical analysis, probability, to meet the probability of the data saying one thing in terms of just actual data is way stronger than a hypothetical comparison analogy. So you actually have to look at the actual evidence and what does that say and mean. Trying to put a hypothetical comparison against it would have to match it perfectly. The comparison, even of a lottery, doesn't really compare it in a negation type of way to negate the probability of all the evidence, all that. So the probability goes up because of the evidence. Probability goes up because of the trustworthiness of the Gospels. The probability goes up because there's physical evidence we have. It's the Shroud of Turin. I didn't even mention the other face cloth that goes along with it, the Olivia Oviedo, which matches with the shroud. Obviously, cancels out the dating of it because it has 120 points of congruence with the shroud on the face. So we know that the carbon 14 is in fact dated wrong because it matches
I
this 15th
understand all of
century
this.
dated.
When I asked you the question, when I came up here, I asked you the question during that time, right? I said if all of your arguments were successful, so all of that stuff you just listed, I am factoring in as the
I didn't hear that part.
posterior
Sorry. Like I said, I didn't hear the
probabilities.
first part. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I am factoring all those things in. It's just the case that the priors are so extremely outweighing. Like think trillions of quantifiable data sets, trillions, not not billions, trillions, and associated facts compared to like even if I want to be charitable, at best, what 5,000 facts?
Yeah, so it's not negated by the fact that there's not any other examples we can look at throughout history. That's basically what the argument is, that this is such an improbable event. So if there is a supernatural being out there that claims to be able to do this and it's one throughout history, then that negates the whole idea that this is such a rare, that the probability because it's a rare event doesn't mean it can't happen, right? So there's
That's
no
not the argument
argument
saying.
to make that would say that one-off events can't happen in history. Is there a
That's not what
probability?
he's saying.
So one-off events in history can't happen in your worldview?
No, that's not what Sir is saying. He's just saying, given the inductive case, it's far more probable that this didn't occur. That's all he's saying.
I understand. I totally understand that. But what you just made an argument for, you said trillions of the probability is astronomical. It's just not that if there's this.
I would hold that in my
out there in the
view.
universe that can do this.
No, I would hold that in my view, if it's the case that I have good, strong, independent, inductive motivation for some events more probably not happening, then I would hold that it's more probable that it didn't happen. But if presented evidence, or like a deductive case that it did happen, be my guest.
Well, I think that's a reasonable thing to do with most cases, right? But here's one where we have a claim of like a textual historical document, actually claiming this is what this person does and this is what's going to happen.
Granted all of this.
I understand that, but that changes.
So why do you keep bringing it up?
I think there's like some talking.
You can't negate those factors. You just
can't. I granted it. What are we talking about? Everything
granting
he's
it
mentioning.
I think there's some talking. You guys, please.
Go ahead, sir. Sorry.
You guys, please. I think there's some talking past each other. So, what I've said and what Cage is trying to elucidate here is that when the priors are extremely low, it requires us have more evidence to get over those priors. Okay, so if we're starting off with extremely low priors, then the evidence we have, it wouldn't be sufficient to get over that hump, so to speak. You would need more
Yeah, that's
evidence.
really anecdotal.
Is that
That's really
actually-
anecdotal to me. You have to be able to quantify and make it, and then just because something has, how are you going to quantify a supernatural
granted that it's
being in
low.
terms of a probability analysis when it's all prophesied? It's
Wait,
Psalm
you
22.
granted that it's low.
I granted that that happening without God would be low. With God, it's not low.
No, that's
Wait,
not.
what is
then that's
I don't
fine.
think I said this is what I believe, and that's if it was said any
that's
other
okay.
way, it was mistakenly said by me. I can make mistakes, but this is
That's
actually
fine.
what I believe. Yeah.
But then, then the debate shouldn't have been, did Jesus rise from the dead? Because you have a prior contention that's deductive in nature that Sir might not
No, it
accept.
should be. That's ridiculous to throw out an idea like that because that's the quintessential question we must ask. If you're trying to debate
obviously-
something probability-wise, that's ridiculous in order to throw it out because we have science, because we have analysis, we have all these other fields.
Wait, what
That's
do you
not
think
how we
I just
determine what
said?
happened in the past. We don't use
no, I'm
those
not
type of
saying
arguments.
throw it out. Vera, I'm
Scholarly
not
wise,
saying.
we don't use.
You're getting
don't
really
use those
upset. I'm
arguments
not
to determine
saying
what
anything
happened
like
in the past.
that. I'm
We
not
don't use
saying
those type of
any.
arguments.
I'm not saying anything like that. I'm saying, look, Ferrum, if you don't grant that the priors are astronomically low for this type of event, like you did in the debate, or like we interpreted in the debate, and your contention is that some type of counterfactual, if God, you could do some type of conditional Bayesianism there. That's fine, and it's still the case that it's low. Because if God, what other people have been resurrected by God?
Yeah, that's a more fair question, right?
That's a
But then-
low. That's a low no.
It's still
No
extreme. This
one's.
doesn't help you at all. It's still, it
I'm
actually
not
might
trying to
make it
well, I'm not
worse.
trying to make that argument, right? I don't. I'm the argument I make is that there's a supernatural being out there who claimed, who prophesies that he was going to do this, can do it, does it when a rare event in history, does it rarely, so we can't expect anything from that.
He did it
And
once.
If I was another person outside my perspective, and this was another type of supernatural, I could understand that. Any other
He did it once. What do you mean? Like he's not going
To
around.
me,
He's not like
it is the
Oprah.
evidence that is how we determine history. It's the actual analysis of the documents, seeing if they're trustworthy, is how we determine history. That's
I think Sir was right. I think I am talking past you because what I'm saying is I'm
not
granting
talking
your
about
counter.
you, no, that's not at all. I understand what you're saying. You're just maybe
I'm
not understanding what I'm saying.
granting your well, maybe that's a blunder on my view, right? I'm granting the conditional. I'm saying, okay, cool. If God exists, then the priors would follow from this, and I don't think that the conditional probability is better. I actually might think it's worse because if it's God exists and it is the case that He has motivation to resurrect, I don't know if you're a Trinitarian or something like that, but insert like some Trinitarian or Unitarian position from there. I think it becomes worse because then it's not just Lazarus and Jesus and all those people that resurrect, which might help the case, like increase the cardinality to 3 over however many humans have existed, like take it to be a trillion or something like that.
That's
Then it's
not
not 3
how
divided by a trillion. Then it's 1 divided
historical
by a trillion.
analysis is done on any of them.
I'm not talking about
We
historical
just don't do
analysis
that.
yet.
We don't analyze history based upon that kind of analysis. We just
I'm
don't
not
do that.
talking about that yet.
Well, that's what we're talking. We're talking about a historical event. Did it happen or did it not happen? And
Right. And
we
you
have
know
to
how
argue
Sir is
from
motivating that?
established scientific methodologies which deem that the most probable, and that's what we argue by. Not
Wait,
through
what?
probability
I
analysis in
think
a
you're just
supposed
talking. I don't think you're actually
hypothetical
listening to
environment
me.
that doesn't contain all the variables. Your argument doesn't contain all the
Sir,
variables.
is he listening
right?
to me? I don't think
It
he's
doesn't.
hearing the words out of my
You
mouth.
just can't get past this argument because I think it's an avoidance argument to get past evidentiary argument. Like you don't want to debate the specifics of an argument, the facts of an argument. You would rather stick in this hypothetical
I granted all of
probability
your
zone, which
facts.
doesn't include, by the way, all the variables. It's impossible to include all the
granted. He's
variables
not
in
listening to
any
me.
probable hypothetical analysis that you're trying to claim here.
No, he's just not listening. I granted you all of your facts.
No, just that's an excuse to say I grant you that. You have to actually accept the reality of
I'm not
granting
going to
what that
fight
means.
you on it. It can be true. Every fact you want to say, true. I
If
grant
you
it.
grant them, then you have to actually then look at the probability of that all being true, and it negates any
Yeah.
hypothetical you're then addressing. Don't you
No,
understand
it-
that?
Yeah, that's what I've
It
been saying.
does.
That's
It
what I've been
literally
saying.
does.
please take
You're
control
literally
here.
escaping the evidence if you do that. You're
Okay.
escaping the evidence. Granting means you have to factor it into your set analogy
I
and then
did.
calculate that in, which you're
And I
not
did.
doing.
Wait, yes, I
You
did.
didn't. What's the
That
problem?
was-
How does it change the probability?
It
Okay,
does
we do
change.
have to
I'll
get
tell
to
you what.
Sir
This
and
was the
Bob
first thing
down.
Okay, I'll end off with this. This was the first thing I said to you. I said, if we grant all of your facts, best, the probability is 0.2. Now, in order to get over and just be equitable, it needs to be 0.5. To be more probable, it needs to
No,
be
it's not
greater than that.
0.2. I don't know where you get that calculation. I like to see the calculation for that because nobody does these calculations, by the way, for historical analysis. Nobody. This is like such a
That's
wrong
just
way to
not
debate
true.
historical analysis. I see it all over TikTok. I see it, and if people think this is a great way to just talk, it makes people's minds numb. They don't like it because it's not talking about the brass tacks, the beef, right? You don't factor that. When you factor the actual probability of how that changes everything, of all the actual evidence, it throws that kind of argument out of the water. That's why we don't look at historical analysis like that. Nobody does that. Find me any credible scholarly author consensus that says that's how we look at history and analyze history. It's preposterous. That changes the probability totally, especially because the Shroud of Turin is such a strong. You gave it a 0.2? Give me a break.
Okay,
The Shroud of Turin is like highly changes the probability.
Let me just host the live, I guess. Okay, Shark, you're next. Go ahead.
Sorry, guys.
I don't have anything important to say. Verum and
Okay,
Press.
Mob, you're next. Go ahead,
Is there another
Mob.
debate after us, by the way?
Wait, I didn't.
know you guys are the last debate.
Wait,
so
I wanted to compliment. I don't have questions. I just want to compliment Verum and Sir. Say you guys did a great job. I love you. That's it, man. All right, calm the fuck down.
Wait, actually, Shark, I do have a question for you. Is that
I love you too, Shark. Thank you.
Yeah, you're
that
welcome,
PFP
Mom.
you have? Is that a shark being crucified?
No,
Is that
man,
what
the
that's supposed to
sharks, the sharks in the background, like jumping. You know what I mean? And the crucifixion is happening in front of it.
Oh, okay.
You see it? Do you see it now?
I do now. I thought maybe it was like on top.
I see that. Yeah.
No. It's jumping behind it, saying
It's
like
like
"raw."
the sequel to Sharknado, and
Yeah,
it's just like some kind of crazy.
Yeah,
come
it's
to
just
Jesus
saying like
Sharknado.
"raw." I believe in Jesus. You know what I mean?
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, Mob.
Mob's gonna say something much smarter than me.
Go ahead, Mob. What's your question?
I'm not actually. I missed the debate. I was just wondering, Coco, are you streaming this on any YouTube channel? Like, can I watch it right now and like rewind back?
Or I am going to edit it and post it on YouTube. I'm going to get the TikTok recording.
But are you streaming it right now?
No, not at the moment.
No.
Is AR, are you streaming it?
What AR streaming? He doesn't know how to do that.
Oh, I
Stream Air doesn't stream anything. He just sends his content to get stolen by other people.
Sorry.
No, it's not stolen. They have an agreement to
Well,
send it.
I have a question for Sir. Sir,
Contributing
do you
to
take it like somebody like me, right?
I have one more question. I have one more question. Joe, what was it you said that historians don't use? Like what probabilistic analysis you said historians don't use?
Well, yeah, so we definitely have probability in science, but we don't look at plain hypotheticals, parallels, because there's obviously the shotgun fallacy of the barn fallacy. We don't want to look at hypotheticals in those type of terms. But if you factor in strong evidences, it then becomes a battle of paradigm worldviews in terms of how strong evidence is. So that's why they don't work. You have to present the evidence in a neutral way and allow people to decide for themselves. You put your argumentation in there, fine, it's great. Everybody has biases. We can't get by those. Even in science, as a scientist, for how long it's just going to happen. But the calculating probabilities, like he just tried to do and say it was 0.2, is based purely upon worldview perspective, right?
No, it's
and that's
not.
not how we do an analysis of what happened in history. We present the
I was
data
doing a
and allow
Bayesian probability.
Cage, please.
I understand that.
No,
But
he
it's
doesn't
not
understand
fitting for
that.
this type of argument. It's not
No, he
fitting
just
for this
said
type of argument.
wait, but sir, he just said that my deduction was
I
based
know,
off of.
Cage, but
You
I
gotta let
know.
it finish.
So he's just being stupid. I don't know what to say about that.
Okay, wow, thank you, appreciate that. I'm not gonna call you
He
stupid.
thinks he thinks I'm pulling
don't take-
0.2 out of my ass. Like I'm just some like.
Verum, don't take it personal. He's being nice to you right now. I promise.
I'm not taking anything personal. No, I actually don't.
Like, what does he like? You didn't. Okay, so what Mob asked you, what structure of probability was I using? And you said some degree of like hypothetical analyses. Nothing I said was hypothetical because I said, look, grant all the
Oh, I
things
thought
that
you
you
were going
said
off
on your
Sirs. I thought you were
posterior
going off Sirs.
probability.
I'm sorry.
No, I said, well, Sirs wasn't even hypothetical. Sirs was Bayesian.
Yeah.
It's in terms of a comparison, right? So you would say compared
It's
to
not a
yes, it is a
comparison.
hypothetical.
Well, I
literally
think
is.
the comparison I brought up was to establish the priors. That's the reason why I brought up the comparison. It wasn't.
Yeah, I understand.
But I'm still using a Bayesian.
It's not even a
methodology.
comparison. It's an analogy.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this is not how we look at scientific arguments or historical analysis in terms of something is true or not. We don't do it that way. And people think that, I mean, people get caught in these debates and they think in their head that this is something that can be applicable to the real world, and it just isn't.
So,
because you have to consider the variables are so important, and your worldview is so important.
Let's stay linear, please.
There's like a couple, like Richard Carrier uses Bayes' theorem to argue about Jesus' existence. Richard
I don't
Swinburne
know who
used
Richard
it to
Taylor is. Yeah.
argue.
What does he do? What does he do?
Uh,
Is he a scientist, archaeologist? Is he a textual papyrologist? What is he?
He's
yeah,
he's a
he's
historian.
a,
He's a classicist.
yeah, he's both a historian, a scholar, and a philosopher. And then
Is it
Richard
one of his
Swinburne,
main?
huh?
Is it one of his main points of arguing how a certain event in history is?
Yeah.
He uses Bayes' theorem. Swinburne also uses it.
I have to look into it and see how they're using it, whether they're excluding
He's just
obvious,
charging me for no
imagery
reason.
support. You
I
can't
feel
just
very
I
offended.
grant you all those and then put my opinion in afterwards that it's not probable. Like
It's
like
not my
okay.
opinion.
It really is.
Asserting,
You just
why do you
say
keep asserting these things? He keeps asserting these things as if he keeps asserting these things as if what he's saying or knows what he's saying.
That's the brass
It's like
tacks of it.
saying it's like when I
this the
use
last
math
debate?
and I conclude.
Yeah, it is.
Yes,
All right.
Jesus Christ.
Sorry. Amen.
Okay, holy. We have so many. Like you guys. I mean, let's keep it linear and quick.
Man, that's
I mean,
why
trying to.
Yo, sir, this is why I'm roaring, man. Cage is yelling at him.
All right,
Barry-
all right, Bob. Did you have any
Wait,
other?
I'm
follow-up?
yelling
Did you
because
have
he's
any other
charged me
follow-up?
with like 3 different claims, all
Mob,
of which he doesn't
Mob.
understand.
Yeah, we gotta let the
Mob,
other people go.
Did you have any
That's the
follow-up
way to
questions?
win an argument.
Mob.
You don't understand it.
Oh my God! Why are you guys still going?
I'm gonna
Please,
roar
Mob.
again. Don't you make me roar. Roar.
Mob, did you have any follow-up questions?
You have any follow-up questions,
No,
Bob?
I just wanted to know if and when I could watch this. Like, will it be uploaded tomorrow?
He uploads it to YouTube, bud.
Yeah, I'll get it back.
You're talking to COCO probably next month sometime. All right, Dwight. All right, you're next.
Probably in a week or like.
I gotta get going here in a little bit. Probably like in the next 15 minutes, but
Yeah, I'm trying to get through the questions so we can.
It's your turn, man. Don't make me roar.
I'm here, bruv. Okay, so the shroud. We're probably not going to agree on whether it's good evidence, bad evidence, whatever. But I'm very intrigued by this Jesus lasers theory, but I don't understand.
what Jesus lasers? What Jesus lasers?
Maybe that was Dave. Oh, that was Dave. That wasn't you. My bad. Anyway, so so where are you getting? So okay, sorry, my thoughts are scattered because
It's okay. Just pick one. Pick the one in the middle.
Hold on,
Pick the
hold
one
on,
in the
hold
middle.
on, hold on. So you're a scientist. You understand that light is made of what particle?
Oh, yeah, so we have obviously we have photons, but it's a spectrum too of light, and this spectrum of light is on the UV range.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, and lasers. Well, you didn't say lasers, but radiation.
I didn't say lasers. No,
It's going to be a different spectrum of light, right? So when Jesus says, "I am the light," what exactly are you taking that to mean? Are you taking that to mean that, that he's some sort of
You're asking things that the
that
Bible
he's
doesn't
some sort of
explain, so I don't really know.
Well, let me just
Sorry,
finish the
go
question
ahead.
real quick. Do you take that to mean that he's some sort
Yeah,
of
go ahead.
radiation, that he's some sort of spectral light that's outside of our range? Because I don't understand how.
It'd be interesting to find that out.
Well,
yeah.
that was kind of a prologue. I apologize. So the question here is why, and I think Sir addressed this adequately, why would we expect there to be any type of radiative heat, right? Because that's what we're really talking about. We're not just talking about photons.
Well, heat is a natural product of it, right? Of the enthalpy change of what happens on the contact of the substrate, right? That's just what happens, right? If there's no substrate there, you wouldn't expect
right?
the enthalpy change.
Not if
to
it's
happen.
just mere photons.
Well, you wouldn't expect the heat would be it puts it upon it, but it obviously is released upon this substrate, the fabric, right? And we see the effects of that.
Is there any other account of heat being exuded with any of the other accounts of resurrections in the Bible?
So we don't have any of shrouds of
Well, not
Lazarus or
shrouds,
anything
but
like
we
that.
do have
don't know.
accounts where, for example, Jesus
Yeah, but
takes the hand of the
we don't have
child, right?
Lazarus.
Doesn't he take the hand of a child and say, "Rise"?
We don't have any evidence for that. We don't have evidence for that though. Like we just have we would just
Saying,
say,
do the accounts?
every miracle doesn't have physical evidence,
What
right?
I'm saying
So-
is the accounts that we do have. Is there any type of description of radiative heat, like this extreme? We're talking about. So what they talk about.
you're expecting scientific
What they talk about.
language
Well,
from
what they talk about with what's needed for this type of imprint to happen on the shroud It's an intense, like, what is it, like 2,000 megawatts of energy.
It's a lot
for a billionth of the
It's a lot.
second. Is there any evidence or any description of any of the other accounts of resurrection in the Bible
Well, we're
exhibiting
talking about
that type
unique
of
resurrection.
heat
We're not talking about
flash?
Yeah, you guys can keep going. I understand
Okay,
your
go ahead.
question.
I'll shut up.
Yeah, so this is a unique than the other resurrection stories, right? That were God's bringing that up. I don't know if those created light, but we do know that God described himself as light, and then that's the light that was at the beginning of the world and the light of men. And when Jesus glorifies himself, like I described there in Matthew 17, Mark 9, Luke 9, that he's shown in glory and light, and he scares James, John, and right there, and Peter, who were there with him. So to me, there's like obviously those ideas, but in terms of this precise event, it's all based upon those ideas. So we have assumptions, like you have to make a theory on it, but we have no other comparison in terms of parallels to that anywhere in history that we can look at. A human resurrection just isn't going to be the same. If God qualifies himself totally different from us, we can't glorify ourselves.
No, I get that. So with the lack of evidence and the lack of details, or at least the lack of accounts of this type of radiative heat, why would we expect the probability to be raised for a resurrection hypothesis rather than?
I mean, that your probability again would be based upon your paradigm, like I said, because people, as a scientist, I see this every day. Like people look at a thing and they'll come up with a different conclusion, and they could still use good science analysis, but it's just there's that interpretive part of historical science. If you have an event in the past, you don't have a video, you don't have a photograph. There's nothing we can go on, but what we see in today's world. So you have to have some speculative analysis there, and then we have to use interpretive measures with assumptions, and then try to build a probability based upon data analysis and then characteristics of that we know, make up a theory, and then people for that, and then we'll have to decide, right? If you want absolute 100% silver bullet evidence, God just doesn't provide that, only to certain people throughout history, and that's his objective. He actually states that's what he wants to do, right? So the fact that there's not a silver bullet argument you could point to, I mean, the Charlie Turn is damn near a pretty good argument, but it's not even a silver bullet argument, right? There's no silver bullet arguments really you could point to throughout history.
All right.
Besides if you had video or pictures.
Just one last thing. This isn't a question. I just want to say, great job, both of you. You're very kind, Viram. Sir, you're obviously, a rock star in my eyes. So, great debate. I enjoyed it. This was the only debate I was able to watch tonight. So I appreciate it from both of you and from COCO and Mr. AR. So thank you all.
Okay.
That's great, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here.
All right, wait. Go ahead, Whit, with your question, please.
Have anything?
Yeah.
Thank you for being here.
All right, wait. Go ahead, Whit, with your question, please.
Have anything?
So you're just up here taking up space on the panel?
Smoky Jesus.
Okay, that's cool.
Base taker.
Totally cool. Afterwards.
Okay.
After party.
All right.
Yeah. If you want, Joe, I can give you a list of both Christian and atheist historians that use Bayes' theorem to assess historical facts, if you want.
Oh, I mean, I can look that up too. I can look that up, but if you want to make it easier for me and provide that, I'll take a look at it. Sure.
Yeah, but even if
I do like to see why people conclusions.
let's say we had no historians of this, it's still clearly a method to determine posterior probability of an event. So I don't know why it would matter if historians sort of catch on to using this sort of probability method.
Well, it breaks down, right? It breaks down when you bring in the evidence because people analyze evidence differently. It really does.
No, well, the whole point. Yeah, I agree with you that perhaps you'll disagree with how the evidence is being evaluated, or maybe you'll disagree with the priors.
Of course,
that's
the nature of disagreement.
That's what the debate is about, right? When it comes to
exactly. So that's what we should debate about, not that because we're going to have if we argue about
Joe, please.
Yeah, you understand what I'm saying. I don't even have to say it, right? You just
Joe,
understand
please
that.
listen. The point is that if I'm presenting a Bayesian case and I'm saying these are the low priors, and I don't think the evidence is sufficient to get over those priors. The only thing Cage was trying to point out to you was that you weren't really addressing that part of the argument. You were just worried about focusing on the substance.
Well, again, that's an opinion that they don't overcome the priors, right? And I'm telling you that they do, right? So, If you have such unique evidence that is like it loads out, how does that changes somebody's probability? It's based upon their prepositions. It's
Well, I
based
don't think it's
upon
unique evidence.
how
I
they
gave you.
view the world. It's 100. It always is. You can't do any historical analysis without inserting a preposition, a worldview paradigm. You cannot.
Well, but I did.
There's just no
it's
way.
not unique. I gave you examples such as the Mormon case, where we have a similar situation where we have people claiming to live.
That's still my opinion.
To die for it, etc. That's not going to be.
A Mormon will say something different than me. I mean, that's still my opinion. I have a worldview. I can't even say that 100% like that. That's what my way is accurate there, right? Because I don't have all evidentiary support, but it's pretty strong.
Nobody up here is saying 100% the resurrection didn't happen. I'm not saying that anyway.
No, I understand. I totally
like it's an
understand.
inductive
To say it's not is an opinion, right? And to say that I view it this way is a prepositional
I
analysis.
didn't think the resurrection actually took place.
It's almost like inductive arguments don't yield truth values deductively. That's crazy.
Yeah, Ori. Well, a lot of people on the panel agree that the resurrection didn't take place. Not everybody, but Whit and Joe think it did. But the rest of us do agree the resurrection didn't occur. So that's all I'm saying is that no one's arguing it's 100% certainty.
Nobody's saying that. But what I would have liked to see you challenge, the reason I asked you the questions I did is because you agreed with Sir, or at least seemingly did, that the priors were low. And then when I asked you my question, it seemed like you had signed off on saying, yeah, of course, it's a supernatural event. Of course, the posteriors are going to be low as well, which is to grant his argument. So when I came up here and I presented that, what I wanted to hear you say was, no, in my view, the priors aren't low, such that the posterior evidence, if these priors are true, greatly overcomes and makes it more probable. But that's not what happened. That's why I was disappointed.
Yeah, so I could totally agree with somebody who views the priors being low if they accept the fact like that it's like not God, right? It's a human, right? But if you start bringing in these factors, which I did when I said I agree. If I was a person who was a skeptic and atheist, I would think the priors were low too, because I have to prove God. You have all these other things you have to do before you get to even that step.
Wait,
that's what I'm saying. It's
false.
like you're missing so many steps. You're like just looking at one singular event out of context. The context is the whole history that happens before that. These all change the probabilities. There's so many factors in this that aren't counted. I mean, when I say variables, you just don't factor them.
Oh my God,
in.
I'm an atheist and I
just,
accept the resurrection occurred, Barum. I'm an atheist and I accept that. Why?
If you accept that, then the analysis takes a whole different. You actually have to
Listen,
consider.
do you want to hear
what the
why I
consequences
accept
of that
it?
is.
Because I'm a non-naturalist about the world. That still doesn't grant God existing or
I
anything
don't know why
like
you're
that.
yelling.
The reason why you keep saying, if I'm a theist, then the priors are going to be high, that's not the case. Because obviously if you're a theist, you could be a Muslim and think the priors are low. That has nothing to do with the equation.
I didn't say theist.
You said if God existed. No.
Well, yeah, I'm talking about the Judeo-Christian God.
Yeah,
who's,
it's not even the case either.
Claims to have resurrection power.
Jewish people
Has
don't even
resurrection
agree
power.
with you. This is so stupid.
Okay.
Like,
Well,
why are you
I
making
don't-
such a level 2 blunder? Like, what is this?
It's not a blunder. It really isn't.
Like Grant, you think that?
You're very emotional about it. I think you should just discuss it with me.
Okay,
better.
here's the
I think that
discussion.
you're very
Here's the
young.
discussion. Here's my points. Point
I
one.
mean, do people want to hear this? I mean, first off, I do got to get going.
Okay, well then,
I
if you
about
have to
3
get
minutes
going,
left.
then that's fine. I understand you don't want to have a conversation about it, even though you just asked me to, right?
I just had an hour-long discussion, bro.
I
and I took
grant you're
another
mentally
45
tired. That's
minutes.
fine. I grant
can't
that.
sleep every night.
That's fine.
I mean, I go live 3 or 4 nights a week. You could totally come on and debate me on this further. I'm okay.
I don't
do this
think
kind of
that
stuff
would
all the
be a
time.
very productive use of your time. I think it would be better spent learning Bayesianism.
If you yell and just interrupt, I don't understand how it could be productive either.
Yeah.
Wait, I didn't say me talking to you wouldn't be productive. I said you talking to me wouldn't be productive, given your
I
time
understand
would be better
you're
spent
trying
learning
to
Bayes theorem.
passive aggressively insult somebody, but that doesn't make an argument.
No,
man.
it was very
think-
aggressive. I am intentionally trying to insult and demean you.
Well, you didn't say it directly. So if you don't say it directly,
Sorry,
it's
I
passive
think
aggressive.
you're
You
an
understand?
idiot that needs to learn about the subjects you're
There you
speaking
go.
of.
But that's actually a name calling. You didn't actually have to say it with a derogatory term. You could have
I
done it
didn't
differently.
use a
I think you're
derogatory
wrong.
term. I used
Well, I
an
think we've said
insulting,
it all.
disrespectful
You don't
term.
think idiot is a derogatory term? Okay, then
No, I
you
don't.
just don't have a good frame
I
on
think
reality.
we've said it all.
That's
I
fine.
think we've got it all.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, sir,
All right.
I'm sorry. This guy charged me with using Bayes' theorem incorrectly or somehow not understanding the certain
No, if you
variables,
just
but
keep
he
yelling,
doesn't
it doesn't make
know.
your point better.
But he doesn't know what Bayes' theorem is, right? And he also doesn't think he made the charge that historians don't use it that way when it's the case that quite a few historians use it that way. Then the third
Do you
charge he
talk in
made,
this tone and pitch all the time? Like, do you
yeah,
talk like at a lower
This
if
level?
you
is
mind
typical
being quiet, you
Cage,
might
yeah.
learn something. So the third point he
Say that again,
made
Nick.
was that if if theism is true, then the priors are high. That's also false.
Oh boy.
And what's the
Right. So the
evidence
three
that
charges
God
he made,
exists when you guys were talking
well,
about
no, that
God?
doesn't even follow.
Let's let
The
somebody else
three
talk.
charges he made were completely false and dumb. Now, I would love to hear how they're not dumb.
This is not how you win any argument.
Are we done?
I agree with.
Like if I'm a Muslim, I think the priors for the resurrection is high. If I'm a Muslim, like clearly not. If I'm a Jewish, do I think the priors are high? If I'm a Jew,
I think
no,
you
clearly
can
not.
probably just grant that the Bayesian analysis is low and it still happens. Like, who gives a shit?
Well,
Oh yes, please do that.
What's the
No real
Why don't you
problem.
talk
Please
like that?
fucking
You talk
do
at the
that.
end there, man.
Please,
Like,
I
hey,
dare
why
you.
don't you talk like that all the time? You had a very low tone, and you weren't high pitched, and you weren't yelling. Why don't you talk like that all the time?
Why don't you talk like a less condescending prick yourself? Maybe we could have a
You
conversation.
have been condescending to me the whole
Goodness
time.
gracious, guys. Like,
Wait,
stop.
the reason I was condescending was because you took back and recanted something you said in a formal debate. What a blunder.
Oh yeah, that's true. I don't even know if that's true or not.
I'm just
It
saying
is
you
true. You
blundered.
I'm
granted
willing
the
to be wrong about something I said, but I don't even know if it's true or not.
Fair, I'm just
Oh,
saying
so
you
this is what
blundered.
happened. The first thing you said was,
I did.
I
I said I
grant
could
the
have blundered, but
priors.
I don't know for
You
sure.
said, I grant the priors are low. And then after the debate, you said, no, I didn't actually say that.
Did I not just explain like what my framework with that would be? Like, were you
Yeah,
listening to me?
No, not in the debate.
you
You
did
didn't.
explain it. You did explain that.
I did.
Yeah, I'm
I
not
was
contending if
listening
you
to it.
explained it after the fact. That's not the contention. The contention is
All right,
you
come on,
didn't
All right.
conditionalize
I think
it.
our brains can only
Who
handle so much.
fucking
You know, the
cares?
frequencies to your brain that like do certain things
wait?
to your
Can
brain.
you
Like my
both
brain is
just
like,
Can we both
oh,
just?
it's
Can we all
heating
just
up.
What would
stop?
you like to talk about, sir? What would you like to talk? Go ahead. What would you like to
Yeah,
talk
well, I
about?
mean,
What,
just good
like the
lord, like,
weather?
what's up with all this fighting? Holy hell!
I don't know.
Like,
I'm
you want to
so
talk about the
confused.
fucking weather? You want to talk about cars? What do you want to talk about?
I'm so confused.
Well, what I want to
Gambling?
know,
What's up?
yeah, I want to know, Verum, what's your name mean? What's that name mean, Verum?
So it's I used to do this when I did debates back in like a long time ago on the internet on like Talk Origins and PBS Evolution Forum. My name was Verum, and I would debate people all the time. But so it means it's Latin for truth. Obviously, a lot of people use Veritas, but I wanted to because there's so many people with Veritas. I decided to use a different form of truth in Latin. So I used.
And what's the Christmas tree for?
Oh, that's I come from the Northwest, so the chemistry I do is primarily a lot affected into the forest products industry. But there's so many forests in Oregon where I work. You know, I love forests. I love going out in the woods, and obviously, I love
DK, this is the kind of discussions we want to have in the after party. It's chill, okay?
Right?
I really care about what fucking trees he's frolicking with. I'm sorry.
I used to work for the Oregon Department of Agriculture, so I used to like test all kinds of plants, and I protected Oregon from the Phytophthora ramorum disease that destroyed California forests.
I'm going to
I care
ask
about-
you, sir, about this in about 3 days to see if you remember if you actually cared or not.
Well,
That's a hard thing to remember, man. I'd give him a break on that. I just said a bunch of stuff.
I'm gonna remember what the name means. It means truth.
It's almost like it's like you could fucking read that if you just know a tiny bit of Latin.
Well, I don't know a tiny bit
Real
of Latin.
quick.
That's why I asked.
What are
Real
you
quick,
on, bro?
Can we get mob?
It's
up?
like
Can we get mob raised?
reading
So
Ori's name.
irritated.
Feels so good.
Yeah, Cage.
Yeah,
Listen,
yeah.
Cage,
You know what?
used to be
You know
such
what OI? You know what OI
Cage, you
means?
used to be Cage. You used to be such a sweet boy.
Before
like,
you
what-
patronize me, before you like condescendingly patronize me, sir, I want to remind you of your interactions with Bart. All right, just before you're about to do that, go ahead.
Sir.
What about it?
I've had
What
a
do you wanna
video
know?
of you two. I have a video of you two literally screaming at each other for 10 minutes
We don't
straight.
need to let this get messy. Like
Mob has a
So
question.
before,
Well,
just so we're clear, before
Mob
you're
wants
about
to
to
ask,
patronize
how
me and
dare
call
you?
me an asshole, I want you to understand
Nobody's
your prior
doing that,
behaviors.
Cage. We're
When
just
did it? Why are you
messing.
so? Why are you so
Cage,
angry? Today?
you're a beautiful soul, bro.
Yeah.
What happened?
Like,
You
are
used to
we
be
all
so
gonna
sweet.
pretend like A, Sir hasn't acted this way, B, Wit hasn't acted this way? I think the only person that
Nobody's
hasn't is
pretending
Dwight.
we are all assholes. I just think you're a little irritated and you need to calm the fuck down. That's it. That's all we're saying.
You're just
Wait,
like
what?
a little bit
I'm
of a bigger.
irritated. I'm irritated because one, this guy granted. Yeah, I grant that. We're irritated because he granted Sir's argument and has the audacity to be like, "Oh no, it's still false," or "What follows from Sir's argument?" Well, what follows from Sir's argument is the prompt being false.
Yeah, I know.
That's what follows.
You're just being a little neurodivergent.
Well, can I
You need
ask
to
my
calm
question?
down.
And you know what OI means? OI means origin. I couldn't put origin in, so I had to put OIO on it.
Bob, what's your
for the web.
question?
What? Who the hell
Well,
are you talking
I have
to?
a question for Joe.
Or he's got the riz, bro.
I have a question for Joe, but at first I just want to say I don't really like how Sir is kind of rude to black creators like Bart. I think we should give him space here.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Anyway, Joe, yesterday...
I'm sorry.
I mean, the prior probability is definitely higher with his interactions with me. So, I mean, there's that.
Joe, yesterday you talked to Planet Peterson and you said something about the zircon crystals and some like hydrogen dating method that dated them to 7,000 years. I'm curious what the method is because I've never heard of it before and I wanted to look into it more. If you remember that part of the conversation.
Called fart.
Don't listen to him. Joe?
I think. Joe Sinks. Verum.
He may be busy. He's done with you guys.
Guys.
Oh.
See what you did, Cage?
Helium crystallization.
I'm actually pretty happy with myself right about now. Thank you for that.
Technical difficulties.
You ruined a friend for all of us because you didn't want to be his friend.
I don't want to be friends with fucking idiots, sir. I grant that.
Hey, let's not do that.
Yeah, Cage.
But is that false, Coco?
But I don't want.
Do you
this
have access to my naive mental states, Coco?
I just kind of want to keep this friendly.
Why? This is okay. My bad. I'm sorry. Verum, how was your day today frolicking in the trees? I really want to know about your like Avatar, blue people dating of trees type shit. Go ahead.
Don't answer that, Verum.
Shit, he's not here. My
He's
bad.
not
Fuck
being
me,
serious,
God.
Bam. Don't answer.
He's trying to trick you. Don't
Yeah.
answer.
No,
He
that was
doesn't
as genuine
care.
as I get. I even made an analogy to a popular movie reference. That's the best
Cage,
you're
I
getting.
want you to rank everybody on the panel in the order of intelligence.
Oh, Jesus.
Mob 1, Dwight 2,
W.
AR 3, Ori 6, Verum 5, Sir 4, Coco 7. No, 8. Sorry, 8.
Fair enough.
I'm like in the middle.
I agree that Mob is one.
No, I said Sir 4.
That's like the middle.
I didn't rank Wit because, I mean,
Oh, no.
I don't. I kind of just forgot
Oh,
that
my
women
God.
had
I'm so
speaking
sad.
rights.
Wow.
I'm number 6.
Well, I'm like
ask him.
I'm like the meat in the intellectual sandwich.
I just hear Ori saying random things sometimes, and then it's like I don't know how to track. I mean, the reason
Wait a
he
minute.
talked about his name was because 2 minutes prior I mentioned his name.
I cut you off. Why didn't you rank me again?
Well,
I just forgot that women had rights.
I was telling you why my name said OI on it, so you know it means origin.
We can only rank you among other girls.
What does
That's all
women
we
having
say.
rights have anything to do with my intelligence?
It's not fair. We can't
Then you
rank
wouldn't
you
have the
among
right to
guys. We have
speak.
to,
I do
we
right
have to
now.
rank you among girls. We can't rank you among guys. It's just not fair.
Oh, okay. Well,
Don't we have the right to silence, not the right to speak?
all right.
Well, I guess we
You
have the right to
forgot
protest.
yourself.
He just
I
can't
think you
give me
forgot
like
yourself
any. He can't give me any credit.
in that ranking.
I'm not
You
ranking
should at least
myself.
be.
I don't have
You
that
should
big
at
of
least
an
be
ego.
2.
No, I don't want to be on the list. Take me off.
I want you to
If you
rank
notice,
everybody on the panel of level of intelligence. Go.
Mob, DDG. I'm not going to say the name because I think it has to do with the penis. I don't know what's going on there, but that name has to. That he. Oh, you just replied to him. Never mind.
DDJ?
Double donkey?
Yeah.
You can say donkey on TikTok.
What's the J stand for?
Oh,
Jesus.
it's talking about Jesus' trip to Jerusalem. Never mind.
It's talking about
Yeah, exactly. Double donkey Jesus.
You have
Never
a
mind.
horrible
Sorry.
fucking mind.
Sorry.
Okay, sir. It's your turn to rank everybody by level of intelligence.
I want to shrink.
You want to shrink?
I'm embarrassed. I'm going to shrink now.
Okay.
It's a terrible defense mechanism.
You didn't
Let's
know.
see.
You don't know much about the New Testament, sir. So it's
Ranking
understandable.
everybody in order of intelligence. Okay, here we go.
Keep in
So
mind
the
it's
mo-
Pride Month.
The most.
Wait,
Wait,
who's
who's
gay
the
on the
bride person?
panel?
The most intelligent person on the panel I think is Mob.
Ugh.
Okay, I think
that.
Mob
grant
is
that.
super smart. Number two, I think is Cage actually, even though
grant
he's kind of
that.
a jerk. But. Number three, I'm gonna go Dwight.
Ah,
I grant
Jesus.
that.
Number
You
four,
don't have
I'm
to
gonna
call me
go
Jesus.
Wit.
Just call me Dwight.
No
Number
way
four, I'm
Wit
gonna.
wins over AR. No way.
This is my ranking.
Oh.
Wits over AR for sure.
Number four, I'm gonna go Wit.
Whoa.
Number five, I'm gonna go AR. Number six, I'm gonna go Verum. Number seven, I'm gonna go COCO debates. And number eight, sorry Ori, but I'm gonna have to put you at the end of the train.
Oh,
Did you
Ori
okay.
know
has the
That,
most
energy
riz
cannot be
though.
created or destroyed?
that's
Ori has the most riz though.
Listen, Ori, you're a cool guy. If we're ranking who's the coolest, you're gonna be a lot higher.
oh, thank
Like
you.
you're
I try to
definitely,
be.
Say number one.
I try to be the coolest I can be, but thanks though.
you're definitely above Cage there and the coolest, and that's really what matters. The coolest.
I mean, you
Is it
guys are
though?
pretty cool too. That's why I like hanging out with you guys.
I mean,
It's, I
Oppenheimer was
mean,
a dick that unalived millions of people, but he's still in the history books.
Mob, are you being serious that I'm above AR?
huh,
Yes. Yes.
you're
Oh,
above AO.
that's nice.
Why you
But
don't?
I
You don't
think
think you are?
Wit's pretty.
Even
Honestly, I
though,
think Wit's pretty smart.
even though I think AO is pretty
I
good
take
Yeah,
credit
too.
for that.
Cage. Yeah, Cage.
She's just like
It's my
wrong
fucking
about
fault.
literally.
It's
She
my
just happens
fault
to be
that she
smart.
did this.
I'm
I
sorry.
mean,
She just happens. She just happens to be smart and wrong about everything. That's all.
I grant that. I take it that her ability to form an argument is due to my incessant bullying, and that's like an empirically true question. Even Rasol asked for my help, and I have screenshots to prove it.
What screenshots?
I have a screenshot of Rasol asking me for sources to help develop
Bro.
his view on
When the fuck
primitive
have I ever asked
epistemologies.
you for anything?
What do you ask me?
Okay,
What rules of
wait.
inference were?
Cage.
When was
When has
that?
that got Rasal?
What? What did it? No, no, no. He just
Not
asked
that it's
me.
your fault. Not that it's your fault.
He asked me like a week ago for where he could read about the different categories of epistemology, and I told him you're not asking for you're not asking for epistemic views. You're asking for meta epistemological views, what it means to know something. And I gave him sources in the last week. I don't know how he's been behaving. I hope he's read something.
I bet he has.
So,
I think
so
he
do
does actually read. I told him to
do
read the
any
SCP too.
do any of you guys want to debate me? Like we could set up a debate, and you guys can debate me about something.
Sir does. He was talking about it before.
Because I haven't
He
found a
wants to
debate
debate.
going.
He said
Sir was
his
talking
debate
mad shit
prompt is
about
going
you,
to be
bro.
God versus science.
Yeah,
You should
I
debate
was
called you a
gonna.
debate this
nine.
guy Christian Carl. You should
I don't
debate
know
this guy
what that
Christian
means.
Carl. I
Like,
think
why
he's
am I like? I don't get the debate prompt.
there's this guy Christian Carl that's been looking for a debate partner, or you should
I will
see.
debate Christian Carl.
Christian Carl is like
I'm
a
just
top
looking to
debater,
see
though. Just be
who.
careful.
Christian Carl's probably a Protestant.
We should just do a Christian Carl. No, Christian Carl's actually EO. I heard.
I feel like that's blasphemy.
Is he a
I don't know about that.
Is he a catechumen?
No, he's actually.
Oh, he's
he's
part of the
I
church.
found this on the web for Is the Cans Human? Check it out.
Sorry, what?
Is someone going to drop for Bop by
That
Blood?
was Siri.
Dwight, who you got
I
over your
drop
house
for
over
John
there, buddy?
only if he admits that his
I got
meta-ethical
this
view is
sexy British
false when he
lady
gets up here.
called Siri.
Where did Cage go?
Where did Cage
Everyone
go?
wants a shot at Christian Carl. Look at that. But Christian Carl, by the way, is still ducking and dodging me.
Well,
so
why
should
would I
get first
debate
stabs at Christian.
Christian Carl? Because we believe the same thing.
So can I get a recap of the earlier debates?
So I guess I
didn't
was
get a
supposed
list
to
as well.
say my meta-ethical view was false? Is that what I was supposed to say?
Who?
Look at John with the 1.73K.
Wait, John's a moral anti-realist, though.
Was I
Aren't you,
supposed
John?
Wait, Cage, was I supposed to say the words my meta-ethical view is false? Oh, wait,
say
I just
that.
did. I just said the words. I did what Cage asked.
It did kind of get you there, Cage. I mean, for all the intelligence you have, you weren't able to get one over on John.
Hey, John, I feel like because you got 40% of the vote in a heavy atheist live, that just means you won. So.
I think
That
I'm
was
missing
pretty
context.
impressive.
I don't care. Listen, hey, the debate was a W. It was a very good debate. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, you fucking rocked it. Cyber.
That debate was very good. I think both people presented very strong cases for the view.
Yeah.
If only you just would like stop being wrong about all the other stuff.
Hey, what about you,
John, are you
Reds?
Unitarian?
Am I Unitarian?
Yeah.
No,
No.
he's a monarchical Trinitarian,
okay.
which is also
that's
another
what he
thing
was
we agree
That's
on.
what we was talking about.
Wait,
He was wrong
can I point out
What's wrong
something
about
about
that?
the theist
Wait,
stuff? That,
you know what? If I had to rank
Not
people like the funniest on the panel, you are number 7 right now.
wait, I want to ask John a
unkind to
question
me,
about
though.
the.
That's not true.
I want to ask John a question about the theota stuff because it didn't get brought up, and I do think it's kind of interesting, and I wanted to know what he thought about it. John, is this still on your brain, or are you okay talking about it?
Sure.
John, did you get sleep?
So
he's
Did you take
tired.
my advice?
Wait, hold on.
Hey, Whit. Would you debate me? Because I'm just looking for someone to have a debate with, man.
What are we gonna debate on, bro?
Well, are you
Sir
are you
didn't get to
religious
ask his
believer?
question,
Like you
and I
believe in
feel really
Jesus
bad.
Christ?
Yeah, I believe that Jesus is God. Yeah.
Ah, okay. Well, we could debate about that. We could just set something up.
There you
Whether
go.
Jesus is
Debate.
God or not, you're gonna get
I have to
wrecked.
go. I just had an emergency. One of our baby chicks just died, so that's why I was.
Oh,
I know,
sorry,
it's stage
Verum.
10 emergency. It was little Banty chick who was so cute. I tried to revive it, 101 Dalmatian style with heat and a little bit of CPR, but it didn't work.
Sometimes that works. Sorry,
Lord
man.
have mercy.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Alright, sir,
Well,
go ask
on that
him
note,
question, bro.
thanks,
Alright,
Coco.
bye,
Thanks,
Verum. I
everybody.
think you did really
Good night,
well.
Verum.
Thank you.
Christos and Nestle.
Right.
Bye bye.
Thanks,
Thanks,
guys.
Verum.
Sir, love you, man.
Please-
Thanks. Appreciate the debate, man.
Well,
Just come back
I'm
and
not
talk
gonna
to
say
me
I
soon.
love you, but yeah, come back.
Yeah, I
But I'm
do.
not
I
gonna
do
say
actually love you.
Thanks, Coco,
well,
for bringing
appreciate
for
that.
letting
Oh,
us
sir,
come
I
in.
love you too.
Yep, absolutely.
Not
Yeah,
as much
everyone,
me.
no more love. No more
Thank
love.
you guys for
Okay,
being here.
John.
I'm gonna be here for a while.
John.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so in Antiquities, when Josephus lists Judas the Galilean, okay, in book 20, he calls back to Theodos after Judas the Galilean. So it looks like, let's say Luke is kind of reading through this trying to find names. It looks like in the order, like I could see someone reading that in the order think that Josephus is saying that Theodos that revolt occurred after Judas, and that happens to be the same order that Luke mentions them in, which contradicts the order that Josephus gives earlier in Antiquities. So don't you think that's just like a really weird coincidence?
Yeah, so I think the first thing, we talked about this before. I think the first thing is the notion that I'm not convinced that it's the same Theodos.
Oh, but you granted that in the debate, though. You granted it was the same person.
Yeah, I granted it for the sake of the argument, but it's not like.
Oh, so we're back on
Notice
that.
I
Okay,
granted
never mind.
it, and I said even if it was the case, I can just grant that Luke made a good faith error.
Yeah.
But I'm
it's
not.
just weird. I mean, it
like here,
screams of-
so the
it
reason
screams of,
the
like-
reason I granted it in the debate specifically is because if it's the case that Theodos, like let's say there's like a ton of contradictions. Contradictions do not equal second century dating, and so me conceding contradictions was meaningless to the topic.
I think to me, though, when I look at like sort of the Josephian parallels in Luke, I think like when I look at it, it just screams of like literary spotlighting to me, where he's pulling from stuff and trying to reincorporate it in his story. Like we see this with Canarius, we see this with the Jewish revolt leaders, we see this with the Sakari. Like all these references, it seems to be.
But
pulling
the
them from a
weird
source.
thing, what makes it weird, and this is the point I mentioned, why, if he's borrowing from Josephus, why does he get it wrong?
Well, there's a couple reasons. Number
Like,
one,
so here's what we know about Luke.
there's a couple reasons why he would do that. Number one, he needs Theodos. He needs Theodos to occur before. All right, maybe it's Judas. I'm thinking of. He needs one of them to occur before.
Well, I was talking more like the Quirinius objection, really quick. Like on the Quirinius objection, why would Luke, on your view, get the dating of Quirinius wrong if he is using
He
Josephus
doesn't.
as a source?
He doesn't get it wrong. The only way you can argue he gets it wrong is if you read him in conjunction with Matthew. But obviously, Luke doesn't care what Matthew says because he directly contradicts Matthew on several occasions.
Okay.
Especially when we're dealing with the virgin birth. So I don't understand. He's clearly not concerned with following what Matthew's saying. So from Luke's eyes, he's presenting a well-established chronological account of what happened. And he's not concerned with matching what Luke said. Or sorry, with what Matthew said.
Hey, and Matthew and Luke, when Mary gave birth to Christ, how old was she when she actually gave birth to Christ? And Matthew and Luke,
neither
when
one
she-
say. So.
And
Neither one
oh,
say.
by the way, the case I presented is pre-Josephus as well. So like the case I presented tonight, it's not the case that Luke could use Josephus because Josephus wouldn't have been written yet.
What are you talking about now?
I'm saying based off the case I presented tonight, it wouldn't.
Oh, you're saying if we accept like a late 60 dating for Luke?
Yeah, so if we, so that's what I was defending tonight is specifically like an eyewitness account reported of like Paul as a companion of Paul.
There's
And
just way
so-
too many problems with that, though, I think.
I don't think there is. Debate me right now. No, get my computer out.
I mean, I will.
No,
I could debate you. I mean, I'm looking for a debate.
don't
looking for someone to debate. Man.
It's time.
Yeah,
Or
no,
he wants an opponent.
I think it's the case that, if anything, there's either a common source to which they both could be utilizing.
That can't be true.
No, I mean, it can be.
No, they disagree on too many important details.
But it doesn't matter. So, like, if we say there's a third source in which they disagree on important details, or we say that Luke is using Josephus as a source and they still disagree on important details, like, there's not really going to be a symmetry breaker.
Well, because the argument for people arguing for the parallels aren't arguing that Luke is concerned with recording history accurately. He's concerned with pulling from known historical events and using them to interweave them with the story. It's a theologically motivated work, not
Yeah,
a
but
historically.
that doesn't add anything theologically to it.
Sure it does. He has Gamaliel given a speech, and he needs both revolts to have happened. If he follows the dates that's given in Antiquities, one of those revolts wouldn't have happened yet, so we can't mention them in this debate.
Why do
Hold
you think he needs one?
And because what? Wait, what?
Yeah, why do you think Luke needs a revolt to happen in order to represent something?
He's using those as examples of Jewish revolts, and it just so happens that the only 3 established Jewish revolts that Josephus mentions are the same 3 that Luke pulls and uses. He uses Theudas the Galilean, Judas the Galilean, Theudas the magician, and Theudas the magician and the Egyptian. Those are the 3 revolts.
I mean, that was my contention.
If there's no other revolts that Josephus mentions, there's no other revolts he can pull from. So he needs all those revolts to occur before Gamaliel's giving a speech. Otherwise, Gamaliel can't mention them.
Yeah. So on the Theudas note, I challenged that in our private conversations that it's the same Theudas based off of the description. So
yeah,
the
that's
one
a
that's
different conversation. I mean, I'm just saying if
well,
they're the
no,
same
well, I
person.
mean, it matters to the context of this because if we're saying that like there's a borrowing of Theudas, but it's a different Theudas, then there's no borrowing, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So Judas the Galilean, that one's also pretty vague. I think in the text it represents more of so like this is why it matters. If it's a different Theudas,
thanks for the hearts.
And we say those are completely separate, and then we take Judas the Galilean, and then he's representing Judas the Galilean based off of Josephus, like in your argument or something, or he's using Josephus as a source, or Josephus is using him as a source, whatever.
Yeah.
Then there's not going to be a contradiction if the only thing we're comparing is the Judas the Galilean revolt and the Judas the Galilean revolt from Josephus. The order is only going to be screwed up or reversed if Theudas is involved.
Yeah. Well, the biggest issue I would have with this being two different Theodices, and I think I brought this up to you privately as well, is that if it's two different Theodices, it's just really weird that Luke wouldn't clarify that he's referring to one that happened a long time ago and not the one that happened more recently.
Well, it's like I said though, Luke, from my view, he's not.
Can you shut the fuck up?
What the devil? Who are you?
You bitch ass.
Wait, no, I'm excited now.
No,
I got excited.
No,
wait, come on, talk to me. Talk to me. Come on, Papa.
Can you please shut the fuck up?
Yeah, what do you want? What, I'm not going to do that, but I'm interested in why you want me to now.
Because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bud.
Okay, ask me a question.
Here we go. Let's go. Bring it.
This has nothing to do with the gay community.
Okay.
What? No one's here is gay, I don't think.
This has nothing to do with the gay debates.
Yeah, it does because it's June and it's gay week.
Wait, this has to be
4
Slurms.
weeks.
No, but
Wait,
I
this
can
has to be
tell.
Slurms.
I can tell. There's a couple of flamers here.
This is Slurms. I can hear the inflection. He's using the same inflection as Slurms.
No, just flamers. Flamers. Are you guys? Are you guys gay?
This can't be Slurms. He's Canadian.
Are you guys gay?
Praise God.
No, I'm not gay.
You're
I
not
don't
gay.
think.
I'm gay.
Bro, we're all flamers up here. What are you talking about?
God
What do you
bless
have
you.
against
I
flamers?
appreciate that. I also like getting fucked in the ass.
Okay, good. Because it's Pride Month.
John got dropped too. Did John get banned?
Damn. I don't know, but if people are getting banned, I'm going to go to Danny's live.
No, that's
What's going on?
I don't know. Danny's live.
All right, Coco. I think I'm going to take a debate break for a little bit because these things stress me out.
Okay. Great job, sir.
Just don't get fucked in the ass.
Why not?
I'll try to prevent that
Maybe
from
he wants
happening.
to.
Yeah, I'm just.
I'll try my best to protect my asshole.
Watch your cornhole, Peterman. All right, bye-bye. I'm taking off too before I get banned.
All right, Coco, give us a reasonable estimate. When will this be available on YouTube? Mom wants to know.
Yeah, and probably in the next 2 or 3 days.
3 or 2 days.
Yeah.
Okay, Coco, when's the next day of debates?
Next week on the 13th.
Who do you have scheduled? Who's on the slate?
Let me check. There's a couple people I have to add to the slate.
Well, who do you got so far? Let's get a pre-day of debates advertisement going.
Tiny Smalls versus. Actually, no, that was last event. Sorry.
So, what kind of debates you have for me? You haven't found one yet?
No, I haven't found one yet, but
Well, let me know when you do, though.
or if you can find one, let me know.
All right, Coco, who do you got next time? Let's hear it. Come on, Coco. Let's get this advertisement out before people leave.
Tiny Smalls versus Voice of Reason.
Tiny Smalls versus, is that like an evolution debate?
Yeah, is creationism true?
Is creationism true? Tiny Smalls versus Voice of Reason. Okay, what else you got?
Cease to Know versus Mendoza on Are Trans Identities Valid?
Okay, we got a trans debate between Cease to Know and Mendoza. That should get That should get hostile.
Yep. And
Who else you
then
got?
Godless Engineer versus Jules Setcase on Does the Christian God of the Bible exist?
Godless Engineers debating on your platform?
Yeah.
Wow. Godless Engineer versus Jules. Does the Christian God exist? Okay. I don't know who Jules is, but okay. Who else you got?
And then maybe Theo Life versus the Joyful Apostate.
What eyewitnesses to Jesus?
Yes.
Well,
That's a
I
pretty
don't
good
think
stick, guys.
I don't really think the Christian God actually exists because time, space, and matter can't be created or destroyed. Like energy, matter, time, and space all comes together, and nothing within that can be created because the universe was never created.
All right, Coco. I'll talk to you later.
Okay. Yeah, I'll probably go hop around some lives. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it, and that will conclude the debate.
Hey, thanks, Coco, for letting us come up and hang with you.
Yeah, for sure.
So, who else? What else you gonna have? Just have a hangout chat now?
Or I'm probably gonna hop around to some lives and check them out. Or if anyone wants me to stay, we could have a hangout chat. We can talk about anything.
I know. I mean, it's up to you. It's your live. I was just curious with you.
Are there any fun lives going on out there?
Hey, you wanna hear something cool though?
Hmm.
There's a microscopic wormholes opening up in the emptiness of space. Like little tiny, tiny microscopic wormholes. According to gravitational waves, the fragments of space-time itself, we're finding little tiny microscopic wormholes opening up in the fragments of space.
Oh. Interesting.
Yeah, because gravitational waves, Einstein's theory of general relativity. Well, Einstein theorized that because of using general relativity, you have gravitational waves. And within gravitational waves, we're finding interesting things about the universe.
Oh. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, here, let me hop down. But yeah, I'll see you guys around.
Okay. I see you.